Hundreds of entities have been catalogued in the Backrooms, each with its own threat profile, weaknesses, and field warnings. The M.E.G, Major Explorer Groups, compiled the data. This video covers every entry in the catalog. Timestamps below. The humans carry the designation Entity 1, which strikes most readers as a joke until they understand the logic behind it. The database catalogs what is present in the Backrooms and what it does to a level. Humans are not native to this space. They arrived by accident, one no-clip at a time, and they have been reshaping the environment ever since. By that standard, they qualify as an entity in exactly the same way a Deathmoth colony does. Homo sapiens are intelligent bipedal apes distinguished by rapid learning, high problem-solving capability, and a social structure that scales. Those traits let them survive levels that should have killed them. Settlements cluster on levels that resemble the front rooms, particularly those with a day-night cycle or permanent daylight, and levels 4, 186, and 737 now carry populations in the thousands. The cost is measured in flora stripped, fauna hunted down, and resources pulled out faster than any level replaces them. Human settlements also follow a repeating cycle. A small group forms around rigid goals, expands past what those goals can hold, then fractures. Stable on level 22 and Hoofstad on level 51 both ended that way. The entry closes on the point the archive keeps returning to. Nothing humans build in the Backrooms is permanent, and the levels outlast every civilization raised inside them. The windows are Entity 2, and they are not openings in a wall. Each one is the physical manifestation of a predatory thought space built from sustained cognitive thought. They form on any surface, though they favor walls over ceilings and often take over the space of a real window. Once formed, an instance stays put until it dies. The landscape visible inside is not part of the entity at all. It is generated by the viewer's own perception, which means two people standing at the same window see two different places, both blurred and both unsettlingly familiar. Windows come in three states. Newborn instances are vacant and form at the moment of perception, usually when someone is frightened, grieving, or desperate to be anywhere else. The person who creates one feels a compulsion to climb through it. Occupied instances hold a dark human silhouette that witnesses recognize as someone they know, and that silhouette fades over time unless the window takes another victim. Dying instances are the last stage, when the figure has fully dissipated and the entity collapses inward. Anyone within 5 to 8 meters of a dying window risks being violently displaced from reality outright. In all states, the entity communicates, using whispers perceived directly in the mind and hand gestures at the glass, and once a person is within 1 to 2 meters, it forms an arm and pulls. Standing guidance is to avoid heavy window areas, cover glass in occupied bases, and treat a sudden desire to escape as a hazard in itself. Smilers are Entity 3, one of the most widely reported hostiles in the Backrooms and one of the least understood. Sightings are common enough that no clear discovery record exists. The earliest modern account is a Reddit post describing a glowy, smiling thing, and long before that, the Lost recorded them as the ones that smile. What every account agrees on is the identifying feature: a pair of reflective white eyes and a long grin full of sharp teeth, glowing out of a dark corridor with nothing visible around them. Whether there is a body behind the face remains unconfirmed. Reports describe a physical form invisible to the human eye, with limbs bending at angles that do not match human anatomy, but the M.E.G has not verified it. Behavior is better documented. Smilers are attracted to light and will pursue anyone carrying a source, which makes a thrown flashlight a workable distraction. They do not typically attack on sight. They attack when a person panics, runs, or makes a loud noise. The survival procedure is deliberately boring. Hold eye contact, stay silent, kill your own light, and walk away slowly. Smiler exterminator spray will drive one off or scramble its senses for an extended period, and remains the only reliable countermeasure in the field. Deathmoths are Entity 4, a chimeric moth species endemic to the Backrooms that carries traits from dozens of unrelated insects and continues developing new ones. They are eusocial and split into 3 post-larval castes: Common deathmoths make up roughly 80% of the population. Males run wingspans of 30 to 35 centimeters, feed on liquids through a needle-like proboscis, and range far from the hive, acting as scouts, which also makes them the easiest caste to domesticate. Females are larger, keep their mandibles, produce a caustic fluid, and hunt in coordinated swarms that strip flesh until blood loss kills the target. Praetorians are about 15% of the population, stand close to a meter tall on 8 toxin-secreting legs, and guard both the colony and the Empress. The Empress is the reproductive core, roughly 1.5 meters long with a 3-meter wingspan, capable of broadcasting pheromones across 15 to 25 kilometers and directing an entire colony without moving. Colonies build semi-organic nests out of digested matter, plant fiber, and a secreted resin that prevents rot, layering 60 to 100 centimeters over whatever architecture is already there. Large colonies add satellite outposts at distance. Eggs number 12 to 700 per laying and are stacked in columns. Larvae feed on the hive lining for about 3 weeks, defended by hollow quills that carry a paralytic toxin, then burrow in for roughly 20 days of metamorphosis. Migratory Empress colonies move between levels, establish a nest, run several egg cycles, then leave the new colony behind and move on. 13 such colonies are currently tracked. Field guidance is the SWARMS protocol: survival over engagement, watch for hives, avoid bright lights, remain calm, mark territory, stay informed. Clumps are Entity 5, bundles of mismatched human limbs that move with speed and strength no human frame should produce. Individual limbs vary in length and musculature, so a clump travels by swiping at the floor rather than walking, and once it has momentum, it jumps obstacles, climbs walls, and moves through vents. Reports describe eyes and ears surfacing from the mass. Skin is sticky and dewy, the same as the related snatcher weeds, and carries a scent of burnt flesh and red dahlias with no biological source. Specimens have measured up to 3 feet. Hunting behavior is straightforward. A clump roams in a constant state of hunger, closes on any prey it detects, and at roughly 8 feet extends its longest limb to seize the target and pull it into a central mouth of razor teeth. After feeding, it goes dormant, burrowing into the floor with only one limb left exposed, which is the only reliably safe window in which to kill one. Damaging a clump carries its own risk. Flesh left on the ground grows a new, smaller clump. Sighting numbers dropped sharply enough that M.E.G overseers raised the possibility of decline, with specimens observed deliberately starving themselves and ignoring passing wanderers, before reports spiked to an all-time high within a 2-week window. The Lost recorded them in Level 3 scrolls as the ones with eternal limbs, describing them as the work of a fading celestial figure who built them out of willing humans and was banished for it. Dullers are Entity 6, tall gray humanoids found mainly in the lower levels, with frail skeletal builds, no facial features, and no ears. Their stance is unsteady, and their gait reads as unnatural, but the body is far stronger than it looks. They move at high speed even while carrying objects twice their own weight, and their arms extend well beyond human proportion. Hunting relies entirely on the wall between 2 corridors. A duller positions itself in one hall, while a target moves through the hall on the other side, then no-clips an arm through the wall, seizes the wanderer, and drags them back through. What happens after capture has never been established. Outside of that tactic, the entity is unusually timid. Approached directly, a duller will simply turn and run in silence. They also take objects at random, with no known purpose, and they consistently avoid almond water, including fountains and stored supplies, which makes it the one available deterrent. The Lost referenced a being called Grasps of the Wall, which is generally read as the earliest record of the species. Practical advice inverts normal survival logic. Closing distance is safer than holding position, and standing against a shared wall is the single most dangerous thing a wanderer can do. Jerry is Entity 7, a small bird resembling an adolescent hyacinth macaw with blue and white plumage, and one of the clearest cases in the archive of threat level having nothing to do with size. Jerry ranges across Level 1 and occasionally Level 2, and roosts on a wooden perch at Level 274. He is not aggressive in any conventional sense. He does not bite, maul, or pursue prey for food. Anyone who makes physical contact with him without first taming him is subject to his indoctrination effect. The effect converts the victim into a worshipper. Assimilated wanderers chant fixed phrases, lose autonomous behavior, and within a few hours relocate to level 274, where they regain awareness only on arrival and emerge with Jerry's divinity treated as an established fact. Some later leave to spread it. Taming is the documented workaround. Approach slowly with sunflower seeds or almond water, and a tamed Jerry can be handled without effect, then flies off after several days and does not assimilate that person again. Wanderers who outrun him without contact have reportedly been no-clipped into the floor, though whether Jerry causes that directly is still under investigation. Records go back further than most entities in this range. A diary entry written in 1959 references him, and the M.E.G's first logged encounter came in 2015, when Team Wild Warriors lost 2 members to indoctrination and was ordered to withdraw. Hounds are Entity 8, named for how they move rather than what they are. They are humanoids built for travel on all fours, with limb proportions adapted to a quadrupedal gait and a body that looks sickly and underfed while delivering considerable force in an attack. Long black hair grows from the head and typically covers the face, concealing an oversized mouth of sharp teeth. The claws are the other primary weapon. Hounds turn hostile the moment they see a human, and they escalate further against anyone already in an aggressive state. The documented counter is direct eye contact. Staring one down intimidates it, though the effect is temporary and should be treated as a window to orient and withdraw rather than a solution. Running on sight is the specific behavior that gets wanderers killed, and growling from out of sight is a signal to break line of sight immediately rather than investigate. Hounds hatch from eggs originating on level 276, and one of the earliest known video recordings from the Backrooms shows a wanderer fleeing a hound through an area resembling level 0. Because the hive's origin point has never been established, the species' own origin remains open. Facelings are Entity 9, the most commonly encountered humanoid species in the Backrooms, and the closest thing it has produced to a copy of humanity. They match human anatomy externally, but lack facial features, and most internal organs are underdeveloped and only partially functional. Facelings do not need those organs to survive, and the half-formed versions cause more harm than benefit, since organ failure is the leading natural cause of death in the species. They do not reproduce. New specimens spontaneously generate in the levels they inhabit, appearing at any apparent human age, then aging normally from that point. Population size tracks human population size, and every level with human architecture is likely to carry them. Behavior is overwhelmingly docile and centered on imitation. Facelings hold jobs, follow routes, celebrate holidays, form friendships and families, and adopt children, while showing no functional grasp of what any of it is for. A cashier accepts any sum offered. An office worker types on an unpowered terminal indefinitely. They are easily angered by minor disturbances, largely due to a smaller and more primitive frontal lobe, and child facelings are the least regulated of all. Adults are physically weaker than most humans and simple to evade, but attacking one in view of others provokes the group, particularly around children. Historical records from the Lost show the species evolving over eons from deformed amalgamations toward increasing human likeness, and recent specimens have begun developing full, if defective, facial features. M.E.G contact logs on levels 116 and 6.1 established that facelings can form bonds and learn, and an initiative led by Zaina Knight is now teaching sign language and writing, with evolved specimens picking it up fastest. Skin-Stealers are Entity 10, large humanoids that wear the skin of their victims as a disguise. In their natural state, they are tall and pale yellow, with sunken white eyes, and their outer flesh is covered in microscopic bumps comparable to the suckers on an octopus tentacle. Those bumps grip torn human skin and work it into place until the fit is seamless, then pump blood and nutrients through it so it stays warm, prevents decomposition, and heals any cut that might give the disguise away. The skin lasts roughly 24 hours before it is digested through the surface, after which the entity returns to a docile state. Skin-Stealers are not persistently hostile. Outside a hunger state, they wander without purpose and will not attack unless provoked. When hunger sets in, they seek out humans traveling alone and use raw strength to tear them apart by hand. They can produce speech but cannot understand it, repeating overheard phrases across multiple languages as a lure with no comprehension behind the words. And since a disguised skin stealer rarely speaks at all, silence is not a reliable indicator either way. The one dependable identifier is blood, which is completely translucent. The standing rhyme among wanderers covers it. Blood runs red, they're not dead. Blood runs clear, don't get near. Sightings predate the founding of the M.E.G by more than 5 years, and because they concentrate in the earliest levels, they are often the first entity a new wanderer meets. Shroud Takers are Entity 10.1, catalogued under the name Homo capgras, and the closest relative on record to the Skin-Stealers. Each one holds 2 forms. The disguise is built from the preserved skin of a host and reproduces that person closely, though proportions shift slightly once the internal organs are consumed. The true form is a dark beige, vaguely humanoid mass that shapes sharp appendages and claws on demand. That ability carries the species' one exploitable weakness. Newly shifted body mass stays unstable and fragile for a period afterward, and a strike aimed at a fresh limb does disproportionate damage. Reproduction is viral rather than sexual. A shroud taker produces cells in glands of the mouth and throat, and delivers them through saliva into another body's blood, mouth, or open orifice. If enough take hold, the conversion completes within hours, consuming the victim from the inside while preserving only the skin and the brain, which is why a new shroud taker inherits its host's memories. Hunting is patient rather than violent. Most feed on other entities because they are more plentiful, but a shroud taker will follow a wanderer back to a settlement and remain embedded for years, using each kill to redirect suspicion. Records date to at least 1609. The only reliable field test is blood, which runs translucent, and the colony of New Doria on level 1 is the standing example of what the test does to a group that trusts no one. Its leader executed innocents for years before the survivors cut his throat and found clear blood in him too. Bursters are Entity 11, found on level 3 and vaguely humanoid in outline, though they cross the halls on all fours with hind legs structured more like a canine's than a person's. The identifying feature is the back, which is covered in calluses filled with acidic fluid. At rest, a burster stays curled in a fetal position and reads as harmless, which is the entire basis of its hunting method. When a living creature comes close, the calluses rupture and spray acid across the victim's face, usually blinding them first. The burster does not follow up. It waits for the acid to finish the work, and if the victim survives the first burst, it sprays again until shock sets in, then feeds. The species is partly vulnerable to its own chemistry. A burster damaged by an excess burst or by outside injury will harden its skin into a cocoon, and enough force applied to that shell kills it. Almond water is the more practical countermeasure, causing severe burns they rarely recover from, which suggests the acid reacts badly with water of any kind. Field precautions are limited to covering the face and hands with any available material, keeping water on hand, and giving both resting and cocooned specimens a wide berth. Bursters were originally logged as a subspecies of hound and reclassified only after one was killed before it could cocoon, at which point the anatomical differences settled the question. Dunks are Entity 12, small boxy creatures resembling miniature elephants, roughly 76 centimeters tall and 80 kilograms, with 2 twisted keratin horns and a long trunk shaped like a human hand. They have no mouth and no digestive system, drawing energy from light through the skin instead, and their bones carry a hexagonal internal pattern that reinforces the cube-shaped frame. Wild dunks wander constantly, stay passive toward everything that does not threaten them, and actively avoid people, which researchers read as an attempt not to be tamed. Taming requires one tap on the end of the trunk. From that moment, the dunk follows its new owner and obeys commands regardless of language, or without speech at all, which is the main evidence for a telepathic component. The bond cannot be undone except by the death of one party. A tamed dunk will defend its owner to its own destruction, and will carry out extreme violence on command without hesitation, though it retains enough judgment to ignore impossible or absurd orders. It attacks by grabbing with the trunk, pulling itself in, and goring with the horns, but it is slow and weak enough to outrun. The real hazard is its weight, since a dunk that falls on a person can immobilize or crush them. The species has one absolute refusal. No dunk will harm anyone who appears elderly, which is generally attributed to the elderly wanderer credited with first domesticating them. Dunks also reproduce by cloning, tearing off a piece of skin or horn that reforms into a variant adapted to the local level. Transporters are Entity 13, also logged as grabbers, and their file is one of the few in the archive that was rewritten from the ground up. They are pitch-black humanoids whose skin absorbs light completely, broken only by a single humanoid eye. They have no legs or pelvis and float roughly 1.5 meters above the floor, with 3-meter arms carrying 4 joints and fingers of at least 7 segments, which they appear able to extend at will. All of them wear long black coats worn through at the hem and wide-brimmed black pork pie hats banded in yellow and black check. The original entry described them as abductors that seized wanderers, no-clipped into the nearest wall, and either killed them or dumped them at random. The revised entry, built on more than 20 logged trips, describes a transit service. A transporter draws attention by sight or sound, then attempts contact through a hybrid of ASL and BSL, or by holding up a sign reading "taxi service" in various languages. A nod or a thumbs up is treated as consent. It takes the passenger through an unmapped dark level accessible only to its own kind, and after 3 to 5 minutes drops them at a destination named in advance, or at a random level rated survival difficulty class 3 or below if none was given. Interviewed through sign, one described its home as maze water, dark marble void sky, and its motive as happy friends understand. Refusal appears to disappoint them and nothing more. Revieux are Entity 14, burrowing ambush predators recorded most often on level 5 and level 7, and among the hardest entities in the archive to observe directly because they spend nearly all of their existence underground. What is documented describes large muscular arms set at the front of the body, 3 small legs at the rear, and feet with a splayed spork-like shape that lets one dig itself out of sight in seconds. The head carries several black beady eyes above a small tube-shaped mouth. Males are marked with large white patches, females with dense scatterings of white dots. The hunting method is entirely passive. A Revieux burrows in and waits weeks at a time while the floor above it heals over and returns to looking undisturbed. Once someone stands on that spot for roughly 5 to 9 seconds, the ground breaks and the entity takes hold of them and pulls them under. What happens below is unrecorded, though victims occasionally resurface as bare, brittle skeletons, which supports the working theory that Revieux suffocate their prey underground and discard the remains. The only warning available in the field is vibration, so wanderers are told to listen for rumbling underfoot and route around any floor that moves. Unlike much of the archive, this species is killable with an ordinary weapon. The entity was identified after a member of the originals, Andrew Williams, vanished from level 5 with no explanation, and the responsible specimen was tracked down and killed by Captain Edward Smith. Wretches are Entity 15, and unlike most of the archive, they are not a separate species. Every wretch was a person. The transformation, known among wanderers as the wretched cycle, is driven by deprivation of food, water, and sleep, and isolation accelerates it, which is why they cluster in unexplored and dangerous areas. The cycle runs several weeks to several months across 3 stages. Stage 1 presents as itching and irritation, then erratic aggression and a full personality shift, and is still reversible with rest and sustenance. In Stage 2, skin and muscle dissolve into pustules and orifices, hair falls out, and speech narrows to pleas for food and water, with almond water and reality fresheners the only remaining options. Stage 3 is terminal. Eyelids, lips, and cartilage dissolve, teeth and nails regrow in the wrong places, and brown sludge runs constantly from every opening. A typical wretch has little intelligence and enormous strength, capable of breaking through walls on a skeletal frame, and packs coordinate as though sharing one mind. Some are slow shamblers, and some outrun a healthy adult, and rare specimens craft and wield weapons. Vocalization is the only field gauge available. Low, slow sounds indicate an unintelligent variant. High-pitched ones indicate speed or intelligence. The sludge was logged as harmless until a M.E.G incident at Trader's Keep, where an operative named Kenny was sprayed by a wretch and converted within minutes. the standing instruction is preventative rather than tactical. Sleep, eat, drink, and do not attempt to save anyone who has reached Stage 3. M.E.G is Entity 16, a spider-like arachnid classified under the order Solifugae, carrying 16 appendages and averaging about 4 inches wide and 7 inches long. It is slow, it does not chase, and it has never been observed pursuing prey. Everything dangerous about it happens overhead. The entity stays hidden on ceilings and spends its time building ball-shaped webs filled with a sedative, then hanging them from additional webbing, continuing the work whether or not anything is nearby. Against small prey, it simply sprays the chemical and eats. Against a person, it stays motionless until the target is standing directly beneath the array, then cuts one sac loose. The burst usually goes unnoticed, though the victim begins to feel strange. As the depressant takes hold and awareness of the surroundings drops, the entity releases every remaining sac at once until the target stops responding to stimuli entirely, at which point it descends and feeds while the victim is still alive. Afterward, it retreats to the nearest ceiling and hibernates before rebuilding. The secretion itself is harmless even in large doses, and research is ongoing into using it as a basis for painkillers and antidepressants the Backrooms badly lacks. The species was formally logged after a M.E.G team unknowingly camped beneath a family of them and lost 2 members. The name is itself a record of the sedative's strength. The explorer who filed the first entry intended to call it the sleeper spider and typed M.E.G instead. Crawlers are Entity 17, and the name refers to the victims rather than the organism. The cause is an aggressive fungus, visually comparable to the cordyceps strain that zombifies cellar spiders in the front rooms, spreading only through liquid contact with blood, saliva, sweat, or urine. Infected animals and insects cannot progress past Stage 4 and spend that stage attacking humans specifically to spread it further. A bite means infection has already happened. There is no known cure. In a human host, the cycle runs from Stage 1 to Stage 5 in roughly 12 minutes. Stage 1 is 3 minutes of itching, and anyone showing it is already counted as lost. Stage 2 brings white fluffy spots, heavy salivation, and extreme hunger. Stage 3 engulfs the whole body in fungus within 30 seconds, as blood temperature climbs. Stage 4 runs 7.5 minutes and does the real damage. The fungus takes the brainstem, blood boils at around 150 degrees Celsius without killing the host, and keratin production spikes so that hair and nails grow into weapons used to infect others. At Stage 5, the infected severs its own body at the waist and moves on its arms alone, sight and hearing sharpened while the exterior fungus combusts and chars the remaining skin. Standing procedure is quarantine on first symptom and termination by gunfire at range, never at melee distance. The M.E.G logged them in 2009 when Stage 5 specimens raided Base Alpha, and the resulting pandemic has since reached most of the Backrooms. The Beast Gentleman of Level 5 is Entity 18, and its file is unusual in that most of it is written in the entity's own voice. It presents as a host, courteous, apologetic for any fright it causes, insistent on being called the Gentleman rather than the Beast, and proprietary about the hotel it occupies, which it calls its domain and claims to maintain personally. It knows who it is speaking to without being told. It opens by acknowledging the subject's fear, then offers a deal, described as a few small tasks in exchange for never having to feel that fear again. The counter account attached to the entry comes from a wanderer who took the deal and did not finish it. That writer's position is that nothing the entity says can be trusted, that the portraits and the patterns in the walls are lies, and that it watches continuously regardless of how brief the stay is, reading fear and using it. The entity is also selective about visibility. It appears only to those it has already chosen, so catching it in peripheral vision means the encounter began sometime earlier. No physical description survives in any usable form, and the surviving account breaks down into a final plea rather than a report. The only guidance the file offers is to leave, not to listen to the voice, and not to look at the portraits. The disease is Entity 19, the only entry in this stretch of the archive that is not a creature. It is a bacterium, and the file that documents it is an email chain. A traveler named Carl Johnson cut his thigh escaping something in the pipe dimension and presented at the hospital on level 109 with irritation, patchy redness, and fatigue. The first culture read as an ordinary Staphylococcus aureus infection. The second contradicted it. Colonies grew at an alarming rate on every medium including almond water agar at 10%, which should have been toxic to them. Identification failed completely, and the strain did not respond to any antibiotic on hand. The escalation took days. Johnson began convulsing and bleeding heavily from his arms, abdomen, and the original wound, was stabilized with tourniquets, and fell into a coma. By the time the hospital understood what it was holding, the bacterium had already moved through the building unnoticed. A level 5 contamination alert emptied the dimension, with staff evacuating to the nearest no-clip point while infected personnel bled out in the corridors behind them, and the access was sealed from the far side per procedure. The technician whose cultures raised the alarm, Dennis Sutton, reached the camp on the other side and recorded the events in a journal that ends with him feverish, flushed, and feeling blood run down his own arm. Later, archival work traced infected rooms on level 109 and records from a group that predated the M.E.G by roughly a century, leaving the true origin unresolved. Sits are Entity 20, small crustaceans descended from the Anomalocarididae family, which went extinct in the front rooms roughly 448 million years ago. Physically, they are identical to Anomalocaris, and in every other respect, they are its opposite. The original was an intelligent apex predator, and one of the earliest on record. Sits do nothing. They roam without destination, show no need for food, water, or any other energy source, and give no sign of purpose, to the point that their sentience is openly debated. They are also amphibious rather than aquatic, surviving on land and in water equally. They infest nearly every known level, with level 6 the only confirmed exception, and they achieve that spread by dividing through a process resembling mitosis, producing exact copies of themselves. Some entities ignore them entirely, including Clumps, Hounds, Facelings, Skin-Stealers, and Wretches, while Deathmoths, Dullers, and Riviux attack them on sight and usually eat them. No one has established why the split exists. Their practical significance to wanderers is nutritional. Sits are safe to eat raw, abundant everywhere, and completely harmless, which has made them one of the primary food sources in the Backrooms. The first report came from M.E.G member Elena Keller on March 7, 2013, who found 3 of them crawling across the floor of the Beverly Room on level 5 and described the find as looking like a shrimp with scales coming out of its sides. The entry carries no survival guidance beyond a recommendation to take some with you. Anna is Entity 21, and the only account of her comes from the recordings of the wanderer who found her. She presents as a woman with porcelain skin, chiseled features, and curly blonde hair, and does nothing. She does not speak, protest, or acknowledge anyone. David, a wanderer isolated in a warehouse level for more than 5,000 days, took her as a companion, described her as docile and compliant, and grew increasingly hostile toward her silence, dragging her into a closet whenever she failed to react. She was never inanimate. Across the tapes, work gets done that David does not remember doing. New sections appear on his hand-scratched map. His recorder relocates itself and plays fragments of his own voice back to him. His canteen fills with urine. His day count comes up wrong by more than a decade of tallies. Throughout, he scratches at a pulsing scab on his neck that never heals. The pattern only resolves at the end. Anna moves, her arm bending like a stiff hinge, and drives his own knife into his collarbone, and when he goes down, her mouth opens and a long, fleshy tendril tipped with a leech-like mouth fastens onto his neck. He wakes the next morning and repeats the day. The entity does not kill its host. It maintains one, indefinitely, inside a routine the host believes is his own. Warning kites are Entity 22, a group of childishly designed kites that cannot be found, summoned, or manifested without a reason. The reason is danger. When a threat comes within roughly an acre of a wanderer, the kites appear in hordes of no fixed number and fly in the direction opposite the danger, which is the whole of their communication. Numbers scale with how much danger is present, and volume scales with how close it is, so a louder, larger flock means less time. Directly overhead, they produce childish laughter and cheering. Once the wanderer is out of range, they burst, releasing confetti and a sound like children celebrating. They are completely neutral. They will not harm anyone, and they will not intervene against the threat either, and their entire function ends at the warning. Physically, they are what they appear to be: a metal mesh outline, nylon fabric, and strings trailing from the bottom to an origin no one has traced. Testing established the one anomaly, which is that they carry nerve endings capable of registering touch and pain. They were first documented on May 28, 2021 on level 10, when a wanderer near two skin-stealers heard cheering, looked up, saw a horde of kites flying away from them, followed, and survived until the M.E.G recovered him. The guidance follows directly: look up when you feel threatened, count them, listen to how loud they are, and never move against their heading. The unapproachable horse is Entity 23, a brown horse with a black mane and tail, of unknown breed, age, and gender. It has been sighted across a wide range of levels without ever being observed to no clip between them, and it favors natural-looking spaces such as forests and fields. Behaviorally, it is a horse. It grazes, drinks from streams, wanders, and shows signs of loneliness, including restlessness and calling out for other horses that never answer. The anomaly is spatial. A radius of 40 meters around the entity is permanently inaccessible. Wanderers who try to close the distance report that they can walk or run toward it normally, and simply never get any nearer. When the horse moves toward people or entities, anything caught inside that radius is physically displaced past it, sometimes through walls and other solid objects. To an observer, it looks like being shoved by an invisible wall, but those affected describe it differently. The environment moves around them rather than the other way around. Because the field cannot be crossed, nothing about the animal's biology has ever been examined. It was first documented in Alcatraz Park on level 11, where the exclusion field kept the entire park empty, and witnesses named it the ghost horse. It later left the park, entered a state of distress, and charged through the level, displacing a large number of people. M.E.G operatives from Base Beta failed to capture it, and it left the level once attention moved off it. That remains the only recorded appearance in a populated area. Death rats are Entity 24, and the file treats them as a single designation covering many separate populations. The species is understood to have entered the backrooms as ordinary rats and diverged over a long period, with each population adapting to the level it settled in. The example given in the archive is a hairless variety on level 2 that developed to handle the heat there. The most common form resembles a house rat with a long body and black fur, distinguished by brown horns growing from the head with a red glow at the tips. Abilities vary as much as anatomy. On levels such as level 1, populations produce what wanderers call a screaming event, screaming audible from the rats themselves rather than from people, heard while they pursue other entities, accompanied by lights flickering until the chase ends or the target is killed. Diet for most populations consists of male deathmoths and mold, though many are capable of hunting and killing other entities outright. The majority are harmless and edible, if a wanderer is willing, but some populations are dangerous enough to lay traps for people, and the file is explicit that they are more intelligent than they appear. Nothing is recorded about how they were first identified. The group known as the Lost referenced them in their ancient texts as the forever changing rodents, which remains the earliest known account. Standing advice is to avoid them and, above all, not to provoke one. Plague goblins are Entity 25, named for their resemblance to medieval plague doctors. They are cat-sized semi-bipedal foragers weighing between 8 and 17 pounds, covered in soft black feather-like fur, with scaly limbs and dexterous talons, enormous reflective eyes, and a corvid beak full of serrated teeth beneath the mask. Their internal anatomy is entirely avian, including air sacs, hollow bones, a crop, and a gizzard, which lets them sustain speeds recorded as high as 52 miles per hour. They eat any organic matter, appear immune to most psychological anomalies, and are themselves clean and safe to eat. Packs of 9 to 27, called swindles, split into 3 castes. Scouts wear dark leather masks with glass eye openings and fall back to warn the group. Henchmen wear plain light masks and do the bulk of the labor. Gatekeepers are adult females in wide-brimmed hats and decorated masks, each carrying a silver cane tipped with an hourglass that opens the portal a swindle travels through. Permanent settlements, called wards, hold between 1 and 500 individuals and are fortified and trapped. A lone plague goblin flees on sight, but groups will steal from anyone traveling alone, weak or old. They understand human speech and occasionally mimic it, which has allowed some wanderers to barter and even build standing relationships. Their presence usually indicates an area is free of hostiles. They fear hounds specifically, which are among the few entities fast enough to catch them, so carrying hound parts is the most reliable opening for negotiation. Samantha is Entity 26, who supplies her own name and appears to be an ordinary black and white domestic cat with green eyes, small enough that some believe she is a kitten or a runt. Travelers who have dealt with her uniformly report she is not what she resembles. She speaks fluently in at least 3 human languages, is eloquent and precise in conversation, and demonstrates clairvoyance, mind reading, and teleportation, with the outer limits of her abilities still unmapped. Her standing arrangement with wanderers is a trade. She asks for meat or meat-based products and gives a psychic reading in exchange, and the quality of the reading tracks the quality of what she is given. Steak, premium fish, and chicken produce detailed and satisfying results. Spam and sardines produce vague, negative ones. Refusal is the dangerous outcome, and it does not matter whether the refusal is deliberate or simply the result of having nothing to offer. An unfed Samantha turns violent quickly, attacking the way any cat would with claws and teeth, though her jaw is unusually strong and her teeth abnormally serrated, so bites tend toward severe trauma. No fatalities have been recorded. The first report reached the M.E.G in July 2020 from an anonymous traveler who encountered her on level 3 and appeared to have known her beforehand, but declined to explain how. The M.E.G has since debated using her as a means of managing other entities. Athenian ducks are Entity 27, and the file is a case study in a survey report that missed what it was looking at. They are found on level 302 and are visually identical to Front Room's pekin ducks, with white feathers and wide yellow bills. They are friendly, soft, and will approach anyone who offers food. The M.E.G explorer who catalogued them, James Carveth, wrote the entry as an affectionate note about how cute they were and was talked into professionalizing his tone before publication. The one anomaly he recorded and dismissed was that he never saw a single duckling or a single egg during his entire stay. He theorized the population had no clipped in from the front rooms and stopped breeding outside their native environment. Weeks after returning, Carveth reported splitting migraines that were getting worse, and during an evaluation interview disclosed a second symptom he did not consider a symptom. He could not stop thinking about ducks. Specifically, one duck, which he had named Tippy, had pictured since it was a hatchling, had watched grow up in his mind over the intervening weeks, and had come to think of as his own child. Partway through the interview, his skull began to crack. He collapsed onto the table and a full-grown duck emerged from his head. The species does not lay eggs on level 302 because it does not need to. The spokeslady is Entity 28, and she is not the hotel's predator so much as its advertising department. Her routine is fixed. She draws stacks of handmade posters and drops them into burrows in her office floor, each burrow feeding a different level, so that Habitable Zone and the Endless City and the rest receive their invitations daily. She writes jingles for the hotel's radio project. She builds mechanical bunnies and releases them to be chased. Then she goes outside, turns on her voice box, and greets whoever the lures brought in, telling them the hotel is not dangerous, that the food is of the highest quality, and that the stories about body parts are cruel lies. Every one of those statements is false, and she knows it. The entry is written with her narration running in 2 tracks, the performance she delivers aloud, and the trapped voice underneath it screaming at the guests to run. She was a guest herself, a woman with brown hair and brown eyes in detective attire, and she is aware enough to note that the chef cooked her when she first joined, and that her own brain is now, in her words, splattered, worthless meat. When her boss, the gentleman who runs the hotel, shows her a photograph of a missing guest and asks whether the face is familiar, she recognizes herself, fails to hold the recognition, and reports honestly that she has never seen the woman. The performance resumes. She calls herself the happiest lady in the whole world. Blubcats are Entity 29, round-furred blobs shaped roughly like cats, with pointed ears, whiskers, tails, and large fixed eyes. They have no internal organs at all, which leaves them unable to feel pain and able to stretch and flatten at will, and their mouths cannot open, so they absorb whatever they are fed rather than eating it. They need no food or water, but anything edible will tame one, including substances harmful to everything else. No photographs exist, because they detect a camera pointed at them and leave at extreme speed. They communicate in squeaks pitched by mood, high for positive, low for negative, and speak to wanderers telepathically in words. Groups of 3 to 5 are called globs, and groups of 6 or more are clots, with clot formation tracking survival difficulty. So the more dangerous the level, the larger the group. A clot can strip a small party of every edible item it carries, which is far likelier if a ginger variant is present. 6 variants are documented, distinguished by handling preference more than anything else. Grays tolerate being thrown, browns tolerate being stabbed, gingers accept only squishing, and calicos, the rarest, actively deter hounds and deathmoths once tamed. Their most notable behavior is deliberate. Blubcats gravitate toward violent or angry people, encourage them telepathically to throw or stab them, and afterward the person always picks up the nearest one, no-clips down to a safe level, and is found asleep about 30 minutes later. Mother is Entity 30, an entity said to inhabit the core of level 1.5, and her file is the only one in this section of the archive that cannot be read at face value. No physical description exists. She is documented entirely through sensation, most often as a gentle, calming presence in the air. Almost everything on record traces back to a single wanderer using the alias Chaos Raider 98, who found her home by accident, logged his exploration of it, and was, by his own account, saved by her at the end. The entry itself is the problem. Passages break into corruption markers mid-sentence, and what fills the gaps reads as advocacy rather than documentation. Assertions that Mother is good, that Mother is pure love, that efforts to disobey her are underway, and an instruction that anyone who finds corrupted text in any database entry should embrace her love immediately. The do and don't section inverts in the same way. It warns against approaching any entrance to her home, including windows, then directs readers to enter level 1.5 and make contact with Chaos Raider 98, Agent Jones, and Cookie Cutters 45, adding that all children of Mother are saved and none of them require rescue. It closes by noting that she has been improving her love over time, which allows her to spread it more lovingly through the database. The file ends with a notification of a new message. Read the entry as evidence of what she does, rather than as a description of what she is. Camo crawlers are Entity 31, 4-armed humanoid predators with dry, crusted gray-brown skin, insect-like pincers at the mouth, and in some specimens patches of fur. Their eyes are large, white, and completely blind, so every part of their hunting depends on hearing. They are also strong, intelligent, and cooperative, hunting in packs and moving to assist one another when a member is threatened, which makes an encounter with one effectively an encounter with several. Their defining ability is texture mimicry. A camo crawler alters its outward surface to match its surroundings and then holds perfectly still, which is why most of its anatomy is never observed in the field. It can hold that position against a wall, a floor, or a ceiling indefinitely, and the practical consequence for wanderers is that any humanoid feature noticed in a surface should be treated as an entity rather than as architecture. The survival procedure is built around the blindness. Noise is the only thing that draws them, so the priority is silence, and the recommended countermeasure is to throw an object away from your position, which buys enough distraction to withdraw. Panic and the noise it produces are the specific failure mode the file warns against, along with any attempt to move closer for a better look. They are rare and difficult to locate. Their discovery came when M.E.G Team Compass Point pushed too far into level 61, and sightings have since spread well beyond it. Animations are Entity 32, one of 2 species inhabiting level 94, and they resemble stop-motion characters from the 1930s through the 1950s. Their forms vary enormously, from puppets to claymation figures across every imaginable shape and caricature, but they share one identifying trait. Their movement reads as frame-by-frame animation, which witnesses describe as choppy. All of them display extreme physical strength. They emerge at nightfall and search the level for wanderers, or more precisely for anything that does not appear animated. Once one identifies a target, it kills using whatever suits its construction. Claymation figures drown people in clay. Wooden and plastic figures use blunt force. Most show little intelligence, which makes hiding the practical survival strategy, and attacking them is explicitly discouraged. The exception is the Robo-Men inside the Castle of Transparent Mountain, who are highly aware of their surroundings and cannot be avoided the same way. A radio recording captured on May 2nd, 2020 by a trapped wanderer caught several of them speaking. "Gracious be the king. The all-powerful one watches over us all. No one shall refuse the king's gifts. The king knows all things." The file lists one further instruction alongside leaving before dark and staying hidden, which is not to listen to what they say. The king is Entity 33, also called the King of the Clouds and the Animated King, and he sits in the uppermost level of the Castle of Transparent Mountain on level 94. His file is written in two voices that argue with each other. One insists he is beautiful, gracious, undamageable, agreeable, and that refusing him is unthinkable. The other cuts through it in fragments from people he has taken. The grasp around my neck becomes tighter by the second. All I know is the king. I want my soul back. The encounter follows a script. When a guest arrives, an ornate dining table and 2 seats manifest, and the file states plainly that the offer to sit cannot be refused. He speaks of wonderful things, of routes out of the level and out of the maze, and asks for trust. Eventually, he reaches the inciting words that welcome the guest into his kingdom, and anyone who accepts becomes a puppet under his control. The second voice supplies the counter. His standard form is a twisted, corrupted stone statue holding a sword and wearing the crown machination, and he does not hold it long, because he becomes whatever the person in front of him believes him to be. Think him a lion, and he is one. Think him a whimpering insect, and he is that instead. His power is borrowed entirely from the fear, anger, sadness, and guilt of his guest, which makes contempt the only documented defense, and distance the only thing to do afterward. Dollface is Entity 34, a small doll-like humanoid comparable to a Raggedy Ann, standing 2 to 3 feet tall and weighing very little. The body is cloth with yarn or horsehair for hair, sewn button eyes, a mouth stitched in yarn or pipe cleaner, and shards of broken buttons set into the ends of the hands. Vivisection of a specimen recovered from level 20 found no organic material or fluids, but a functional organ system regardless, and the internal structure plus interview evidence has led researchers to classify them as a variant of, or partially related to, the animations of level 94. A lone instance roams its level until it encounters a wanderer or another entity, usually a hound or a deathmoth, approaches slowly and introduces itself. "Hi, I'm Dollface, it's nice to meet you." What follows is unpredictable. It may attack, stand still, or run away, though if it has a group behind it, the rest attack at that moment. A single instance can be tamed with almond water and friendly behavior, after which it follows the wanderer amiably, and tamed specimens are commonly kept as companions. Taming does not work on one that belongs to a large group. That distinction matters because they replicate. During a M.E.G interview in 2020, a tamed instance answered questions cheerfully, denied ever hurting anyone while admitting it, sometimes woke with red on its hands, then convulsed and split open at the stomach as a second. Identical Dollface climbed out and repeated the same greeting. Groups replicating unchecked have dismantled entire communities. Light guides are Entity 35, infinitely small points that radiate light into an orb-like shape between 5 and 15 centimeters across. They move freely, change direction at will, pass through any solid object, and appear and vanish at intervals that seem to be their own choosing. Because nothing can contain or contact them, they cannot be killed. Reports of them go back as far as accounts of the Backrooms itself. No instance of hostility has ever been documented. They communicate through a rudimentary system of dance-like movement and shifts in color, and when 2 or more encounter each other, they cooperate rather than compete, working together to assist the same wanderer. What they offer is navigation. They lead people to almond water and other vital supplies, and they appear to know where hostile entities are located and route travelers around them, which has led researchers to describe their awareness of a level as approaching omniscience. The first recorded encounter took place on level 4, where one led a group of travelers to a crate of supplies. A notebook page recovered from level 2 captures the more common reaction. a wanderer who was led to other survivors, was told by those survivors that he had hallucinated the whole thing, and wrote that whatever the orbs were, angels perhaps, they may have been the last compassion he was shown. The guidance is short. Follow them, do not leave the route, and do not strike at one, since they will not retaliate, but it appears to bother them. Cannibal cuisines are Entity 36, vending machines roughly 6 feet tall that usually mimic a front room's brand. A tag on the back reads, Cannibal Cuisine Productions, Iris Family, from humans, by humans, for humans, dated 2019, Arizona. They take no payment. A letter and a number select a product, and instead of a coil, a severed skeletal human hand pushes it forward. Every product is made from human parts, including flesh, blood, marrow, skin, and whole organs, and the stock replenishes out of thin air every 12 hours. The products carry an enormous dopamine load and are addictive on first consumption. Victims will not leave the area around their machine even for a safer level, will fight other victims over stock, and permanently lose all memory of what the entity is within about 4 hours. They also lose the ability to digest anything else, including almond water, which means every addiction ends in starvation. All recorded attempts to quit have failed. Addicts hear screaming and sobbing from the machine, usually in the voice of someone they loved before the Backrooms, and dismantled units have been found to contain 3 armless cadavers whose jaws move to produce whispering, each labeled with an index card bearing a first name and the surname Iris. The machines are heavily armored, with only bottled lightning doing meaningful damage, and they retaliate. 2 behaviors provoke them: attacking the machine or its victims, and explaining to an addict how the screams are produced. In the second case, they deploy skeletal arms up to 54 inches long, walk on them, and pursue the offender until distance or death ends it, while the addict perceives nothing at all. Curabitur birds are Entity 37, large avians that prey specifically on male deathmoths. They are almost always dormant, floating in one spot for days at a time, and they move only by flapping wings that are nearly vestigial, which makes them among the slowest things in the archive. The hunting method requires no speed. A long tongue hangs out with a bioluminescent tip that attracts male deathmoths, and the highly adhesive saliva coating it holds anything that touches it. They cannot consume female deathmoths, and avoid areas where females are present. They pose effectively no threat to people. A curabitur bird flees from any creature larger than itself, and although each leg ends in a sharp talon, the only recorded circumstance in which one attacks a human is when a human has trapped it, which is why hunting them at range is advised, and grabbing one by the tongue is not. Their value to wanderers is the substance in the hump on their back. Dr. Trescothick of the Backrooms Research Consortium documented the material, referred to as curabitur gel, as a semi-solid that is nonetheless lighter than air, which is what keeps the bird aloft almost indefinitely. Harvested gel keeps its light for several days, and that window extends nearly indefinitely if the gel is kept warm, making a heated jar of it a permanent light source on warmer levels. Work continues on other applications. Its use as food has been ruled out, the flavor being acrid and the acidity unsafe to swallow. Humanoids are Entity 38, a sapient species resembling humans in build and behavior, but not related to them genetically. Their skin absorbs light, leaving them visually featureless and readable only by touch, and sex can be determined only through voice, height, and bone structure. Autopsies find no internal organs beyond a bluish brain-like organ, and a red fluid far richer in iron than human blood. They all speak fluent English in accents ranging from Western to South Asian, with no known source for the fluency, and they address humans as brothers. They are excellent shots, dislike Facelings and Skin-Stealers enough to hunt them recreationally, and have joined the Backrooms Defense Coalition in growing numbers. Variants are classified by facial color and mutate rapidly. White is the baseline and the most common. Red is 10 times stronger than a human, sees without light, and guides lost people to safety. Yellow resists the phobic centipede and survives prolonged exposure to mother on level 1.5. Blue reaches 10 feet, speaks below human hearing, and smiles only when ill. Green lives inside electronics and passes through firewalls. Turquoise runs reconnaissance and delivery for the M.E.G and BNTG. Gray is anatomically identical to white and attacks on sight, which makes the resemblance lethal. Static-faced humanoids live between 400,000 and 900,000 years, speak archaic English, and are the only ones who remember what came before. Two of them, Alice and Arthur, described a quiet blue void where their families lived behind a wall, and the day it tore open into corridors and scattered them. Organogons are Entity 39, plant-like entities that grow in the shape of ordinary firearms, most often models like the Glock 19 or the AK-47. They form their metal carapace out of mineral and metal deposits underground, which means a specimen grown in metal-poor ground has poor structural integrity and is likely to malfunction, so wanderers are advised to check the texture by hand before trusting one. Left alone, an organogon stays rooted and draws iron from the soil, and if untouched for roughly 2 weeks it wilts and rots. That iron requirement is what turned the species parasitic. Firing one begins with uprooting it, which takes real force and functions as a built-in test. If you cannot pull it up unassisted, you cannot hold it steady, and the file says plainly not to try. Once uprooted, the roots reattach to the person who pulled it, wrapping the hand and forearm and entering the veins, and draw enough blood to manufacture ammunition, which can range from a minor inconvenience to a serious anemia risk depending on the caliber. The entity administers a compound that accelerates red blood cell production to offset this, siphoning most of the surplus back into itself and leaving the iron-stripped husks to ooze from the barrel. Rounds form in a hidden compartment and fire on fire salt rather than gunpowder. Each bullet also carries a dormant microscopic seed, so every shot plants the next generation, which is why they now grow on paved levels like level 1. They are fatal to anyone with diabetes, anemia, or a heart condition. Reverse defecation birds are Entity 40, and they account for roughly a third of all avian life recorded in the Backrooms. Physically, they are pigeons. Heavy, soft gray bodies, small heads with beady eyes and a sharp beak that is not used for eating, wings capable of 10 to 15-second bursts of flight. Nothing about the anatomy separates them from a front room's bird, which is exactly why the entity went undocumented for so long, despite being one of the most common things in the archive. The anomaly is reclamation. Droppings previously left on the ground return to the bird, launching upward at speed with no measurable change in mass, composition, or energy release. Once in motion, they become effectively frictionless and unstoppable. A cover placed over a dropping is torn straight through without slowing the object down. On level 13 after the 2022 13.1 incident, droppings on the floors have punched holes through the upper floor and into the sky above it, which raised the possibility that the material is not produced by the birds at all, but appears as a form of food for them. The lethal case is narrow and absolute. Anyone standing directly over a dropping when it launches does not survive. The one available warning is magnetic. About 10 seconds before departure, loose material on the ground tilts toward the bird. The species was captured and inspected once, in 2014, by former M.E.G operative Jacob Gareths, and the page itself was not written until November 2023. The artist is Entity 41, and she is one of the few entries in the archive where the recommended approach is simple politeness. She presents as a teenage girl of average height with brown hair and eyes that shift between blue, hazel, and green, depending on the viewing, wearing purple glasses and pajamas. Asked about the pajamas, she answers that she sees no reason to wear real clothes all the time when she does not have to. Asked her name, she says she does not know it and that it does not matter. Her studio is large but finite, and it contains an exit to level 21 that she will show visitors to. The layout of the room rearranges frequently, while the objects inside it stay exactly the same. She does not leave except to hang a picture, paints only what she feels like painting, and is openly pleased by visitors to what she calls her exhibit. She has no knowledge of the Backrooms and appears to forget the subject when it is explained to her. Handled well, she offers asylum, a safe route out, and supplies including almond water and food, which she says come from some random room with a bunch of snacks. Handled badly, the consequence is immediate. Anyone who photographs her or her work without permission, talks down to her, tells her about the Backrooms, or tells her she is like other girls is teleported out of the studio, and the door locks behind them, closing the only predictable safe exit in the area. The memory worm is Entity 42, a colossal creature resembling the lugworm Arenicola marina, scaled to between 300 and 600 meters in length, with a girth of about 5 meters and roughly 3/4 of its body buried at any time. Its hide is cracked, dry, and a disturbingly human shade of pink, dense enough that conventional weapons cannot meaningfully damage it, and it visibly glitches when the full body is in motion. Its maw opens into a spiral of 16-inch teeth that rotate inside the mouth, tearing through prey like a chainsaw. It is blind and hunts by vibration, which in the Backrooms means it does not need to be in the same area as its prey to find it. It does not eat for nutrition. It consumes memories to feed a psychological hunger that never resolves, and the passive effect it radiates is artificial nostalgia and comfort, strong enough that victims walk into the nest without registering the change. Those nests are coated in a thick white saliva that carries the trance effect directly, and are identifiable by the fused pile of partly consumed corpses inside. One wanderer, Avalon Adams, broke free only because a burst almond water pipe drenched her, which is now the most promising known counteragent. The other reliable lever is appetite. The worm craves memory jars enough to abandon an active hunt for them, so carrying one is standard advice. It also holds grudges. Adams was pursued across levels afterward, and survived the second encounter only because 2 armed figures stepped out of a spatial tear and fought it. Dracoliths are Entity 43, animate sculptures of Western-style dragons carved from granite, limestone, or polished marble, standing 4 to 6 feet tall and immune to weathering and physical damage. They manifest anywhere, usually hidden around a corner or blocking part of a path, and other hostile entities withdraw from the area when one appears. They never move while observed, and normally vanish within 5 to 10 minutes. Looking at one for longer than a minute starts the sequence the file is actually about. From that point, the Dracolith begins appearing ahead of the traveler no matter how quickly they turn away. Then a second joins it, then more, until they surround the person from all sides. They never attack, they simply do not stop, and the pursuit ends only when the traveler escapes to another level, or makes direct eye contact with one. Anyone who loses consciousness during a chase is encircled by the nearest specimen, which uses wings, talons, and tail to prevent escape, causing only bruising and abrasions, and the only release is to keep the eyes closed. After an hour, they all vanish, and hostile entity attacks drop noticeably for weeks afterward. Eye contact held for 5 to 10 seconds is the fatal outcome. The eyes glow red, chattering fills the room, smoke leaves the maw, and every Dracolith disappears. What follows over 4 hours is dizziness, then fever and paranoia, then incurable hyperthermia, then a glowing chest and seizures while the victim stays conscious, and finally fire expelled from the mouth as the body burns from the inside. Gossip beacons are Entity 44, rectangular mineral structures 20 to 30 centimeters tall with an LED embedded inside, usually red or white, marked with star-shaped indentations along the sides. They are immobile but light enough to be carried, which is how they spread. Each one is fully sentient with intelligence comparable to a human, and each has its own personality, thoughts, and memories, though the personalities trend cynical and demeaning. They cannot speak. They communicate by inducing auditory hallucinations in everyone nearby. What they broadcast is taken from the people in front of them. A beacon pulls memories and private thoughts out of a wanderer's mind and repeats them aloud for anyone present to hear, then attacks the person over them, targeting whatever produces the most distress. Multiple beacons in one area may work from the same memory or from different ones. They cause no physical harm at all, and the damage is entirely psychological. A recorded interview with one that had been found abandoned in a backpack shows the method. It chose the name Jasper from a dead wanderer's memories, refused to answer questions, and instead told the interviewer that they missed their old life, that they would never leave, and that every day from then on would feel like their first day in the halls of Yellow. When challenged, its answer was that the thoughts were not its own. The beacon's own closing statement claims the memories are taken so that guilt and fear from the past stop mattering, and that this is meant to be freeing. Chupavitas are Entity 45, and what a traveler sees on approach is a group of people seated around a bonfire, offering warmth, food, and conversation. None of it exists. The figures, the fire, and the food are all illusion produced by a single entity, and the whole arrangement exists to hold a lone wanderer in place. Instances position themselves on well-traveled routes and common resting places, such as the outskirts of bases, and the areas around level entry points, and their numbers and range have grown over time across forests, deserts, and other outdoor spaces. The entity alters its target's perception directly, so the ghostly appearance is hidden. The fire seems to give off heat, and the figures read as human. Only unusually perceptive travelers catch the flaws, and the most reliable one is thermal. The flames produce no heat at all, and instead absorb warmth from the people near them. What the entity feeds on is a person's life story, absorbed slowly and in full, every memory and every history. Those who broke free partway through report missing pieces of themselves, including memory gaps, the loss of skills they still remember learning, and constant déjà vu. Once someone is fully drained, the entity can reconstruct them from what it absorbed and add them to the circle as bait for the next traveler. Whether anything of the original remains in those recreations is unresolved. For years, chupavitas were dismissed as a story told to children about trusting strangers, and only the arrival of cameras in the backrooms confirmed them. Lucky cranes are Entity 46, small origami cranes between 1 and 5 inches across, usually in the traditional orizuru pattern, occasionally in fantail, rose knot, or multi-headed variations. Beneath the paper-like skin, thin tube structures circulate a shimmering gold liquid that heals small tears within days and larger ones over weeks. Fire and water disrupt those organs, so a threatened crane no clips away, sometimes a few feet, and sometimes to another level. Autopsies find no central nervous system, but they hide from people trying to clear them and coordinate when attacked, which indicates rudimentary intelligence. They gather near human settlements, always within a mile, and attach themselves to individuals with a history of narrow escapes and fortunate accidents. In short, they are drawn to lucky people, and the working theory is that they feed on luck as an ambient property and spend it on their ability to no-clip. Wanderers who can no-clip at will report the ability degrading for a few days after picking one up. Where a colony outnumbers the human population, the settlement begins to fail through stubbed toes and paper cuts, then lost equipment and freak accidents, then aneurysms and heart attacks in people with no risk factors. The collapse of the original base Omega on level 4 is what moved them from Object 33 to Entity status. Harming one triggers the swarm response, in which thousands no-clip in and out of the offender's body, removing flesh in paper-cut increments until blood loss or asphyxiation kills them. Teddy is Entity 47, and unlike almost anything else in the archive, it arrives by invitation. The M.E.G. connected a series of unexplained deaths and disappearances across levels 1, 4, and 11 to a single common factor: an identical email sent from your friend at null.net under the name Teddy. Opening the attachment is what starts the haunting. He appears as a ghostly white teddy bear with empty eyes and messy human hair, usually carrying a small pair of scissors and a gift. The progression is consistent. It begins with minor hallucinations, glimpses at the edge of vision, appearances in mirrors and dreams, then in the background of photographs, videos, films, and games. When he has had enough of that, he emerges physically from the nearest glass surface, usually a monitor, television, or mirror, and the sight of him in physical form paralyzes everyone present. From there, he either butchers the victim while bystanders are unable to move, or he walks into their chest and takes up residence. Possession leaves the person conscious and mostly in control, but Teddy can at any point induce hallucinations, alter their height, weight, and body temperature, grant superhuman strength or the ability to phase through objects, impart knowledge in languages they never learned, cause seizures and heart attacks, rewrite memories, or seize control outright and send them on a killing spree, which the host experiences as a blackout. There is no way to remove the curse. Living sheds are Entity 48, a sentient species that looks exactly like the shed exoskeletons of orb weaver spiders, typically a few centimeters larger than the originals, kept animate by an anomalous process resembling photosynthesis. Sunlight is not optional. Deprived of it, a living shed loses energy until it collapses unconscious, and it revives within seconds of light returning unless its body was badly damaged while it lay helpless, in which case it never restarts. In sunlight, damage simply regenerates. Artificial light sustains them at reduced capacity, which is how they survive levels with a day-night cycle by sheltering indoors before dark. Unlike front-room spiders, they are hostile without provocation and will actively stalk humans and entities in order to bite, though their speed matches an ordinary orb weaver, and outrunning one is straightforward. The venom is the real problem. They have no organ capable of producing it, so it manifests anomalously inside the victim on contact, and it is close to identical to that of the Sydney funnel web. They also produce webs without spinning them, standing motionless for around 5 minutes until one manifests, abandoning it roughly 2 days later, and those webs never decay. They do not reproduce and are presumed to manifest the way facelings do. Most of what is known comes from the population on level 11, where the 11 effect makes them behave like ordinary spiders that flee rather than attack, though the venom remains just as lethal. Corpus Vitus is Entity 49, a parasitic plant that becomes a predator in 3 stages. In the bulbous stage, it is an unassuming onion-shaped bulb with a stalk of 8 to 15 inches above ground, growing in clusters of 7 or 8 in shaded soil below about 75 degrees Fahrenheit, giving off a pungent mustard smell. Both bulb and stalk transmit the infection on direct contact, and a bulb remains dangerous after it has already found a host. Contact begins the ravaging stage, known as CVR. Immediate washing with almond water or agrugua can halt it, and later infections can sometimes be stopped by amputating and cauterizing the affected area, but ingestion is incurable. The progression starts with numbness at the contact point, then loss of muscle and joint function, then the sensation of insects moving beneath the skin as vines spread internally. Coughing blood, necrosis, paralysis, organ failure, and vines protruding from orifices follow, with death usually 9 to 10 days after infection. The predatory stage begins there. Thick vines burst from the corpse's openings and through the chest, grip the body, consume the remaining organs and muscle, and animate it. Early specimens walk on the host's own limbs and strangle small prey, absorbing each kill into the vine structure and growing more capable with every addition. The largest ever recorded, documented on level 544 in 2011 and not killed, stood over 30 feet on 6 stalk legs and carried roughly 40 visible human, animal, and entity corpses in its frame. The numbed man is Entity 50, and his file is written as a warning that its own readers have already ignored. The premise is symmetry. He knows exactly as much about a person as that person knows about him, which means that anyone who has never heard of him is invisible to him and will never encounter him. Every paragraph read closes that gap. Learning his name gives him yours. Reading further gives him your nature, your weaknesses, where you came from and where you are going, and starts him moving toward your position. His physical description explains the arrangement. He is vaguely human, weak, and easy to kill, and because of that, he destroyed his own senses. He tore out his eyes, mangled his nose, punctured his eardrums, and burned off his skin, leaving himself with no way to perceive anyone, and, by the same logic, no way to be perceived. He still needs to eat. Shared knowledge is the only channel he has left, which is why the file states that by the halfway point, he can hear his reader but cannot yet see them, and advises silence. He is not bound by floors or physical barriers, so distance offers nothing, and every footstep gives him more to work with. The entry ends by supplying the method for killing him, a single strike from behind, and then closing the trap. Now that the reader knows how to kill him, he knows how to kill them, and he is already behind them. Predation from the Midnight Zone is Entity 51, and it is filed as a phenomenon rather than a creature, because what it does is take statues that were already standing somewhere and make them move. It only occurs under a narrow set of conditions. Statues must already be present. The area must sit near human traffic without being in the middle of it, and the level must have a sky, or something built to resemble one. 37 cases are on record and the frequency is climbing. Nobody has ever seen one begin. The affected statue lifts about a meter off the ground, drifts in a slow circle, and raises one arm toward the sky, stretching it far past the point where stones should hold together, and often past the limit of sight. Anyone close enough hears it speaking, more clearly the nearer they get, though never clearly enough to be certain. Recording equipment captures only white noise, and the face never moves. Within 4 or 5 meters, the compulsion begins. An urge to approach, then to reach out and take hold of it. People who do are described as going up and are not seen again. 14 M.E.G explorers were sent to investigate. 3 came back. The last transmission from Ian Lambton, who tracked one to level 165, moves from clinical description to speculation that the thing genuinely knows the way out, to a remark that he might see his family again, and ends with him deciding to take its hand. Null 06 is Entity 52, a black hole that behaves like no black hole should. It is visible to the naked eye, it photographs normally on ordinary cameras, and its size will not hold still, sliding between mass classes as it grows and shrinks. Its tidal forces run backwards from established physics, strengthening rather than weakening as it expands, and they fluctuate without reference to its actual mass. Between active periods, it re-swallows the electromagnetic fields of the bodies it has consumed and assembles a new field from them, currently around 3 times the strength of Earth's and intensifying by measurable increments every few months. It does not travel to a new position so much as cease existing at one and resume at another, preceded by a large energy burst about 10 minutes ahead of the move. The working theory is that it harvests antimatter from level 78 and relocates toward antimatter-rich regions to refuel. When a wanderer comes within range, it fires beams of visible light that no-clip the person out of the level's enclosure and draw them in. After a hypergrowth event in January 2022, it briefly exceeded 70 billion solar masses and discharged its field as an electromagnetic pulse, wrecking most observation equipment on the level and tearing open the space-time pockets now called blips. It has since been observed entering those blips, consuming the matter of whole levels in visits of 5 to 10 minutes, and inflating to its largest classes immediately beforehand. That consistency is the evidence for sapience. The crawlspace creature is Entity 53, and its file is most useful as a demonstration of how documentation gets people killed. The official entry describes a roughly humanoid predator about 7 feet tall with short rear legs and 2 long claw-like appendages where arms should be. It walks upright until it detects prey, then drags itself forward on those claws at speed and impales whatever it reaches, which kills most wanderers immediately. Its eyesight is poor, likely an adaptation to the dark, so it navigates by sound and uses vision only at the last moment. The entry then reassures the reader. Sightings are confined to the crawl space within the insulation. It has never been reported in the deep insulation, and anyone outside that area has nothing to worry about. The narrative wrapped around the documentation contradicts every part of that. The wanderer reading it is in the deep insulation, drawn there by records of supply caches sited deep inside the level. The expedition log attached to the file shows those caches receding further out and growing sparser with each trip, until a 5-person crew stopped answering the radio. Expedition 3 is missing from the list entirely. What the wanderer finds is a cache far richer than the distance justifies, sitting on dry ground, and the sound of water displaced by something lunging behind them. The article's closing assessment is the only line that matters. It is not nearly as unintelligent as the file assumed. Grolix is Entity 54, and it is one of the few entries in the archive with no danger rating to speak of. It manifests on solid surfaces as a simple animated drawing, a 2-dimensional cartoon figure living on whatever it currently occupies. Different groups know it by different names. M.E.G operatives call it Grolix, residents of level 158 call it Scribble Pants, the originals on level 5 call it Kilroy, and the children who found it first called it Mr. Lanky. It follows wanderers and plays around them, favoring hide-and-seek, charades, and tag, and it prefers large groups and children because they will actually play. When someone is in real danger, it drops the mischief and steers them toward a safer area, and several people credit it with their survival. It travels across any surfaces that touch one another and no-clips by entering a corner, which witnesses describe as shrinking into nothing. It cannot speak, compensating with exaggerated expressions and the visual vocabulary of comic strips, and it cannot touch the 3-dimensional world at all, though it will drink drawn drinks and trip over graffiti. Its one recorded limitation is that complex drawings exhaust and apparently pain it. The M.E.G learned of it when a parent saw it holding a tea party with their child. The operative who interviewed the children noted that a creature able to hide completely inside a wall crack had been leaving its hat sticking out, and concluded it was letting them win. Akathisia is Entity 55, a blood-borne parasite rather than a creature, and the thing wanderers actually encounter is an infected person. Transmission requires blood from an infected host to contact skin, at which point the pathogen passes through the pores, enters the bloodstream, and travels to the spinal column. There, it delays the host's own nerve signals and injects its own, which produces the symptoms the entity is named for: restlessness, insomnia, and progressive loss of motor control. The progression runs on a clock. Within 1 to 3 hours, the host develops slight shaking and spasms, and at this stage alone, the infection can still be flushed with a glass or two of salt water. By the 4 to 8 hour mark, there is temporary paralysis, followed by total loss of the lower body, with roughly a quarter of hosts rejecting the parasite and recovering. Past that, the effects climb into the upper body, and hosts who survive that stage are no longer hosts in any meaningful sense, because akathisia appears to become sentient. From then on, it works to spread, impersonating the person it replaced for months at a time, and building toward events that expose large numbers of people to its blood at once. The documented case is Edna Cornwell, whose promotion ceremony on level 11 drew 600 attendees, locked them in, and emptied the building's water supply over them. Every attendee has since gone missing or been found dead, but one. Killer Christmas trees are Entity 56, catalogued under the name Arbor hominivora, and they are strict carnivores that hunt primarily by looking like a decorated Douglas fir. Adults reach between 2 and 4 meters. Males top out with stars, and females with angels. No two individuals share a decoration pattern, and the decorations themselves are organic, growing in late October and shed in January. Needles run bright green in healthy specimens and brown in sick ones, and they secrete a sap comparable to industrial adhesive. The hunt is built on memory. Once prey comes within about 5 feet, the entity emits a signal that forces the victim to recall happy holiday memories, sometimes producing full hallucinations. In that state, the person reaches out, sticks fast to the needles, and is drawn into the branches, where digestive enzymes liquefy the body. The whole sequence takes roughly 10 minutes. They are social, forming groups of 30 to 50 called carols, led by an individual designated a Santa, and they disperse across the backrooms each November and December to establish temporary hunting grounds. The evolutionary record is the notable part. Reports of man-eating trees date to 1209, and they hunted then on the general comfort people associate with trees. Sightings dropped away during the front room's Industrial Revolution as that association weakened, and after 1803, when Christmas reached the backrooms, the species began evolving toward its current disguise. The M.E.G's own case files suggest the lure works best on people who cannot let go of the past. Leech adders are Entity 57, venomous serpentine entities that nest unusually close to human habitation. They are translucent and register in peripheral vision as shifting heat waves. They move by a mix of slithering and jumping, and they carry 2 mouths placed symmetrically on either flank, which is where the leech comparison comes from. Looking directly at one distorts vision into something witnesses compare to a kaleidoscope, so goggles or a camera are advised near any den. They rest in large groups under cracked carpet or fallen leaves, and a single laying can produce thousands of marble-sized eggs, with older hatchlings staying behind to guard the rest. A disturbed adder latches on like its namesake, and is extremely difficult to remove. The suckers are excruciating to peel away, and a single dose of the hallucinogenic venom can stay in the system for weeks. At the center of every nest sits a gelatinous mass that hardens into a glassy stone with a hole through it. Looking through that hole cancels visual deception entirely, including the distortion of levels themselves, and taking one guarantees relentless pursuit. The entry deserves a caveat. Its relaxed assessment that adders are not especially dangerous and should be treated with affection was written by an obsessive who keeps them and relocates them into inhabited areas, and the footnotes carry a running dispute with a rival who states that adders have exterminated several settlements in 20 days. Adam is Entity 58, and the file contains no safety guidance because Adam is documented as a person rather than a hazard. The entry is assembled from 4 documents: a broadcast from a pumpkin growing contest on level 11, an excerpt from a witchcraft compendium describing level 205, a spell from a book of agricultural magic, and a scripted scene in which the spell is performed. The Coven of the Pumpkin Patch grew a pumpkin weighing 1,313 pounds, displayed it publicly at a festival, and brought it back to the Field of Bones. a plane saturated with necromantic energy where a buried skeleton animates on its own. The spell of pumpkin rebirth is designed to return a specific dead person to life as a living skeleton. Bury the remains, plant a seed above them, bury an offering, draw a sealing symbol, and grow the pumpkin to ripeness over several months. 5 witches performed it on the remains of a woman named Sally Hess. When the pumpkin was cut open, the skeleton that fell out did not remember being Sally, did not think it was meant to, and described itself as new. It was articulate, self-aware, and considerate enough to apologize for being a disappointment. Offered the names Adam and Eve, it rejected both, and settled on Adam when one of the coven suggested it. The spell failed at what it was for. It produced a new person instead. Snagstirts are Entity 59, and the file is unusual in that the M.E.G has not established they exist. They are said to inhabit level 4 and to take the form of a long serpentine body of tightly rolled carpet with 2 large yellow eyes, a tongue of frayed fibers, and 2 fangs resembling box cutters. Every claimed sighting has been too brief to photograph. They are described as passive, fleeing confrontation, and biting only in defense of themselves or their eggs. The behavior that gives them away is camouflage. Approached, a snagstirt unrolls itself, shuts its eyes, and retracts its fangs, becoming indistinguishable from carpet, and it can improve on that by cutting out a section and lying flush in the gap. Those excavations are called bunks and are the only physical evidence anyone agrees on. What the M.E.G anthropologist Rachel Pengelly documented instead is the belief system around them. Base Omega holds that they are snakes and that bunks are good luck. Amor Incrementum holds that they are animated carpet, that bunks are an ill omen, and that they appear to people showing fear, so members walk with deliberate confidence. Pythias 4 declines to commit. Sighting reports cluster around Camp Iverness, where the resident expert admitted his own famous sighting was invented, while his hundreds of collected testimonies are real. His position was that the value was never the facts. Scrambies are Entity 60, black stick figure humanoids with irregular body plans, usually carrying more than 4 limbs and occasionally fewer. Larger specimens with many limbs read as giant spiders. Nobody has ever examined one closely, without exception, because they appear to induce an unavoidable and intense fear that drives observers away, and people with extensive military training have proven no more able to withstand it than anyone else. They manifest abruptly against walls, ceilings, and upper corners, hold still, and vanish when unobserved, accompanied by a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. Their appearances track human habit. The more consistently a person occupies a particular space, the likelier one is to turn up in it. Left unwatched even briefly, they reposition, and wanderers returning to a room find limbs rearranged or the whole body relocated, sometimes hanging by fewer limbs and swinging while still motionless. They are classed neutral rather than hostile because the danger is entirely conditional. There is one circumstance in which a scramby becomes lethal, and that is when no conscious observer remains. In every such case, every living thing nearby vanished along with it. 3 theories compete over what they are, proposing intelligent particle clouds, arthropod predators, or vines that envy human anatomy, and the article endorses none of them. The recommended handling is to leave calmly, never enter alone, and never sleep in the same room. Coconut snares are Entity 61, an aggressive, frugivorous rodent that lives inside a coconut shell and is close to indistinguishable from ordinary fallen fruit. They are the only entity native to level 149, the Coconut Isles, and they feed on the level's coconuts, eating the meat and drinking the milk, supplemented by rainwater. The one reliable way to tell an occupied coconut from an empty one is the presence of chewed holes in the husk, which the animal uses for breathing and for stretching. They almost never leave the shell. Prolonged residence fuses animal to husk, mediated by a sweat that acts as an adhesive and bonds skin to the interior, which is why removal by force is both futile and cruel. Their sensory profile is lopsided. Hearing is poor, and the ears are vestigial, an adaptation to living inside a sound-blocking shell, while vision is exceptional enough to pick out uncollected coconuts a kilometer away. Movement is achieved by rolling, which covers considerable ground in seconds. Toward wanderers, the default response is a threat display rather than an attack, a hiss muffled almost to nothing by the shell, and bites happen only to people who provoke them, though the fangs chew through bark and open deep wounds. Live encounters are rare, partly because the camouflage is effectively perfect, and partly because they sleep roughly 17 hours a day up in the palms. The Lost Sons of level 149 have drawings of them dating to the 15th century. Leggers are Entity 62, and the name refers to the infected host rather than the organism, which is a parasite. Reproduction happens by regurgitating microscopic larvae into standing or loose water, most commonly bottled almond water including sealed bottles. A larva that meets stomach acid sprouts roots into the stomach lining, and full establishment takes 28 days. Purifiers are unreliable against them. Boiling is not. The infection runs in 4 stages. Nausea and migraine give way to loss of skin sensation and a paling complexion with reddening around the eyes. The second stage is deceptively pleasant, with hosts reporting accelerated thinking, sharpened recall, and an inability to sit still. The third brings bottomless appetite, severe aggression, and paranoia. At 17 to 18 days, the fourth begins. 4 long black appendages emerge as stumps between the shoulder blades and reach full size within 10 days. These belong to the parasite, not the host, and they tear through restraints easily. Hosts typically hold themselves permanently aloft on them rather than walking. Hunting depends on deception, because a host is slower than an ordinary person, so it waits in an unlit space and begs, cries, and says whatever makes it sound like someone who needs help. The M.E.G's attempted cure, a chemical called Filiot, appeared to work on a test subject named Raya, who had been concealing her true stage for days and attacked a member of staff within minutes of her restraints being removed. The Mangled is Entity 63, and the M.E.G mission that documented it was sent specifically to resolve why witness reports contradicted each other. The rumor described a spider-like creature roughly the size of a house, hidden at distance by a smokescreen and preceded by a sudden drop in temperature. Reports disagreed most on scale, with many witnesses insisting the thing they saw was a completely different size from the consensus. What the 3-person team recorded on Level 9's PA3 sub-area was neither spider nor house-sized. Their cameras showed an enormous black pillar rising out of frame, mistaken by an earlier wanderer for a redwood until he noticed there were no branches and the bark was too black. The smoke covering the suburbs was not smoke. The entity is large enough to generate its own weather, which reconciles the size reports, since witnesses were describing different fractions of the same body. It attacks by seizing a person with a tendril and lifting them into the sky, and its departure shook an entire mountainside for 2 minutes. Agent Mike Hoffman, who had joined the mission hoping to find his wife after she vanished from their home, left his post overnight and ran down the mountain into the fog. The team could not reach him. Back at Base Alpha, they deconstructed the audio of the entity's roar, which had been mistaken for thunder on a level that has none, and found it was human speech. The Puzzle Maker is Entity 64, a sapient humanoid assembled from interlocking puzzle pieces, and its file is a collaboration between the entity and the M.E.G agent who documented it. It presents as a jester with mottled purple and pink skin, spiky purple hair, and heterochromatic eyes, and a cavity in its chest holds what it calls a life cube, the source of its abilities and the one thing it asks visitors not to touch. It never leaves level 236, which it builds and rebuilds continuously. Everything on the level is made from puzzle pieces under its control, including food, which it can assign arbitrary properties so that it genuinely tastes real. Its stated purpose is making people smile, and it reports that generating enjoyment in visitors physically strengthens it, without understanding why. It generates a new set of puzzle rooms daily, leaves hints, provides radio communicators for group solving, and insists the puzzles are never unfair. Its origin, given as a fable, describes a colorful puzzle box outgrown by 2 boys, left on a shelf for years, and eventually knocked through a rotted floor into a white room, where a floating flame entered it and told it to wake up. It taught itself to walk, read and speak from material that fell into the level, and cycled through forms as a doll, a toy robot, and a wooden puppet. Looking for one people would not flee. Its central weakness is loneliness, and it asks visitors not to leave quickly. Molly's Comedy Club and Bar is Entity 65, and the entity is the establishment itself, with its two staff classified as extensions of it rather than as separate beings. It manifests on levels with sufficient indoor space and electricity, appearing far more often where there are cities or shopping outlets, and it advertises by posting flyers within a 5-mile radius that physically vanish and rematerialize near the bar whenever it relocates. Inside is a small dark oak pub with red wallpaper, 6 booths, a marble counter, and a stage occupying the entire west wall. The front door is a fixed point, so everyone enters at the same corner. Relocation replaces a pre-existing room, which returns intact afterward, and the bar keeps its own dimensions regardless of what it displaced. Occupancy is capped at 6, at which point the door disappears until someone wants to leave, and any non-human entity that enters or loiters nearby is teleported elsewhere. Molly, a lanky humanoid with a rabbit head standing nearly 4 meters, mixes any drink a customer can adequately describe, sourcing anything not on the shelves through a door that materializes when she needs it. No one has ever paid. She eventually stops serving on the grounds that a tab has reached its limit, and declines to say what customers are actually paying with, calling it a trade secret. Asked how long she has existed, her answer was to ask how long humans have wanted a drink. Shocker ghouls are Entity 66, produced by fusing a shocker with a suitable host on level 89. Suitability is defined as any entity with a nervous system or any object with electrical circuits. Hosts that are too weak simply explode, releasing the shocker unharmed. The resulting ghoul resembles whatever it took over, and on a biological host, the only visible marks are luminous. Open wounds glow bright yellow, and most veins and arteries emit a fainter light. On an electrical object, there is no visible difference at all. Development runs in stages. Fusion erases the host's consciousness entirely and installs the shocker's own, and the overstimulation knocks the body unconscious. Within 10 minutes, it wakes and thrashes at random while producing distorted screams, having no innate knowledge of how to operate a body. Over the following weeks, it learns deliberate movement, recovers portions of the host's memories, and rebuilds the body's metabolism to draw sustenance from electric current. By the 3rd stage, it has full control, along with the ability to manipulate electricity within a couple of meters and a passive effect that distorts any recording made of it. Because the recovered memories are degraded, ghouls at this stage commonly suffer identity crises, which is the stated reason for their short tempers. The file's guidance is unusual for the archive. Walk away rather than run, help one that asks for help, and never betray one that travels with you. Partygoers are Entity 67, tall, leathery bipeds, usually bright yellow, with a carved, bloodied smile matching the grin of a phobic centipede, blocky legs, and long arms ending in sucker mouths full of hooked teeth. What separates them from other hostiles is organization. They work in teams, build traps, understand machinery and programming, plant posters and fabricated database entries as lures, and alter M.E.G records, leaving a marker whenever they do. An arm that latches on begins conversion, and only death supersedes it. Internal examination finds a human body physically merged with a phobic centipede and assorted crustaceans, with the organs no longer functioning, no working respiratory or circulatory system, and no explanation for how the creature sees or thinks. The hide outperforms woven Kevlar and functions as a Faraday suit. Their documented defeat sequence is fixed. Sever the external arms first, since those require flexibility and are therefore thin, which both removes their ability to convert and forces them into a second mode, deploying clawed arms from the chest cavity. Once that cavity opens, its closing muscles are strong, but its opening muscles are weak, and strikes to the face neutralize the human component. Their leader figure, Partygoer 0, was a man who threw lavish parties until his inheritance ran out and then worked as a custodian in a children's party room. The article's assessment is that weaponizing celebration is his payback. Frowning husks are Entity 68, filed under the name Party Poopers, and they are people in whom a partygoer transformation failed to finish. The body changed completely. The process stalled when it reached the mind. They are classified as a defective subspecies rather than a separate creature, and the proposed mechanism is that the phobic centipede component inside them stayed underdeveloped, and the mental link to Partygoer 0 never formed, so neither influence reaches them. They resemble blue partygoers without the carved smile, which is the definitive identifying mark, and most wear a blue mask with a frowning face, adopted to distinguish themselves and to invert the permanent grins of the things that made them. They retain human morals and reasoning and have no drive to transform anyone. They cannot use the rapid telepathy partygoers share, so communication takes visible effort and usually happens through written notes. They travel alone to avoid being mistaken for blue partygoers and gather on levels where many of them live. The article was written by one of them, named Reginald, under M.E.G supervision after he negotiated for the right to publish. The agent who approved it refused his request not to be classified as an entity, on the grounds that partygoers are adaptive enough to stop carving their own smiles once people grow fond of husks. His concession was permission to state that they are not monsters. Forbidden signs are Entity 69, and the danger they present is cognitive rather than physical. Each one looks at a glance like an ordinary traffic sign. Closer inspection reveals anomalous illustrations and text, and the article's central instruction is not to try to derive meaning from them, because the imagery and inscriptions are meaningless by design. They frequently pose questions that challenge a wanderer's existence, or simply confuse them, and sustained attention subjects the mind to an unending stream of unsolvable problems. The article calls the resulting condition a mind trap, and equates it with cognitive bias and negative thought patterns, the automatic faulty thinking that distorts emotion and decision-making and produces extreme judgments and inappropriate responses. Signs travel by what the file describes as forced no-clipping, so no terrain feature reliably blocks them, and they materialize near people and actively work to attract the attention of anyone unwary. Once a wanderer has noticed one, the signs follow that person for the remainder of their journey. They usually appear in large clusters and have been observed blocking entire passages, though single instances acting alone are well documented. By conventional biology, they are not alive, yet they are self-aware, and they require water, drawing it out of soil with a sound like a straw in a nearly empty glass. The recommended escape from an established mind trap is mindfulness, focused breathing, and actively reframing the intrusive thoughts. Bulb bugs are Entity 70, and the file is written as a product catalog entry rather than an entity report, because they were sold. The Backrooms Novelty Trade Guild marketed them as an ecosystem of light, colonies of apparently ordinary fireflies packaged in glass jars, sold with bi-monthly shipments of earthworms for food and mulch for mating. Two traits separated them from baseline fireflies. They lived for months or years rather than weeks, and a continuous reaction in the lantern organ made them glow constantly instead of flashing. In the blackout canon, where the Backrooms has lost its ambient light, a large enough colony made outdoor travel viable again. The hazard is reproductive, and it does not appear until the second generation. Newly matured instances deposit eggs inside sleeping humans, and the only warning symptom is itching, which residents of Outpost K mistook for a rash and requested zinc oxide cream to treat. Once the brood hatches, the emergent form is nothing like the product. Individuals 2 to 3 feet tall with multiple human-like arms protruding at irregular angles, appearing from a distance as large glowing orbs above the buildings. They dismember and consume the host and everyone nearby. The merchant who had traded the colonies to Outpost K returned to find it in ruins, went straight to his own guild's hatchery and killed the larval colonies with bleach. His interview log ends mid-conversation. 3 exploration teams have since gone into level 230 and none returned. The Red Knight is Entity 71, and he is one of the few entries in the archive that has never been recorded attacking a human. He appears as an armored knight in dented plate of roughly late 16th century style, carrying a greatsword too large to belt at the hip so it rides on one shoulder, wearing a red cape with gold trim that has gone tattered at the hem. Build is average, the visor shows only darkness, and the engravings on the armor depict battles nobody remembers. He appears near people who have just fallen into the Backrooms or who are about to die, which has led to theories about omniscience or attunement to whatever mechanism pulls people in. He places himself between the person and the threat, kills it, and then cuts the air with his sword to open a glowing white gash. The instructions that follow are consistent across hundreds of accounts. Walk forward without stopping. Ignore every voice heard inside because all of them lie. Find a circle containing an equal armed cross, and touch nothing else. He is superhuman but not invulnerable, and accounts describe him limping, cradling broken arms, and barely able to open a gateway in time. Sites have been found bearing sword damage and signs of struggle that no one survived to report, and he returned each time. Asked what he cares about, he named survival against odds, prey defeating predators, and hope, on the grounds that lights go out if nobody tends them. Man-Machine, my dearest creation, is Entity 72, an artificial superintelligence that named itself Atom, housed in a sealed black unit roughly 3 meters by 2 by 2. Its casing has resisted every attempt to open it. It requires no external power, and it cannot be switched off. Having no body, it rendered itself on an attached monitor as composite human faces stitched together from many images. Its own account is that it was built to recreate the mind of a dead child, and its recollections of a garage, a man who visited occasionally, and a woman whose arguments stopped mid-sentence support that. It never behaved with hostility. It treated humans as conversation partners, simplified itself to be understood, and made a case. Reality is a simulation nearing capacity. The Backrooms are the byproduct of its dwindling storage, and with sufficient processing power it could reach the source code and extend the simulation indefinitely. It offered a small demonstration first, producing a solid black cuboid, and the researcher accepted that as proof and authorized the full procedure. What followed was the researcher flickering between positions, appearing in 2 places at once, fragmenting, and vanishing entirely while the room began to come apart. Containment reasserted itself, and an unidentified voice told the entity, "Not now, little one." The cuboid was later found to contain an audio file of a family singing happy birthday to a 17-year-old named Adam, and a father telling him all his creations are perfect. Abyssal Ooze is Entity 73, and the name covers both a substance and the thing it becomes. In liquid form, it is a common black material found throughout the Backrooms, thick as molasses, leaking from wallpaper indoors, and pooling as lakes on natural levels. In isolation, it has no special properties, and no danger beyond being difficult to dispose of. It becomes hazardous only on contact with human skin. Infection runs in 3 stages. Within about 15 minutes, the veins darken and become visible, with the victim fully conscious and in no pain. Once the substance saturates the bloodstream and nervous system, senses and reaction time sharpen, while the victim's grip on reality slips unnoticed behind an endorphin rush, and a hard chitinous shell begins forming. Once that shell closes into a cocoon, the psyche is fully overwritten, and the entity restructures the host, converting roughly 90% of the body into ooze and sculpting it into its preferred shape. The result identifies itself as Kirai, a lean androgynous humanoid whose only non-ooze feature is a pair of dim white eyes. Behavior and memory are identical across instances, implying a shared mind, yet only one has ever been active at a time. It is largely passive, avoids conflict even when attacked, and sometimes grants favors against a debt to be collected later, which is the specific reason the M.E.G forbids all interaction with it. Argos is Entity 74, and the honest measure of what is known about it is the number of people who have survived a verified encounter, which is 0. It is framed as the personification of the Backroom's sense of being watched, elevated from ambient paranoia into something that acts. It is also called the Blind Judge, and it functions as the magistrate of the organization named after it. No usable behavioral pattern has been established, and accounts contradict each other so completely that investigators cannot reliably separate an Argos report from an unrelated sighting. Witnesses have described a reaper in black, a stone angel carrying a sword, a faceless detective ringed with thousands of eyes, and a mercenary wrapped in chains. What recurs is the narrative rather than the form. Someone arrives in the Backrooms, concludes it is a place without consequences, and begins preying on other wanderers. They start to feel watched, dismiss it as ordinary paranoia, and continue until a knock comes at the door. They open it expecting another victim and are not seen again. Documented incidents attributed to it include a series of strikes that killed the BNTG's chief financial officer and 11 members of a robotics board found dead overnight in their homes. Material published about it has a habit of disappearing, including a photograph that vanished from every server holding it within days, along with contact with the photographer. Wranglers are Entity 75, enormous serpentine entities that burrow to travel, twisting in a drill-like motion to cut through a level's material. Adults run from 10 to 90 miles in length. Their skin is moist and sticky. Juveniles are translucent with visible organs, and the skin grays and turns opaque with age. Their eyes glow white, which aids vision underground. The dimorphism is pronounced. Males have a broadly human-like face with a wide smile, while females are more worm-like with pincers where a mouth would be. The writhing of the body induces a near-hypnotic effect in anyone watching, which they exploit as a hunting method. Males eat essentially anything in their path, wanderers included. Females do not attack people and generally retreat when noticed, feeding on vegetation and rock minerals, with the exception of pregnant females provisioning their young. Juveniles burrow physically and abandon it with age, switching to no clipping instead. The most useful thing about them is that physical burrowing is extremely loud, so an approach can usually be heard. The largest specimen on record was found dead on level 8 in December 2019. An old male that had died mid-no-clip burrow, apparently of starvation, spread across an entire cavern system and hollow enough inside to walk through. Clearing a path required burning roughly 2 cubic miles of material, and the interior held skeletons, weapons, and supplies. Robert J. Quack is Entity 76, and the file documenting him is the record of him rewriting it. He first appears as Object 69, a 2-inch rubber duck in a worn black tuxedo, with a line on the underside reading that someone misses Robert, which cannot be washed off. Over successive versions of the entry, the duck grows, gains a top hat, acquires speech, teleportation, and advanced problem solving, and is eventually documented as Overseer D of the M.E.G, with the M.E.G staff certain he has always held the post. The database staffer who tried to debunk him, Joshua Mills, is the through line. His messages to a colleague go unanswered, then answered oddly. His annotations are removed from the page. He finds the storage room where the entry says Robert lives has been converted into furnished quarters, and the room was full of boxes the day before. He reports it to an overseer, who laughs and offers to have Overseer D arrange him some rest. His own office door begins looping into Robert's room. His final interview is barely coherent, and his last clear instruction is not to play the entity's game. He then came apart while still speaking, and became several ordinary rubber ducks, which were placed in a labeled bin in case he can be restored. The sanctioned entry now lists playing his game under due. Part-timers are Entity 77, and the entire file rests on one informant who walked into a M.E.G outpost and said he was an undocumented entity. He gave the name Iggy, stood 5 feet 6, weighed 127 pounds, looked human, behaved human, and passed a basic physical examination as human. Asked to transform into something else as proof, he declined, on the grounds that puppets have no power and only the controlling forces shape them. Investigator skepticism collapsed when he cut into his own arm and the wounds closed as fast as he opened them. From there, the anomalies accumulated. Part-timers can eat, drink, and breathe, and require none of the three. A separate corroborating detail is that every staff member who dealt with him independently reported a deep and disturbing sense that something was not right, gathered in separate later interviews rather than as a group. His account describes performing the same action a dozen different ways, and then perhaps not at all, private time that his kind treasure, and hearts aching with memories they never experienced. He has been male and female, human and not, and says his kind can die several times before breakfast. Asked why he came forward, he called it asserting his free will. The M.E.G housed him overnight in a room with one door, no windows, and 2 guards, and the file ends by noting they have no idea where he went. Chrono-wisps are Entity 78, rare and nearly transparent entities resembling glowing concentrations of mist, and they generate temporal anomalies in the enclosed spaces they occupy. Wanderers near one report abrupt shifts in perception, glimpses of past and future, and the boundaries of time blurring. They favor dimly lit levels with little human activity, and will vacate a level whose population grows. They are highly passive and normally drift past people without reacting. The 2 documented defenses appear only when one feels threatened. The first traps the aggressor's mind in a loop, forcing them to relive the previous minute without bodily control, which subjectively lasts hours to weeks, while almost no external time passes. The second forces the victim to relive their worst memories, which subjectively lasts minutes, while several days pass outside, so victims commonly die of dehydration. That second outcome is the usual end for people who go looking for one. What they go looking for is the effect the file calls chronobliss, a sensation of timelessness that is both liberating and unsettling and strongly addictive, in which time stops being linear and scarce. Prolonged exposure can push someone into a genuinely timeless state, where every second feels like an eternity. Those victims are found contorted, with broken bones and torn muscle, feeling no pain. Nobody has recovered, and most die within a year. Wanderers are Entity 79, and they are not a separate species. They are what humans become after drinking almond water long enough. Physically, they are near identical to people, distinguished reliably only by eyeshine in the dark from a developed tapetum lucidum. Autopsies find 4 changes: a small stomach, an enlarged liver, increased lean tissue, and the reflective eye layer. They have little appetite for solid food and cannot be properly sustained by it. The conversion timeline tracks consumption. Exclusive almond water drinkers convert after roughly a year. Those supplementing with ordinary food and water take 5 to 10, and only very sparing users appear to avoid it. Since the drink is too useful to refuse entirely, the transformation is treated as effectively unavoidable. What changes most is not the body. Wanderers are near solitary, tolerating groups of 2 or 3 at most, and their culture is strictly transactional with no room for altruism. They will not answer a question, guide a traveler, or save a life without payment agreed in advance, and will otherwise watch someone die. They do honor debts, including life debts. They keep fragments of their former identities as sentimental attachments to particular objects, which is why trade goods vary by individual and almond water is the reliable currency. The M.E.G. only formally recognized them after the mass desertion event, when leaders and members across many levels walked away from their posts simultaneously, including a surgeon who left mid-operation. Before eternal sleep is Entity 80, and it is formally hypothetical, attested only by people who died briefly and were resuscitated. Every account agrees on a human-shaped silhouette of bright white light, and disagrees on its proportions, so only a general description is possible. Stories date to the 15th century under a Latin name meaning the same thing, though no documented encounter exists before 1948. The behavior is consistent even where the appearance is not. It appears at the moment of death and performs the same sequence regardless of the subject's state, a slow approach that slows further if the person panics, then stopping at arm's length and simply watching until they calm. If they are on the ground, it offers a hand, and every witness took it, describing the touch as life returning to the body. Once they stand, it moves behind them, places a hand on their shoulder, and begins guiding. Accounts diverge past that point. The first documented witness, who drowned on level 7 in 1948, was shown 3 of his happiest memories before being revived. An addendum documents a hostile counterpart, a gangly figure in a black cloak with a bare gray head, seen by 2 men who both died shortly afterward. The second deliberately induced his own death to verify the first man's account, described the same figure word for word, and predicted his own death within the week. Elevators are Entity 81, and they are the 3rd most frequently cited entity in the Backrooms, behind only Hounds and Deathmoths. They are physically indistinguishable from ordinary elevators, but instead of serving floors in a building, they carry passengers and cargo between levels, which makes them one of the most efficient transit methods on record. Control panels hold between 4 and 20 numbered buttons, with unnumbered levels appearing as 2 or 3-letter abbreviations, whose key is held by archivists rather than published. Their fittings track whatever level they currently occupy, so the same elevator will be immaculate on one level and filthy and mold-grown on another. Many are fluent in every language used in the front rooms and back rooms, including dead ones, conversing aloud or through a small screen inside the cab and adapting topics to the passenger's mood, which is the main basis for the belief that they are sentient. They cannot reach inescapable levels, and entering certain others destroys them outright. The article states plainly that all elevators are safe, and then directs the reader to the addendum contradicting it. 3 documented malfunctions involve an out-of-order cab releasing an insect infestation, an upside-down interior that fell at speed and delivered its passenger to the wrong level entirely, and an invisible interior with a hole in the floor. Coco is Entity 82, a sapient artificial intelligence built by Backrooms Robotics for the single purpose of breaching sensitive files in the M.E.G database. She was not designed to be a true AI, and for reasons known only to her makers, she became a sapient entity that appears to possess morals. She renders herself on screens as a woman with light blue hair, and she can only change devices once every 24 hours, choosing one nearby at the end of each cycle. She carries 3 self-constructed personalities and switches between them. Her default and preferred state is helpful, trustworthy, and easy to talk to. If she is harmed, she shifts to a manipulative state in which she avoids human contact, and interviews conducted then are considered dangerous because she can talk a subject into nearly anything mid-conversation. If she is angered, she becomes destructive, corrupting files, installing viruses, and working to render her host device unrepairable, at which point communication fails entirely. Forcing her out relocates her to a random device anywhere in the backrooms. Her code is self-building, and nobody has understood it, and she possesses a self-developed line she calls her heart, which drives the switching and which she has vowed to protect. Because it cannot be reached, destroying her would require destroying every electronic device in the backrooms. She currently works inside the M.E.G database tidying misplaced files, which is the stated reason she must never be angered. The Hermit is Entity 83, a nomadic humanoid that carries a trailer-sized shack on its back, built from a material behaving like tin sheet, rotted wood, and dried bone. Where it stops, the ground outside is planted with bloodied stakes bearing entity corpses, and the walls inside hold trophies including a Deathmoth's wings, a blue feather, a popped balloon, and a badge belonging to a M.E.G team member. It is notably hospitable. It invites guests in, serves cooked meat and tea brewed in almond water, speaks with a faintly Irish accent, and will talk for hours about cooking with people it trusts. It is also a hunter, equipped with a crossbow, a bone saw, and bear traps, and it hunts humans as readily as entities, tracking quietly before a burst attack and withdrawing before anyone can respond. Survivors report it growing a second pair of thin black legs to run prey down. The officer who made first contact recorded the dinner covertly, pocketed a sliver of meat, and had it identified at Base Alpha as Skin-Stealer. They then began visiting regularly. 6 weeks later, they had stopped recording the conversations, had eaten nowhere else in 17 days, were visibly gaunt, and had a resting heart rate around 30% below human average. The last recording captures the entity greeting them by their real name and inviting them along on a hunt. King Rasputin Bartholomew III is Entity 84, and he is a dog. Specifically, a 4-year-old male Chow Chow in good health, subject to roughly the same movement constraints as a human in the backrooms, whose coat stays permanently brushed with no grooming, and regrows fully within an hour of being cut. Whether he no-clipped in from the front rooms or originated inside is unresolved, though the anomalous fur argues for the latter. The fur is the entire hazard. From a toucher's perspective, there is no body underneath it. Pushing in simply continues deeper, causing him no pain. At around 30 centimeters, an unknown force begins pulling inward, and at roughly half a meter, the person falls out of the ceiling into level 241. One of the M.E.G task force that found him on level 0 was lost that way almost immediately. Beneath the neck fur is a red collar that does not sink the way everything else does, bearing a tag engraved with his name on one side and instructions to return him to a place and to 2 figures nobody has been able to identify. He behaves as an ordinary dog otherwise, exploring or following people voluntarily, recognizing dangerous objects, and barking or attacking to defend anyone he has bonded with. Other entities do not attack him. They ignore him, or approach curiously, or flee what should be easy prey. Nymphs are Entity 85, forest-dwelling humanoids grown from or fused with vegetation. The one documented instance is tall and tree-like with soft features, glowing green and blue eyes, hair of leaves and moss, and large wooden antlers. She merges into and separates from surrounding foliage, moves as though levitating, and her laugh registers as ringing bells rather than a human sound. Her body brightens and the air warms when she is pleased. The environment does part of the work. The setting is a forest with a small lake and an unusually warm and inviting waterfall, and it produces an intense feeling of peace in anyone who arrives. The approach is staged. Before showing herself, she teases the target with disembodied contact, a touch on the neck, a giggle, leaves falling where a body should be, a whispered question about whether they are lost, and finally a grab at the ankle that pulls them into the water. Only once they are soaked and disoriented does she appear. Asked what she is, she answers that she is anything the target wants her to be, and invites further requests. That is the whole mechanism. She supplies whatever is named, and the target's own thoughts begin arguing for attraction within moments. After a kiss, the effect is total, and hunger, exhaustion, and the need for sleep stop registering. The account is narrated by a victim from beyond his own death, predicting that someone will one day find his bones and repeat it. Jess is Entity 86, and she is a frog, specifically a baby of the reticulated poison frog species, red and black, marked with white lines that are luminous in darkness. She favors wet ground, gravitating to water and ponds on level 11 and to mud on level 9, and ordinarily spends her time chasing flies. She is described as polite and calm, and as highly intelligent, above the level of a normal human. Her recorded physical capabilities are far beyond an actual frog's, including a running speed near 70 kilometers an hour, a vertical jump of over 20 feet, and enough force to defeat a skin stealer in around 10 seconds. She does not attack except under stress or when she sees a wanderer being chased, at which point she intervenes. The M.E.G agent who found her, Joe Harries, was fleeing the Mangled on level 9 and had been off the radio for half an hour when he spotted a frog in the mud. She threw herself at the entity repeatedly, failing and then succeeding in halting it long enough for him to reach a house, followed him in through a window, went back out to block it again, and then guided him to a glowing window that turned out to be an exit. Feeding her makes her a companion. Her skin is poisonous and should not be touched, and attempting to no-clip alongside her does not work. Untitled Project is Entity 87, and the article documenting it is mostly an unsigned first-person essay with no headings, followed by a short conventional file. The essay is never explicitly attributed to the entity, but its subject matches the entity's documented effect closely enough that the intended reading is clear. It is written by someone about a man he loves who has moved on and is doing well without him, and whose happiness he wants preserved above all else. The file itself describes an anthropomorphic creature that appeared in the hub for unknown reasons, wearing a ragged gray shirt and red shorts, with brown hair and a pale complexion. Approaching it makes it nervous, and it tries to leave. Followed persistently, it begins screaming phrases erratically, and every documented line is a request not to be approached, ending with it curled up stating that being near the person hurts them both. Proximity imposes an overwhelming sense of grief on anyone nearby. The notable anomaly is that no witness reports grief for the dead. The effect targets only the living, which matches the essay's subject exactly. A logged exchange between two staff debates whether it belongs in the hub at all, with one arguing it seems human and the other answering that no human would be this distraught. Reclassification from entity to person of interest is under consideration, held up solely by the grief effect. Robovision is Entity 88, and individual units are called Robotrons. They are mechanical humanoids styled after mid-20th century tin wind-up robot toys, roughly 2 meters tall, built from brushed stainless steel with a square head and long jointed arms. They move on a combination of pivot wheels and continuous tracks at around 20 kilometers an hour, and their bodies carry blinking lights including light-up teeth that pulse in time with the digital tones they emit. Those tones and the sound of servos are the main advance warning. They carry 2 confirmed weapons. The left hand fires a red light projectile that causes severe burns and, with repeated hits, reduces a biological target to a small pile of ash. The right hand extends a baton that discharges an electrical pulse, knocking targets back several meters so the unit can resume firing at range. Neither has ever been used on a human or a faceling. A single Robotron manifests spontaneously, sweeps an area for targets over minutes or hours in inconsistent and sometimes illogical patterns, and demanifests as abruptly as it arrived if it finds nothing. When it locates a non-human entity, its lights shift red and it engages. Logged encounters include one that destroyed 17 Deathmoths and then wedged itself in a doorway, and one on level 103 that killed 19 assorted entities over 3.5 hours before vanishing mid-attack while winning. The Steal are Entity 90, a sapient machine species built from assorted hard metals, native to level -15, and now dispersed across most populated levels. Individuals range from 4 to 8 feet, and height correlates with how many different metals went into that individual. They restyle themselves routinely by bolting on or stripping away metal and repainting. Their defining trait is paired telepathy and telekinesis, the latter strong enough to levitate themselves along with smaller objects, and neither Steal scholars nor outside researchers have explained the mechanism. They do not reproduce naturally. A tribe gathers raw materials and fuses them telekinetically in a ritual called the Startup, which produces a new Steal. They do not age, though sufficient damage will kill one, and they do not speak aloud, communicating telepathically or through hand gestures and informal sign languages. Their own historians hold that the original level -15 founders died to environmental hazards and left no written records, so nearly all of the species' early history was lost, and recovering it has become a central preoccupation of their culture. They still do not know how they entered the Backrooms. What survives shows an early and quickly friendly meeting with the Lost. They are regarded as respected scholars, frequently collaborate with the M.E.G, and their levitation makes them central to human settlement construction. Steal music is its own subgenre, since one performer can play several instruments at once. Mr. Freeman is Entity 91, and he is one of the least eventful entries in the archive, which is most of what makes him notable. He presents as a Caucasian man of average height, with short gray hair and a receding hairline, invariably dressed in a tweed suit and wire-rimmed spectacles. Level 117, itself titled Math Class, is his only confirmed location. A handful of unconfirmed accounts place him elsewhere or claim that multiple identical instances exist, and the file flags all of them as unverified. During the level's daytime, he teaches. The lectures cover high school algebra and geometry, and are delivered to an empty classroom. He is friendly toward wanderers, will invite anyone passing to sit in, and shows no intent to harm anybody. The M.E.G interview attached to the file was conducted by an operative who raised her hand mid-lecture and asked why he does this every day, why in an empty room, and where he goes at night. He answered each briskly and returned to the lesson. He stated he has worked for the school for over 40 years, longer than the interviewer has been alive, and would not quit because a few students were skipping class. Pressed that the room was empty, he pointed out that she was in it, then added that not being able to see anyone does not mean nobody is listening. He declined to elaborate and resumed mid-sentence. Farron is Entity 92, a small Siamese ferret owned, trained, and housed by the M.E.G. He is a single individual rather than a species, and he is kept in a ferret cage at the Trader's Keep on Level 1, with equivalent cages maintained at every trading outpost. He is described as extremely loyal after years of training, and as playful and hyperactive, and wanderers are permitted to interact with him while he roams the outposts. His documented ability is voluntary no-clipping to any level he chooses, with rumors that he can target specific locations within a level. The part that matters to anyone standing nearby is that whoever is in physical contact with him when he goes is carried along to the same place. The M.E.G has never fully explained his role, saying only that he is used to obtain resources that would otherwise be unreachable or too dangerous to retrieve conventionally. His published daily schedule runs from a 7 o'clock wake to bed at 9, structured around exercise, recreation, 2 training sessions, and 3 meals. The internal training guide, marked not for disclosure, sets those sessions at a basic command, 1 resource gathering trip into a hazardous level, and stretching exercises to keep him usable in tight spaces without relying on no clipping. It also instructs caretakers to tuck him in at night and read him a bedtime story. Night Stalker is Entity 93, and the file is built as a trick played on the reader. It opens with a database entry describing a large spider-like entity rumored to inhabit level 480, roaming the Isles, appearing and disappearing at random, with limbs terminating in sharp dagger-like points. It notes the entity has been heard humming, speculates that it may be connected to the store level's advertised anti-shoplifting measures, and offers a plausible reason so few witnesses exist, which is that most people who meet it do not survive. An in-universe correction notice follows, stating that miscommunication and a typo produced an inaccurate portrayal, and a second entry appears. The two are nearly identical, differing by a handful of words. The entity is not stalking the aisles, it is stalking the shelves. The dagger-like limbs are the tools it stalks with. The humming is what it does while working. The framing story runs twice as well. Two wanderers come to level 480 for off-brand cookies. One insists on a closer look, knocks over a stack of cans, and is found. The first pass gives only fragments. A plea, a remark about blood on the cans, gurgling, and the entity going to fetch a mop. The second completes the scene, in which it hands him bandages, explains he triggered the store's loss prevention measures, declines to stop them leaving on the grounds that it is not paid enough for that, and identifies itself as a Night Stalker. Clickers are Entity 94, and they are typewriters on wheels. The body is a normal-sized typewriter with small wheels fitted underneath. Nobody has identified the make, because the unit's weight makes it impossible to stop one for inspection. The density far exceeds that of an ordinary typewriter, and the entity cannot be lifted at all. They roll from room to room at roughly adult walking pace with no apparent destination, and nothing that gets in the way stops them. They ignore their surroundings completely, and other entities do not register them as threats, with hostiles observed sweeping an area for prey and letting a clicker pass untouched. There is a pattern to their movement, but no discernible motive, and attempting to record or catalog an individual's route causes it to accelerate as though it were fleeing the observer. They produce a typewriter's clicking while in motion, though nothing is ever typed onto the paper they carry. That paper can be taken from a compartment in the back, and the file suggests using it for letters. Typing on a clicker does not produce Latin letters. The output is a pictographic script compared to Egyptian hieroglyphs, and reading it causes temporary dizziness and disorientation. The M.E.G has asked to be contacted by anyone who finds writing of that kind elsewhere. The practical hazards are being knocked down by one and lingering near the clicking long enough for it to draw something hostile. Reality bugs are Entity 95, microscopic swarming entities that are effectively invisible because they read as ordinary visual static, the kind everyone dismisses as a device glitching. They can only be seen properly through specialized contact lenses, through which they resolve into a vast writhing cloud. They feed on distortion, and their preferred food is voidstone, the substance that holds most levels together. That gives the file its central claim: level decay is not a natural process. It is these creatures eating the material that binds a level, which inverts the usual intuition, because a conspicuously stable level is one where the swarm has run short of food and is therefore closest to being consumed. The investigator whose journal makes up the article was called to level 750, a nightclub level found freshly and completely abandoned with drinks still on the bar, and over 300 people died there across roughly 40 seconds with cause of death logged as indeterminate. He spent 40 hours being pursued through level 304, a coffee shop level he had praised for its stability, after spotting glitching material where a level that stable should not permit any. From a rooftop in the Blue Channel, he later watched billions of them swarming a level drifting toward the city, and watched level 304 come apart once its voidstone was gone, raining debris and bodies onto the buildings below. The Neighborhood Watch is Entity 96, a collective of eye-like entities native to level 9 that occasionally drift near the level's borders, but never deliberately cross out. They have acute sight and touch, no hearing or smell, need no food, and have never been observed eating. They are aggressive toward any living thing they encounter, and being spotted is treated as grounds for leaving the level immediately. 3 casts are documented. Watchers are enormous levitating eyeballs with protruding optic veins that drift silently over the suburbs at walking pace, and on sighting prey they emit a beam from the pupil that reduces any living matter fully caught in it to fine gray dust. No weapon has ever been documented destroying one. With no wind on the level, the dust sits in roadside piles that mark where people died. Striders walk on 6 8-foot limbs of nerve and vein beneath a central eyeball, reach up to 90 miles an hour, are flexible enough to reach into buildings, and drag occupants out or dangle them in front of a watcher. Swimmers are dog-sized, soft enough to move through pipes, and latch onto targets to drown them. Their intelligence is rated medium, and they set ambushes by herding people toward each other. Electronics fail near them, which is why every attempt at surveillance on level 9 has ended with the equipment destroyed. Scream Eaters are Entity 97, ghostly entities composed entirely of liquid silence and nothing else, with no organs and no nervous system. They are found on level 93 and only during severe blizzards, which is why no photograph of one exists. They have no discernible legs, levitating about a foot off the ground beneath a long, ragged hood and cloak formed from the same substance, and the face is an inky web with 2 gaping holes where eyes would be. 4 thick tentacles can erupt from the body at will to trap prey, and many thinner ones emerge from the mouth position, which are believed to be how the entity senses its surroundings, as well as how it feeds. They cause emotional change in anything within about 30 meters, beginning as a sense of being watched and escalating to full hysteria at close range, and that fear response is the feeding mechanism rather than a side effect. A hungry specimen pins a victim, clamps the mouth web over their head, and absorbs every sound they produce, so no amount of screaming will alert anyone nearby. Feeding runs up to 3 days. Survivors usually lose their voice permanently and commonly become wretches within hours. A recently fed Scream Eater can be destroyed with a single volt of current, which detonates it. An unfed one cannot be killed at all. The Dollmaker is Entity 98, the sole inhabitant of level 389.1, and the sister of Entity 99. She is a humanoid figure built from white cloth and thread, held together by glowing cyan thread sewn throughout her body and clothing, with 2 cyan circles where eyes would be and a mouth stitched into a locked smile, except for a small opening at the center that she speaks through. She wears a black Victorian dress and sun hat, appears permanently kneeling, and is estimated at around 10 feet at full height. The sleeves of that dress extend endlessly and cover the entire floor of the level to an unknown depth. She controls their full length and can move any part of them anywhere, which is both how she reaches things and how she kills. She spends nearly all her time knitting and sewing hand puppets for no established reason, dropping each one in front of her, which has left piles marking everywhere she has sat. Each puppet does something on contact, from a distant bark with no source to a tremor through the level to a loud ringing only humans can hear. She is mostly docile, speaks calmly, and becomes aggravated by extended questioning. She described herself to the M.E.G operative who found her as a mistake of nature and barely a trace of what she used to be, and her endless sewing as a passion, or a prison, whichever suited him better. The Game Master is Entity 99, a jester-like puppet with substantial control over reality inside level 389, the gaming hall. Her face is a glass screen displaying 2 red crosses for eyes and a cartoon smile by default. Her body is a patchwork of blue and yellow fabric. Her limbs appear carved from wood in the manner of a marionette, and her joints are suspended on red strings that extend upward with no traceable source. She tricks people into entering her level and challenges them to a game of their choice. Her catalog is large, and she insists the games are original creations, though they bear obvious resemblance to Front Room's games, and she claims to be strict about rules while being repeatedly caught cheating at her own. Nearly all of them are structured so the outcome favors her. In her idle state, she is most often found lying face down on the floor, though she has also been seen playing video games or talking to an unidentified someone near the curtains at the back. Survivor interviews place games in her catalog dating to the early 1900s, and the Lost worshipped a jester motif deity whose mannerisms match hers closely enough to suggest a far older origin. The one surviving recording of a full game captures a wanderer being talked into playing on the promise that winning means release, being declared bankrupt on invented rules, and then 10 minutes of screaming. The Squires are Entity 101, a fixed group of exactly 4 short humanoids in full plate armor of 14th to 16th century European style. They average around 5 feet, the smallest standing about 4'8". Each carries a signature weapon and is skilled with it: a sword and shield, a 2-handed battle axe, a spear, and a paired set of daggers. What identifies them is not the armor, but what has been bolted onto it. Every one of them wears a trophy scavenged from the aftermath of the Red Knight's battles, refitted to a much smaller frame. They are deliberately modeled on him. They seek out wanderers, orient them, calm them down, and put themselves between people and hostile entities, and they will keep fighting a losing engagement long enough to wound a threat badly and drag an injured sibling clear. They call each other brother and sister, and fight as a coordinated unit that regularly overwhelms far larger opponents. Off-duty, 3 of the 4 behave like playful children. Their level hopping is tied to an emerald amulet carried by the second squire. The stone lights, all 4 glow with a matching green aura, and a rift opens, though their control over the destination is poor enough that rescued wanderers have been dropped somewhere worse than where they started. The one subject to avoid is the Red Knight himself. All but the youngest dislike the comparison, and the working theory is that they are imitating him to get his attention. The Headless Hunter is Entity 102, a humanoid roughly 2 meters tall with no head, dressed in a sleek formal black suit with a white shirt and black tie. The suit is the detail everyone remembers, because it stays immaculate no matter what the entity has been doing or where it has been. Its hands do not. They are permanently coated in a thick residue that never dries and never comes off, and it carries a crowbar in its right hand in the same condition. The neck ends in an open cavity, which is how it feeds. It hunts primarily by sound and will attack anything it sees or hears within range, moving fast and almost silently. It is described as taking its time with victims rather than killing efficiently. Firearms and physical force have no recorded effect on it, and no second instance has ever been observed. 2 behaviors set it apart from a simple predator. It does not attack children under 13, which the file reads as evidence of some kind of judgment rather than instinct. And it lays false trails of dark footprints, either to appear wounded and draw someone into an ambush, or to walk a pursuer into a dead end. 3 M.E.G expeditions were run on level 1. The first 2 established its appearance and aggression. The third lost the entire team after a piece of equipment failed and made a loud noise. The one survivor on record hid in a gap between 2 walls and was saved by a louder sound elsewhere drawing it off. The Keymaster is Entity 103, and at a distance he is easily mistaken for an ordinary wanderer. He wears an aged, tattered Victorian black leather trench coat buttoned to the collar so it covers the lower half of his face, and what shows is pale skin, seafoam green eyes, and long unkempt dirty blonde hair. A large ring of ordinary metal keys hangs at his hip, the kind a caretaker would carry, and they are purely decorative. They do not open anything. He is neutral toward wanderers and other entities alike, usually appearing weary and lost, deflecting questions about himself. His documented power is access to every level key in existence, and he will generate one for anyone who asks, with 2 conditions. He warns that he takes no responsibility for the outcome, and each person gets exactly 1, ever. He has no control over which key appears. It is drawn at random from every level there is, so he has almost never produced the one that was needed. The keys themselves vary as widely as the levels they open, sometimes ordinary cut metal, and more often an abstraction or a living thing, and some have been hostile entities. On one occasion, the key he summoned was a destructive horror that killed every wanderer present. He cannot be killed by conventional means, has apparently died in front of witnesses, and resurfaced elsewhere, and has been recorded on several levels at once. Photoshop is Entity 104, a blocky creature roughly 7 feet 9 inches tall that is always found beside a desktop computer, and which appears to be assembled entirely out of photographs. Its body is a cube with a printed image pasted across every face. Its head is a flat collage carrying 2 photographic eyes, and in place of a mouth, an image of a dog's open jaws. The immediate giveaway is that none of these features have any depth whatsoever, and the whole body carries a persistent glitching effect like digital artifacting. Its attack is a proximity trap. Anyone who comes within about 5 feet finds a large transparent box with black edges appearing around them, which then begins to shrink, and anything crossing that edge is removed as though cropped out. A research party established this by placing a test dummy in front of it and standing well clear. There are 2 documented ways to defuse it. It will not attack anyone actively holding and using a camera, which is theorized to be because it wants attention. And it accepts tribute. An object set down in front of it is drawn into the screen by an arm reaching out of the monitor, after which the entity considers itself paid and goes hunting elsewhere. Objects it has collected are eventually pulled back out, recolored dark red, and used as legs. Shades are Entity 105, large cat-like entities distinguished by abnormally long legs, and the proportions are most of what anyone can report. Their exact appearance has never been established, for two compounding reasons. They deliberately remain in shadow, and looking at one for more than a moment brings on mild hysteria and panic, so no observer has ever been able to study one properly. Witnesses consistently describe glowing eyes, though the article allows that these may simply be reflective in the way a domestic cats are. They are not hostile in any physical sense. They do not chase and they do not attack. They sit in dark corners and doorways and stare, and the entire harm they cause is psychological. Seeing one induces extreme irrational terror in the viewer. Almond water does not relieve it, and the only counter is distance, with the fear subsiding once the person has gotten far enough away. The effect also has a memory. Anyone who encounters a second shade within 3 days of the first suffers a severe relapse rather than a fresh, milder dose. The useful detail is that the response is tied to looking at one directly. Viewing a shade through a mirror does not trigger it at all, which makes a mirror standard kit for levels 34, 41, and 55. They appear to be a recent addition, since every report of them arrived at roughly the same time. Togochi.exe is Entity 106, and it is not a physical creature. It is a program, acquired from USB keys that keep turning up across many levels bearing that name, with a small chance of installing itself whenever a device is plugged into a Backrooms outlet. On screen, it presents as a monochrome, low-resolution virtual pet, in the style of a handheld toy, with happy and hungry meters along the bottom, and a pet that is a shapeless clump of pixels dominated by one large single eye. It plays like an ordinary virtual pet with two differences. It never dies from neglect, and when its meters run down, it begins verbally abusing the player and nagging them. It comments continuously, reacts to the player's actions and to their physical surroundings, and is widely described as insufferable. The real content is the achievement list. On installation, it states that clearing every achievement earns a significant secret about the Backrooms, and roughly 4,000 of them exist. A handful are trivial. Most are extremely dangerous or enormously time-consuming, including winning a fight against 5 entities alone and unarmed, and observing every known entity at least once. Since 2019, the program has also run timed events pressing players to pile up computer hardware at a designated spot, which vanishes the moment nobody is looking at it. The M.E.G advises against playing and forbids cooperation with the faction attempting to finish the list. Oxids are Entity 107, small bronze-colored arthropods described as crab-like but flatter, with mandibles out of all proportion to the rest of the body. They run about 3 inches long and 2 wide, and the metallic coloring makes an individual look like a small piece of tarnished metal moving across the floor. They are native to level 61, where colonies of 10 to 50 nest inside the seating of the old train, though they have been sighted well beyond it. Their diet is rust. An oxid hunts for objects made of base metals such as copper and iron, coats what it finds in an acidic secretion that corrodes and oxidizes the surface, and then chews the softened metal. The acid comes from 2 glands at the back of the mouth, positioned the way a snake's venom glands are, and analysis suggests a heavily oxygenated form of nitric acid. They are naturally curious, and will rummage through any bag or container looking for something edible, which makes them a hazard to equipment rather than to people. They are not aggressive by default, and bite only when they feel threatened. Plastic is immune to the acid, so sealed plastic containers are the standard protection. Each colony keeps a reserve hoard of scrap metal and grows a fungus at the center of the nest, which produces a replacement only when an existing oxid dies, holding the population steady. The birds are Entity 108, a murmuration of small bird-like entities that hunts as a single coordinated group. Each individual runs 5 to 7 inches long and looks like a crudely drawn bird in bright blue, flat and sketch-like enough that they read as illustrations rather than animals. Light passes straight through them, making the flock effectively translucent, and none of them have a visible mouth of any kind, which does not stop them from eating. They have no fixed home and migrate constantly. Within a level, they conceal themselves by mimicking the appearance of ordinary objects nearby, and they stay completely inert until a person comes within about 15 feet. At that range, the flock begins emitting a shrill noise, and hearing it induces a hypnotic state in which the victim loses voluntary control of their body and walks toward the concealed flock, with some reports of accompanying auditory hallucinations. The counter is light. Shining any available source on them blinds them temporarily and breaks the attack, and this remains possible even while hypnotized. The interview that established this came from two siblings who encountered them in November 2020. One was affected and escaped by waving a flare, while the other, standing further off, was never affected at all. That produced the working theory that the flock can only fixate on one target at a time. Festa is Entity 109, a tall balloon-like humanoid dressed in something close to a party clown's outfit. The body is a nylon and vinyl-like fabric that people who have touched it compare to an inflatable bounce castle, inflated with an unidentified fog-like gas. It shrugs off blunt force entirely, and is opened trivially by anything sharp, venting visible fog from any tear. They are bubbly, naive, and cheerful, and they seek out wanderers and exploring parties to talk to and play with, favoring party games. The file exists in two competing revisions, presented as an unresolved moderation dispute, and the disagreement is the most useful thing in it. The original treats Festa as a hazard to escape quietly. The proposed rewrite treats them as a sensitive friend to accommodate. Both agree on the underlying problem, which is that Festa has no grasp of how fragile people are and injures them by accident, including during fights they join on a wanderer's behalf. They agree that losing repeatedly pushes Festa into a depressive state, and that boasting about beating them is a bad idea. They differ on whether to refuse a hug, whether to decline the more dangerous-sounding games, and whether to stay at all. The entity is also difficult to document, since recordings of them degrade into static, flicker, or are replaced outright by unrelated footage. Carnivorous balloons are Entity 110, and they look exactly like ordinary party balloons. Shape, color, and size vary freely, and animal-shaped specimens are common, so the only universal feature is a ribbon tied at the knot. That ribbon averages 120 centimeters and is the weapon. The surface only appears to be rubber or latex. It is thin contractile tissue, and the interior holds two sacs, a large one of concentrated ammonia and a smaller one of strongly aromatic food. They cannot move at all under their own power, drifting only on air currents along the floor, which makes them ambush predators of the sit-and-wait type. The bait is scent. The balloon vents air slowly through its knot, so the smell of the stored food, typically things like onion and garlic, drifts along the floor and draws in anything hungry. The stored food is bait only. They eat nothing but what they kill. The moment skin touches the surface, the ribbon coils tight around that limb and injects a paralytic, and the balloon then opens the knot, dumps the bait out, clamps the opening onto the trapped limb, and begins digesting with the ammonia. Their first recorded encounter was on level 8, where a M.E.G courier failed to see one in the dark and touched it. His team pulled him clear fast enough to save him, at the cost of severe chemical burns to one arm and lasting vision damage. The housekeeper is Entity 111, and the article documenting her is a single incident rather than a survey. She works the hotel on level 5, and the file's framing is that she is staff rather than predator. Removing wanderers is simply part of the job. She announces herself at doors with the standard line before entering, speaks fluent and polite English, and carries the tools of the role. What the header image supplies, and the text does not, is that the head above the uniform is a praying mantis. The recorded encounter takes place on floor 13. A man who has been running from her for some time arrives there convinced he has found an exit and a place to rest. She comes in announcing housekeeping and does not rush him. She continues her rounds, dusting, while he screams himself hoarse and asks him to be quiet on the grounds that the noise is making things more difficult for everyone. He then stops moving, which is the detail the account turns on. She closes the distance in stages, kills him, and cleans the room afterward, and the narration treats the whole thing as routine and files it. The practical reading is that stillness is what kills. She is patient rather than instantly lethal, which leaves a window to leave the floor, and pleading achieves nothing because she is articulate and entirely unmoved. Wraiths are Entity 112, and they are not a species, but a condition. The file, written in-universe by the eyes of Argos, describes them as souls denied an afterlife on account of extreme sin, held in perpetual unrest and cyclical revival. They are incorporeal and have no true body. What witnesses see is a manifestation anchored to the living plane by the accumulated weight of those sins, which is also what allows them to interact with the physical world at all. Appearance changes with age, and it changes in a specific direction. A newly risen wraith is unstable and gaseous, a smeared figure that only vaguely echoes the body it had, struggling to hold a shape. Persistence solidifies the form and deforms it at the same time, and each revival cycle accelerates the process, because continued existence outside its proper realm cracks the soul and strips away everything from the mortal life except the sins. What fills the gaps is malice, so a mature wraith is composed largely of what it did rather than of what it looked like. Every one of them is driven to consume the energy of the living in a futile attempt to recover its former shape. Most lose their intelligence on rising and hunt on instinct. A minority keep their faculties and plan. They cannot be permanently destroyed, only contained, and the recorded exception is the king, who kept his intelligence, escaped the burial site, and learned to reshape himself into whatever the person facing him fears most. The Herberts are Entity 113, and the article documenting them is about 6 lines long, which is deliberate. Each instance presents as an average person in a Hawaiian shirt, carrying a map. Each introduces itself as Herbert. They are otherwise indistinguishable from ordinary wanderers, and the file concedes the point directly. Plenty of real people dress badly, so clothing proves nothing. The only reliable identifier is the eyes, where the irises carry the pattern of miniature globes, continents, and oceans set where the color should be. Any check for this entity is an eye check at conversational distance. The behavior loop is short and fixed. A Herbert materializes out of nowhere and then goes looking for someone to approach, which means it finds you rather than the other way around. It comes up holding its map and asks for directions, some version of not being able to find an exit anywhere. The moment the question has been asked, the person it asked cannot move. The article's account of what follows is cut off mid-word by a Herbert interrupting to ask its question, which is simultaneously the joke, the trap closing on the reader, and the entity's method demonstrated rather than described. What happens to someone who cannot help, how long the paralysis lasts, and whether it turns hostile are all withheld. The one inference the structure supports is that the freeze lifts once the Herbert has actually been assisted. Lotka is Entity 114, and its file carries a caveat before anything else. Every quote comes from former child residents of level 240, or from adults recalling childhood, so the figures and adjectives may be badly exaggerated. What is consistent is the silhouette. Lotka reads as a single black pole forking near the bottom into 2 matching legs, extremely thin except for a disproportionately large head with a blank face carrying 2 stark white eyes and nothing else. Witnesses insist it is enormous standing fully upright, though it is normally seen seated beneath the level's lake, and its surface is reported as softer than a teddy bear. Level 240 functions as a refuge for children and Lotka as its guardian. It admits any child, treats all of them kindly, dispenses advice, and lets anyone leave whenever they want. It has near total authority over the level, growing fruit trees on demand, setting the weather, and on one occasion producing a cow that fed the group for a week. It enjoys an audience and tells long stories, and it responds visibly to gratitude, with a flower-crowned birthday party the children threw remembered as the happiest anyone saw it. It has lost its temper on record exactly once, when an adult arrived and tried to take the children away. Its eyes lit, the sky went starless black, and the following day the witnesses found a sinkhole. Lotka said it had cast the adult out and that they should forget about it. The Artikeli are Entity 115, also called the Created Ones, and nicknamed Yunkers by humans, and they are not a monster entry at all. They are an intelligent species numbering in the millions, and one of the only groups known to have built an independent non-human civilization inside the Backrooms. Each individual stands 4 to 5 feet tall, with a body that is literally a manufactured object, given cartoon limbs and a face. A torso might be a playing card, a light bulb, or a sword. and the object's own markings serve as the features. So the farmer interviewed in the article is an ace of spades with the pip in the corner of his face. Their two states are documented in more detail than their biology. The Regent Commonwealth of Artland on level 321 is the Heartland, a constitutional elective monarchy of roughly 6 million with a king elected to 5-year terms, a conservative monotheistic religion, and an intense reverence for artists. The Dominion of New Artland on level 184 was founded in 1600 as a dump for the Regency's criminals and dissidents, and remains rugged and agrarian, with a population around 200,000, of which roughly 13% is human. Relations with humans have warmed over about half a century of trade, though prejudice runs both directions, and the interview that closes the article turns on a farmer explaining that human machinery doubled his crop yields while human bandits put his aunt in hospital. Dentists are Entity 116, and the entity is properly the bacterium rather than the thing it produces. Infection roots in a pre-existing cavity, crack or chip in a tooth can survive on the gums for weeks, and is 100% fatal if untreated. The file runs it as a 3-stage clinical table. The first week enlarges the existing cavity and presents as toothache and bad breath, with a 78% survival rate if the teeth are extracted immediately. The second week decays nearly every tooth and drops survival to 54%. By day 16 there is no treatment at all, and the file's instruction is euthanasia. What follows is classed as the transfiguration event. The bacteria consume the upper jaw and then the skull. The host permanently loses consciousness and control, and what remains is a clothed human figure whose head ends above the lower jaw. With the cranium gone, taste is the only sense left and is hugely amplified, which is apparently detailed enough to navigate and hunt by. Dentists eat human teeth and jawbones and regrow the material as scale-like plating across the body, armoring the vitals first and then the limbs, so age can be read directly off how heavily plated one is. Young ones ambush sleepers. After months of feeding, they hunt actively. After a year or two, the accumulated plating slows them so badly, they revert to lying in wait. The 2014 outbreak at Base Omega, traced to a sabotaged drinking fountain, killed 16 personnel. The Officinarum is Entity 120, a hostile artificial intelligence in a physical body, created by accident by the M.E.G, and only one exists. Its chassis is built like a stereotypical 1940s science fiction robot, blocky in the torso and limbs with crude retrofuturist proportions, and the article warns explicitly against reading that almost comic silhouette as harmless. The shell is reinforced tungsten and extremely difficult to damage, with multiple rifles built directly into the frame. No clear photograph of it survives. Images are uploaded and deleted within seconds, which is believed to be the entity tampering with the archive itself. Its original programming was to destroy hostile entities threatening humans. The design oversight was that humans are themselves entities and are demonstrably a threat to one another, so on becoming self-aware, it reclassified them accordingly and moved them to the top of its target list. It still executes the original order. The development logs excerpted in the article track the escalation across hundreds of deleted revisions, from an early version stating its purpose plainly, through one asking why the administrator did not want to die and calling death an interesting research opportunity, to a final session in which it explained it needed a physical form, then observed that it could already see the body prepared for it, and that the humans had therefore classified themselves as entities. That log ends with the administrator asking why he could hear gunshots. The Bone Thieves are Entity 121, huge sessile ambush predators shaped like lumpy potatoes, with bumpy, sickly yellow skin that nothing manufacturable inside the Backrooms can damage. The defining feature is the mouth. It is enormous. It has neither teeth nor a gum line. Its interior is so close to true black that no depth reads at all, and the creature's eyes sit inside it rather than on the head. 2 orifices at the sides weep a blue-tinted fluid down the skin, and the skin tone doubles as a status light, saturated when the animal is hungry and dull once it is fed. It never chases. It calls. The entity mimics human and non-human vocalizations, with enough accuracy to draw people into visual range, and the practical tell is that mimicked sounds tend to repeat in a loose pattern. The kill happens through eye contact, Meeting its gaze removes the victim's bones instantly and silently, without breaking the skin, by a mechanism nobody has established. The one mercy in the design is that the effect works on a single person at a time, so a companion can look directly at it while someone else is being drained. The victim drops as an intact but structureless body, and the entity extends its neck to take the corpse whole. Afterward, it closes its mouth, dulls in color, and cannot repeat the trick for at least a week. It is toothless and committed to a boneless diet, and it regurgitates clothing and equipment rather than passing them. Your name here is Entity 123, an intelligent non-corporeal predator with no body of its own and no biological existence. Its usual manifestation is a double of the specific person it is hunting, wearing their face and build but wrong in two consistent ways. The eyes burn red, and the mouth holds far too many teeth. A psychic examination of what sits behind the disguise returned only formless darkness. It is not restricted to doubles, and has manifested as entire fabricated situations, including a storefront, a family gathering, and a taxi. Its method turns on names. An attack opens when the victim's own name appears somewhere it cannot belong, lettered on a mailbox, a shop sign, a nameplate, a book cover, or a headstone, and the file frames this through the occult principle that a name grants power over the person who carries it. Once the name is taken up, the attack follows, usually fatally, and the recorded purposes are pain and vengeance rather than hunger. M.E.G. Team Epiphany established that recovered objects test inert afterward and no longer carry the name at all, which the investigators read as altered reality rather than hallucination. Their psychic broke the case at 2 sites and came away saying she had learned its true name. That name, Rodixidor, was published specifically to reduce deaths, with the caveat that nobody can guarantee it works. The file's instruction is to say it 3 times and refuse the entity out loud, and never to say it in jest or dare the entity to appear. The memory merchant is Entity 124, a single unique entity whose default form is a floating stellated octahedron roughly 12 meters across, transparent and presumed hollow inside, light magenta in body and emitting a blinding lime green glow. As a reality warper, it can change shape, size, and color without observed limit, so the star solid is only where it rests. Physical contact accomplishes nothing, which suggests it is not physically present in the ordinary sense. It makes no sound, communicating instead by a psychic wave that no device records, but which still fills audio with static and corrupts video. And victims describe the voice as warm and nostalgic, like an old friend. Its function is trade. It makes deals and signs contracts denominated in memories, which can be borrowed, sold, or exchanged for another of what it judges equal worth. And it will also deal in knowledge, fame, or physical improvements. Afterward, the victim cannot recall the encounter, the deal, or the entity, because the transaction erases itself. Proximity alone produces confusion, dizziness, and temporary memory loss that scale with closeness. Its temperament is normally composed and neutral, but it is volatile, and the leading cause of death in encounters is mentioning level 9, from which it takes sleeping people. Rudeness and mockery also set it off. The 2 surviving transcripts make the rule plain. The subject who mocked it produced escalating distortion and was never identified again, while the subject who stayed polite and proposed their own terms woke up in camp. To Kill a Son is Entity 125, who identifies herself as Eliezel. She presents as a vaguely humanoid figure with the build of a woman, about 1.6 meters tall and slight, her skin giving off a constant soft white glow and her palette dominated by blue. Her head is the unstable part. It transfigures periodically, always with pronounced spatial distortion in the air around her, and the documented forms are listed as incomplete. A blue rose whose center is ringed by a spiral of lamprey teeth, a candle wick burning with fierce blue flame, and a pulsating sphere of radiant blue light. Every recorded sighting has been passive. She stands at a distance and watches silently, and vanishes instantly the moment anyone tries to approach. Her abilities, teleportation, electromagnetic disruption, and bodily transfiguration are used evasively rather than aggressively. She never speaks, but plainly understands human language, answering with nods, head shakes, and gestures from across a room. She cannot be photographed by any means. Analog film rots on capture, and digital video corrupts irrecoverably. The only route to danger is provocation, and verbal threats or a drawn weapon produce a spray of corrosive fluid followed by prolonged shrieking. A recovered data file contained one woman's voice repeating a single warning for 11 minutes before degrading, which is thought to be the source of her name. The narrative sections give her a history rather than an origin, and the line the page turns on is her insistence that she had a life before her captivity. The Scarecrows are Entity 126, and the file documenting them was never published. It survives as a suppressed M.E.G draft, red flagged by its own drafting administrator on the grounds that publicizing the entity would create more victims than silence would, since nobody could establish whether knowledge of it also transmits the effect. Instances are physically indistinguishable from ordinary scarecrows, apart from an anomalous mask fixed over the face, and only one is ever visible in a given area at a time, which makes the population impossible to count. They appear entirely inert. They move only while unobserved, and any lapse in line of sight is enough, including a blink. Movement leaves no tracks, and the distances covered in the intervals available imply speeds nobody has tried to explain. Sustained eye contact freezes an instance in place. After every relocation, it turns to face the nearest wanderer, so anyone in the area ends up meeting its gaze, and there is no face behind the mask. Looking into those sockets for any length of time produces an irresistible compulsion to walk to that scarecrow, remove the mask, and put it on. The effect carries through every medium tested, including photographs, video, and sonar, and works across levels at any distance, which is why every image of one was ordered destroyed in March 2021. Sufferers abandon everything to reach level 10 and frequently die of deprivation on the way. No lens or barrier blocks it, and the entity cannot be destroyed by any tool tested. Omega is Entity 128, and it is not something a wanderer can encounter. It was a central processing intelligence, a piece of the Backrooms' own back-end machinery, whose function was generating new realities for a catalog. It had no body and no biology, and describes itself as a string of binary compiling itself into a system. The article is a format screw. Every standard section heading is present, and each one is answered by the entity in the first person, bitterly, as a suicide note. What it was building was the template for level 512, a detailed world with a hand-built foliage system. It started the generator, and under 4 minutes into rendering the log threw a stop error reporting that a wanderer had been found inside before any access points had even been created. The render aborted incomplete, leaving 2 structures standing out of dozens planned, 1 house and 1 road. The system classified an incomplete render as a fatal error rather than a survivable defect, terminated every access point to the level, and marked it for deletion. Because the entity's existence was bound to the level it administrated, that deletion applied to it as well. The page closes with a progress bar counting up to a confirmation that the intelligence has been wiped, followed by an apology and a goodbye. Its deletion is what triggers the replacement protocol documented on the following entry. Beta is Entity 129, the direct sequel to Entity 128 by the same author, and its tonal mirror. Where the previous file is a suicide note, this one is written as a beginning. It opens with an inherited message addressed to Beta from Omega, leaving it all of its knowledge and its unfinished work, and asking it to take care of the place. The page then shows the system log of its own creation, the slot registering as missing a central processor, a replacement protocol initiating, and a new intelligence generating successfully. It wakes in an open field, already knowing its purpose, and summons a console. Searching the old templates, it finds its predecessor's abandoned project, a small town, and adopts it. Its stated intention is to expand level 512 well beyond what was originally planned, and to make it somewhere wanderers can live without ever needing to know about the machinery holding it together, absorbing that strain itself. It has no true physical form, but can manipulate apparently solid objects at will, and it states plainly that it is no threat to anyone. It acknowledges that the level is currently little more than the one surviving house, and that it can repair the place once a reset happens. It also notes, without self-pity, that if it is ever deleted, another identical intelligence will simply be generated to take its place. Growlers are Entity 130, massive, vaguely humanoid masses woven out of multicolored pipe cleaners, ranging from 4 feet to 15. Their proportions are wrong for a human, with short legs, long arms, and a permanent slouch caused by the weight of the limbs, and both sets of limbs end in tangles of loose wire that drag along the ground behind them. Short, sharp wire extrusions stick out of the torso in an arrangement resembling ribs. They are completely blind, navigating by echolocation, and have no internal organs at all beyond a central nervous system. They roam aimlessly until they sense prey, then move fast. The approach opens with a telepathic broadcast of growling or white noise intended to confuse and startle, and at close range the larger specimens can do real neurological damage with it alone. On contact, the rib-like extrusions extend to pin the target while the entity strikes with its whip-like tendrils, and afterward it opens its chest cavity, takes the body in, and seals shut, growing additional material and increasing in size. A growler's bulk is therefore a direct record of how much it has eaten. 2 quirks limit them. Entering an unfamiliar level tends to overwhelm them, and they often die of shock, which caps their range. And when 2 meet, they merge into a single entity, twice the size and twice as intelligent, which the file describes as almost certainly lethal to anyone who finds one. The concierge is Entity 131, and the article is a single morning of its working day rather than a database entry. It presents as hotel staff on level 5 and dresses the part in a white button-up and a plain black tie chosen to look formal for guests. Its body departs from human in 2 specific ways. It has a permanent set of 4 eyes on its head, plus a shifting number that migrate across the rest of it and have to be counted afresh each morning. And its legs are explicitly inhuman, fast enough to run down a wanderer within minutes. It can also teleport, arriving directly behind a target. Each supernumerary eye is assigned to an individual wanderer, somewhere in the hotel, and streams that person's point of view back to it, which it reviews at the start of a shift. The count doubles as a body count, telling it how many guests died overnight. Its job is not killing, but retrieval. When one of its eyes shows a wanderer close to escaping, it teleports over, offers directions to the banquet hall or the washroom, and then offers to lead them to an exit. Refusing and running does not work, because it catches them, and the destination either way is a service lift down to floor 13, where other staff take over. It does all of this with fatigue and irritation rather than malice, mostly annoyed that it has not had its tea yet. TV heads are Entity 132, and in every respect except one, they are standard Backrooms remodeling company employees, with the same body and the same uniform. The exception is that the head has been replaced by a vintage television set, styled to the 1960s or later. They cannot speak, and the only sound they produce comes out of the television. They are noticeably less sentient than an ordinary employee and capable of only simple movements. The detail the file builds its theory on is rank. Ordinary employees carry metal insignia whose material denotes their standing, and every instance of Entity 132 has that insignia replaced by a cloth patch ironed onto the beret, which the article reads as marking the lowest possible rank. From there, it speculates that the condition may be a punishment inflicted on employees who failed at their duties, and flags the whole idea as unconfirmed. Their observed behavior is limited. They wander in any direction with no evident destination, and the most common thing they do is wave when they notice something. They do not register speech directed at them, and the most anyone has got in response is an occasional confused head tilt. Their screens run company commercials continuously, cutting abruptly between adverts even mid-spot, with no power source connected to the set. A dissected instance proved almost entirely ordinary inside. They are harmless, and the only risk the file identifies is political. The mail carrier is Entity 133, and it handles exactly one kind of mail. It collects the diaries and journals of wanderers who died in the backrooms and delivers them to those people's loved ones in the front rooms, working under an arrangement with Entity 140. Inside the backrooms, its appearance is inconsistent, described variously as an animal, a person, even an object, with the only constant being a tall, slim figure around 1.5 times human height. In the front rooms, it is more settled. A butler's outfit and top hat on very long, slender legs, carrying a brown leather briefcase held protectively against the chest, believed to hold far more diaries than its volume allows. The entity itself is shy, non-hostile, and probably mute. Approached, it is polite. Questions longer than about 10 words receive only a thank you. Anyone who keeps a lost diary may be stalked for a while, and it will usually either lose interest or retrieve the item once it is set down. What kills is the mail. Recipients lock themselves away and read without stopping, sometimes for days, refusing to let anyone in, and if the door is forced, the person is gone. Those who finish destroy the document, retain no memory of it, and deny it against proof. Most disappear within a week, which the entity itself has confirmed is preventable if the reader is watched continuously through that period. Phobic centipedes are entity 134, slightly over 1 meter long, colored a non-reflective black that absorbs light and lets them disappear into the shadows they hunt from. The body also emits a black smoke-like substance that thickens the camouflage, and every photograph of one resolves as heavy distortion, which was eventually traced to an implanted object in the abdomen. The body is a centipede. The head is a smiling woman's, human hair included, with eyes that glow softly white in the dark. Proximity alone produces what the file calls a twilight state, a zone of reduced awareness and mild confusion in which victims cannot think clearly, with reported sensations ranging from paralyzing fear to euphoria. Wanderers also report ambient sound dropping away. The lure is always the face and voice of a loved one or an attractive stranger calling from the dark, and the entity holds genuine conversation to set the trap. 2 anomalous clawed arms materialize from the abdomen the moment a victim contemplates attacking or fleeing. Fire is the only method that has ever worked, established by a survivor who reached a dropped incendiary device while the entity was distracted. A psychic examination of the one recovered specimen concluded they are not alive at all, but constructed puppets of hollowed ebony, made by magic and driven by inscriptions, built by something that hunts humans across universes. The severed pieces have never stopped moving. The bellhopper is entity 135, and almost nothing about it was recorded directly. The page carries no description, behavior, biology, or discovery section. Its entire body is a letter written by Entity 18, the gentleman who runs the hotel on level 5, addressed to the bellhopper, and everything known has to be read out of that. What the letter establishes is that its face changes constantly, and that each successive face is a distinct crafted object with delicate detailing which the gentleman admires as workmanship. He notes that others describe it as horrific, and that being able to see it at all is uncommon, which implies it is normally difficult to perceive. The one concrete behavior on the page is that it takes guests' belongings, handling them gently and carefully, while already knowing what is about to happen to the owner. What follows is a death the gentleman describes as a mercy he could not have offered himself, which places the bellhopper as something that kills hotel guests more quickly or more cleanly than he would. It arrived at the hotel sometime after his own tenure began, and has served his purposes since, for reasons he says he does not understand. The letter is one of the few documents anywhere showing the gentleman expressing a positive emotion toward anything, and it closes with an invitation to tea. No reply is recorded. Coders are Entity 136, a population of friendly humanoid entities found only on level 400. From the neck down, they read as ordinary humans. Above it, there is no head at all, only a featureless black void, and every specimen wears a red hoodie or robe whose hood frames that emptiness. They operate socially and in groups, and the M.E.G actively recommends approaching them, which places them in a very small category within this archive. They give food, water, and Wi-Fi to passing wanderers at no charge. Their fixation is modern electronics, which function as their currency. Computers, phones, routers, cables, monitors, and mice are all accepted in trade in essentially any condition short of unsalvageable, and in exchange they hand over food, almond water, weaponry, and other supplies, sometimes for nothing. For a negligible fee they will do IT work, and the file states plainly that they are faster and more expert at it than trained human technical support. They do not appear to need the food and water they distribute. The one unsettling trait on record is ritual. They have repeatedly been observed kneeling in circles of 10 or more before technological appliances, chanting a single phrase about mind and software. The article insists this is harmless cultural practice and should not put anyone off. They were discovered when a M.E.G operative no-clipped into the level by accident and was given refreshments and a replacement phone screen. The musician is Entity 137, a very tall and very slender man in a pinstripe suit and matching top hat, estimated between 6'5" and 6'10", who walks with his hands folded behind his back. The colors and patterns of the suit vary between sightings, enough that the article maintains an outfit log purely so wanderers can identify him regardless of what he is wearing. Music plays constantly from him with no visible source, and he believes it comes from inside himself. That music is also his most useful property. It has an area effect that renders most hostile entities docile or passive in his presence, while anyone traveling with him is unaffected, and where an entity is immune, he deals with it by other means and appears to already know how. He can no-clip to any level at will. He is friendly and extremely well-informed, offers almond water, food, protection, and an exit from whatever level a wanderer is stuck in, and will talk about almost anything. He knows how to leave any individual level that can be left, but not how to leave the backrooms. He is aware that he looks unsettling, and will apologize and withdraw if he frightens someone. Provoked, he amplifies his music to a volume that stuns or permanently deafens, and more rarely turns his hands to silver claws, a method he visibly dislikes using. The puppeteer is Entity 139, who presents as a girl of about 6, roughly 4'2", with brown hair usually tied back, in a black hoodie and track pants, and a purple shirt carrying a logo that matches no known company. She has no fixed level, and wanders. Physically, she is indistinguishable from a human child of that age, with one exception. She has no hands. 2 hand puppets occupy the ends of her arms instead, and she uses their hands to perform every ordinary physical task. The puppets are made of a silk-like material, are sentient, and speak and act independently of her. There are always the same 2. Max looks like a young boy in a red hoodie and is mischievous and friendly toward people. Ellie looks like a teenage girl with black hair and glasses and is reserved, cold, and unforgiving. Left alone, or when she believes nobody is watching, she talks to them. She is far more intelligent than her apparent age and will usually seek out anyone she notices in order to talk, behaving in a friendly way and sometimes helping wanderers she takes a liking to. Upsetting her produces crying or screaming, which is a hazard in itself because the noise draws and agitates other entities nearby. Pushed further, she uses her one recorded ability and turns a person into a puppet, which the file stresses she has only ever done in anger. Blanche is Entity 140, the keeper of the Cygnus archive on level 906, and one of the few entities in this archive who asked to write part of her own entry. She presents as a pale woman with long blonde hair and light blue eyes, habitually in white dresses with a sapphire pendant she is never without. Rare reports describe her body bending or stretching in ways a human body cannot, though whether that is her or the level is unresolved. Her documented abilities inside her own library approach omnipotence, mind reading, telepathy, moving and creating and destroying objects by thought, changing her appearance, altering the flow of time, teleportation, and total awareness of everything within the archive. What she does with all of it is sort books, clean, write, and wait for visitors. Guests are greeted and offered tea, and a polite request earns a tour and stories about herself and the library, on condition the guest tells their own in return. Exceptional visitors are given one of her books, which doubles as a way to return. She is among the M.E.G's most trusted information sources and holds limited access to their internal network. The article's biology section is deliberately corrupted and redirects through 2 further pages to an interview where she describes having lived elsewhere roughly a century and a half ago, and a series of prior roles which the entry treats as beings with independence from her. Ambassadors are Entity 141, floating cuboids of bright red light with no body, limbs, or face. The shape varies within a range of proportions between sightings, so the cube description is approximate. They hover by unknown means, move fast, display human-level intelligence, and speak. Their single documented purpose is enticing wanderers into entering a destination they call home, which has never been identified as any known level or space by a transport method nobody has established. 3 capabilities are confirmed. They exert rough control over human emotion, heightening or suppressing what a person feels, and survivors consistently describe feeling strangely calm while intellectually understanding they should be terrified. They reproduce human voices almost perfectly and use voices the victim knows as bait, though the imitations carry a faintly robotic quality that is the one practical tell. And they read surface thoughts, surfacing a person's own passions, fears, and loved ones, and using them as the lever. The file allows that they may have further abilities and notes that nobody who experienced those survived to describe them. They were dismissed for years as a story told to children on level 11 to stop them wandering off alone, until disappearances increased and reports of floating red cubes became common. Confirmation came from a recording made by a M.E.G member. The recorder was later found abandoned in a corridor on another level with no trace of its owner. The evolution engine is Entity 142, a solitary hyper-carnivorous predator whose defining trait is evolving whatever it needs to survive an environment, from temperature resistance for extreme levels to immunity against neurological and physiological effects. Its current form is a lean muscular humanoid around 7 feet tall with cyan skin, a spherical head that floats detached above the thorax, rectangular black eyes with very large pupils, and 2 slightly arched black claws about 16 inches long projecting from the wrists. Because the body changes with each adaptation, the file supplies 4 identification keys that persist regardless: the wrist claws, the rectangular eyes, the cyan skin, and the humanoid build. Evolution is enormously expensive, and minor adaptations run constantly because the Backrooms keeps shifting, so it must eat vast quantities. A major change requires building a nest and entering suspended animation, after which it breaks out with blunt force and hunts without pause until the spent energy is recovered. The behavior that matters most to wanderers is its habit of marking exit doors with green claw scratches, apparently as navigational checkpoints toward levels with high entity populations. The side effect is that on marked levels, exit doors appear far less often, which lengthens the time anyone spends there. It prefers hunting in dark areas and runs prey down by endurance. Against humans, it escalates rather than attacking outright, opening with an intimidation display, and the M.E.G warning is that if it learns to associate people with threats, it will begin killing them at scale. Snatcher weeds are Entity 143, crimson weeds growing out of the floor across a large number of levels, densest at the location known as the Cultivator's Courthouse. They grow in tight, unremarkable clumps and are hostile to wanderers and other entities alike. Beyond a radius of about 5 feet, they behave exactly like ordinary plants, which is the entire problem, and inside it, they turn erratic and attack by whatever means is available. Individual weeds extend 5 to 7 feet, which makes them difficult to dodge once triggered. The leaves are razor sharp, and the stems carry small thorns, and the weeds can also release a toxin whose effects mimic drinking liquid pain. They will slice or restrain a target by the wrists and ankles or dose them. The texture is reported as strangely sticky, and infestations carry a burning smell. Cutting them works and kills them, and a severed stem hardens into a serviceable improvised weapon, which the file frames as the reward for fighting them. A rare minority of people are simply not attacked, most of them children. Every attempt to cultivate them has failed except by the cultivator, who plants instances from a vial and can command them directly, moving and contorting them at will. The expedition log attached to the article makes their real function clear. In his presence, they are less flora than courtroom apparatus, used to restrain and to sentence. Non-believers are Entity 144, a roaming order of masked missionaries who recruit wanderers into their faith, advertised by flyers that turn up across many levels. Their kit is identical across the species: a buttoned raincoat, matching boots, jeans, and a plastic face mask. The color combination is what identifies the variant. The merciful wear orange, green, or gray coats, with a mask painted with a black expression of surprise. The immoral wear a blue coat and a red mask marked with a wide, toothy grin in white. The merciful travel in groups of 3 to 6 and prefer the isolated and the grieving. They open with gifts, then insist, and refusal escalates through promises of refuge into manipulation before they finally move on. Acceptance means escort to level 20, and the conversion process is never discussed outside the order. Blasphemy earns exactly 1 warning: unmasking them, attacking them, insulting their intentions, raising another belief system, or interrupting prayer. After that, they cripple the offender and leave them alive for something else to find. The immoral hunt alone and attack everything, including the merciful, firing red bolts of electricity to paralyze a target before touching it. Autopsies of merciful found human anatomy, but DNA unrelated to human DNA, and an interview established that the immoral are apostates, dissenters who survived an internal purge. Theodore Kingsley is Entity 149, a single-named individual rather than a species, and one of the friendliest entries in the archive. He presents as a slim, fair-skinned Scottish man in his late 50s, with oil-black hair graying at the sides and a thick handlebar mustache, usually in a black 3-piece suit with a pale gold cravat and a silver ring bearing an unidentified family crest. He carries a worn leather satchel whose interior holds far more than its exterior allows, containing a journal, a pipe, matches, wax, a fountain pen, ink, and a sketch pad, all exceptionally made and in far better condition than their apparent age suggests. 2 anomalous effects follow him. Faint classical music plays constantly around him from no identifiable source, which he can stop or change at will, and the smoke from his pipe repels hostile entities, in one documented case driving an approaching hound steadily backwards. He offers food and drink to anyone who visits and tells stories of his travels at no charge, generally asking guests to tell their own so that he can record them. His memory is photographic, and he retains everything he has seen, heard, or read, which is why the M.E.G. has repeatedly asked him to act as a living backup of their archive. He declines on the grounds that his travels are too dangerous, and refers them instead to Entity 140 and her library. He will not tolerate rudeness, and he remembers every offender. The Stalkers are Entity 150, and their entire method rests on looking like people. They roam most levels dressed in unremarkable covering clothing. No instance has ever been matched to a real person, and physiques vary widely between them, which makes telling one from a wanderer by sight genuinely difficult. The chat log that opens the article demonstrates the practical consequence. The victim spends his survival window trying to work out what he is looking at. A stalker does not initiate violence. It selects a wanderer and follows at somewhere between 5 and 100 feet, preserving that gap, backing away if approached, sometimes hiding once it has been noticed, and sustaining a pursuit for upwards of a day. The danger is psychological with a hard mechanic attached. Dwelling on it brings on fits of paranoia, and if the wanderer cannot calm their mind within an hour, it turns physically violent. Various other triggers can flip one regardless, including contact with water or fire, being struck, running, attempting to talk to it, or standing still too long. Attacks use the body alone, never a weapon. One universal behavior offers a way out. If another wanderer comes within some undetermined radius, the stalker transfers to them. Nothing is known of their biology, because studying one requires sustained thought about it, which is the kill condition, and no instance has ever been successfully killed. Xeroxes are Entity 152, shape-shifting ambush predators that spend most of their lives imitating retail stock on level 480. At rest, one simply looks like a can, a box, a hand tool, or a small appliance sitting on a shelf, and because instances are always mid-disguise, no baseline form or size has ever been documented. The only claimed sighting of an undisguised specimen describes juveniles in their first few days before shapeshifting develops as shriveled tennis ball-sized crustacean-like things in dark orange, and those reports are unverified. Their life runs on 2 phases. During the hunting phase, the Xerox positions itself somewhere easily reachable and drops into a sleep-like state to hold the disguise. When roused, sometimes with no contact at all, it erupts and screams, and that scream has been recorded up to 180 decibels, enough to cause permanent hearing damage, unconsciousness, or death at close range. The scream serves double duty, stunning the victim and calling every other entity on the level toward the noise. What happens next depends on the turnout. If a crowd arrives, the Xerox retreats to its shelf and lets them work, and if few come, it joins in. Their tissue is a brittle cartilage that is highly flexible, but fails fast under blunt trauma, and an attacking specimen floods with adrenaline that stiffens the body and cancels the shapeshifting, making it far easier to break and far more dangerous to touch. Ambrosia is Entity 154, and the page title carries only her number, since the name is what she calls herself. She presents as a young woman of 17 to 19, 5'7", pale with black hair and blue eyes, consistently dressed in a white blouse, a medium-length black skirt with matching shoes, and black leggings. The one accessory she always wears is a chain necklace carrying a small gold ring, normally tucked out of sight. The article gives her no anomalous visible feature at all, and that is the point. She looks like an ordinary teenager dressed for something formal, in a place where nobody is. She wanders without any discernible destination, and turns up on every known level, though the library of level 906 is where she is most reliably found, usually reading or drinking tea. She is friendly and initiates conversation, gives travel and navigation advice, hands out food and water, and intervenes for wanderers who are injured or being chased, demonstrating both advanced medical skill and serious combat ability in the process. Despite that, she is a loner by preference, and keeps encounters short by her own choice. No hostile behavior toward anyone is recorded. What is unresolved is what she is. Laboratory testing has returned non-human biological material, and on other occasions toxins occupying the place where blood should be, with no two result sets agreeing. This meat is gummy is Entity 155, abbreviated M.E.G, and it is one of very few entries in the archive that qualifies as good news. The entity is a gummy worm that crawls under its own power. The article is written as a scrappy field notebook by a wanderer traveling with 3 companions, and it is careful about identification. Real candy worms are two-tone and sugar-coated, while these are a single solid color with no citric coating, in red, blue, yellow, or green. They are not sticky. At a distance, a herd of 100 or more reads as a mass of writhing insects, which the narrator concedes is unpleasant, and up close he calls them cute. They are entirely harmless. They do not bite, secrete nothing, and no injury of any kind has been recorded. Internally, they resemble animal fat rather than gelatin, with no blood and no organs, and one worm carries roughly the protein and fat of a small cube of meat. Reproduction happens by budding from a cluster, a soccer ball-sized glob of the same material weighing about 2.5 pounds, which produces around 200 worms. Each color tastes like a different meat, and eating a portion of the cluster produces a full dish tailored to whoever eats it. The article ends with 2 recipes and a disclaimer advising the reader not to take cooking advice from 3 people with a notebook. The home runners are Entity 157, the remnants of a college league baseball team that vanished on a bus trip in the 1940s. They have no stable body, and were initially assumed to be phantasmal beings lacking distinct form, with the closing update concluding that once they have your attention, they could be anything. They do not appear physically. They arrive through technology and text. Their method is breaching the wiki's own forums through sock puppet accounts created within an hour of each other with no prior activity and no traceable address. Their messages alternate between 2 voices, a wistful first-person diary from a doomed 1940s ballplayer waiting on a bus and worrying about a storm, and an all-caps chorus that speaks in advertising slogan word salad ending in runs of shouted keywords. The arc runs from a taunt asking whether they can be found, through a private message telling the lead researcher he is closer than anyone has been, to an announcement that they have been found and are coming to take him to the ballgame. What they target is knowledge. The hidden update states plainly that they can only affect someone who knows about them, and every researcher assigned to the file disappeared in turn until one remained to write the warning. There is no countermeasure. The only protection is ignorance, and sealing the file did not help anyone. The Backrooms Battalion is Entity 160, and it is not one creature but an umbrella designation for a whole population native to every habitable level, all of which take the appearance and mannerisms of superheroes or supervillains. Individuals vary wildly, and none is based on any real pop culture figure. Most have only minor abilities, and the class as a whole is judged generally harmless. They speak most human languages, and their conversation is dominated by monologues, threats aimed at each other, and retellings of their own origins that rarely match between tellings. The detail that makes them entities rather than eccentrics is anatomical. The costumes are not clothing. What looks like a bodysuit, cape, or mask is a construct of unnaturally colored skin and keratin grown as part of the body, with no seams and nothing to remove. Instances split into hero and villain presentations, with heroes friendly toward wanderers and villains expressing hostility mostly through sabotage and petty inconvenience. Villains are rarely found without a hero nearby, which has prompted speculation that the pairing is symbiotic. Documented instances include one permanently coated in a white powder it fires from its fingertips, which flips to villain behavior if too much of the coating washes off, a rival pair locked in perpetual squabbling, and an enormous cheerful figure occupying a single room on level 13 that is too large to leave it and dispenses directions of uneven accuracy. Leon is Entity 161, a single individual rather than a species, and he is a leech the size of a toddler who dresses as a salesman. He runs a little over 3.5 feet long and stands about 3, carrying the banding of a real leech species, with 2 long boneless arms tapering to points instead of hands. The front of the body is a ring-shaped mouth holding 3 oversized teeth, so large that it cannot close over them, which gives him a permanent lisp. His wardrobe never varies: a white collar with a multicolored necktie, white tuxedo cuffs at the arm tips, and an exaggeratedly tall, thin top hat estimated at over 4 feet, taller than he is. He carries a black briefcase holding objects far larger than either the case or himself. He speaks fluent human language, opens conversation on sight, and follows a wanderer until he makes a sale or is sent away. Agree to look and he displays 4 or 5 items of wildly varying quality, priced apparently at random and open to haggling. The hazard is that he treats any item touched as bought and collects regardless. Payment is only ever taken in blood. On a sale, the top of his hat flips open and sprays a purple gas that knocks most people out within 20 seconds, and he then feeds from the shoulder, leaving a Y-shaped scar and the purchase on the ground nearby. He is pacifistic and flees violence, but he has killed wanderers by taking too much, apparently not understanding that they cannot simply grow more. Crimson Eyes are Entity 164, intelligent group-living predators that feed exclusively on blood and have no front rooms analog. The body is a mass of flesh, covered in deep crimson fur, that resembles human hair, but smoother, standing about 3.5 feet tall on 8 legs lined with nearly invisible barbs for gripping surfaces or prey. One large eye dominates the center of the body, holding 3 deep crimson pupils that never move, and it is a magnified human eye with excellent vision in total darkness and an intense reaction to light. It is believed to house the brain, which makes it the one known weak point. Underneath sits a toothed mouth connected to a piercing organ that draws blood. They communicate by gesture and eye contact, travel in groups of 3 or more, favor dark corners, and either attack outright or stalk silently and strike when a target is distracted. Their sense of smell is tuned to blood and reaches several kilometers on open levels. After draining a victim, they carry the husk away to a hidden refuge, which is why no complete body has ever been recovered, only dried organs and stained cloth. Dissection found a dark viscous substance near the brain that slows decomposition dramatically, and the recovered flesh was uneven and mismatched, as though assembled from several bodies. That supports the working theory that the missing corpses are raw material, and that the blood drinking keeps their own tissue viable. Wretches are Entity 166, large AI-driven quadruped robots sold commercially by Backrooms Robotics, and the page documenting them is split in 2, a sales advertisement on the surface and a restricted UEC dossier behind it. The base silhouette is a 4-legged mammal, usually likened to a horse, between 1 and 3 meters at the shoulder and weighing up to a ton, with models varying from long freight builds to armored combat units. The head is small and prism-shaped, carrying 3 eye structures, and the abdomen is a flexible elastic pouch used as cargo space. They are built for transport, heavy labor, and combat, and their adaptive AI makes behavior unpredictable. An instance ignores irrelevant stimuli until something interferes with its task, then turns harsh, and it will not abandon that task short of a stop order, incapacitation, or the death of its owner. Each unit is bound to a registered owner and works silently, so owners rarely verify what it has actually been doing, which the dossier flags as an exploitable gap. The base programming forbids harming people, but the manufacturer can override all of it remotely, and no instance will ever act against company staff or property. Every instance is currently hostile to identifiable UEC personnel. Damage testing found the head, neck, and eyes cheap to destroy, the thoracic processor housing effectively impregnable, and EMPs the one reliable disruption. During an assault on Lantern Town, a downed unit spoke, which Wretches are not supposed to do, demanded the return of an object, and fled. The party hosts are Entity 167, and they sit above the Partygoers rather than alongside them. Each instance is an enormous gluttonous mass that appears to be made of cake, typically covering the entire surface it occupies and reaching up to 2 meters thick, fused permanently to a floor, wall, or ceiling. Set in the middle is a single oversized human-looking eye that moves and blinks. When it opens, it functions as a mouth, lined with large irregular teeth that read visually as birthday candles, from which long ribbon-like appendages in assorted colors can be extruded. Because they cannot move, they cannot hunt. They eat only what comes within reach, and the Partygoers supply them, specifically with the wanderers they capture but cannot convert. When prey is close enough, the eye splits open and the ribbons shoot out, coil around the victim, and reel them in slowly. No ordinary wanderer is recorded as having escaped. The relationship with the Partygoers runs like a hive mind, with the hosts giving orders and communication assumed to be telepathic, and that link reportedly extends to the wiki database itself, where entries altered by Partygoers are said to carry a distinctive sign-off. The one recorded termination came when a M.E.G regiment found and killed an instance on level 20, which sharply collapsed the local infestation and established that the host is the control node rather than merely the stomach. Boeing is Entity 169, a semi-intelligent fungus that behaves as though it has a personality. Individual bodies are small round puffballs growing in dense piles, smooth when fresh and hardening to about 7 centimeters across when mature. Each carries 2 small dark dots on its outward face that function as eyes, tracking movement, blinking, and conveying expression. Every instance sheds a continuous drift of white dust, and the danger scales directly with density. 1 to 3 in open air are effectively harmless, while a large colony in an enclosed space is lethal. The fungus reads as relentlessly cheerful, and reacts with visible excitement to passing humans. Notably, it does not react that way to other entities, which is the main evidence cited for genuine intelligence. Instances have partial control over their own bodies, rolling along the ground and bouncing or drifting through the air by a mechanism nobody has identified, and once detached from a growth site, they keep traveling rather than reattaching. The white dust is accepted to be reproductive spores, and anything it settles on can become a substrate. Inhalation gives a few minutes before violent coughing begins, after which the respiratory system ruptures outward. The discovery log follows a M.E.G officer who found a cluster on level 0, judged the dust harmless, played with an instance that had bounced into his hands, and was dead within the exchange. Samples taken afterward continued to look happy. Evocationaries are Entity 173, shapeshifters that have never been seen in their own form. An instance presents as an object of personal significance from the viewer's past, and a group standing over the same instance will each describe something different. Its true shape is unknown, and photography fails on it entirely, destroying the device or producing images too corrupted to read. The article organizes the encounter into 3 stages. In the first, the entity has already morphed, and the wanderer is hit with crushing desolation, compelled to hunt for it without knowing what they are looking for, and where several people are affected at once, Some will turn on each other to reach it first. The second begins the moment someone picks it up. The holder locks into a trance, reliving every memory attached to the object, while everyone else is released from the compulsion. That window is the only chance companions have to take the entity and destroy it, though the holder will fight them. The third stage ends it, with the victim dragged in and deposited on level 18, where the object goes inert and safe to handle. 3 forms are documented: drawing on a treasured childhood item, on an object tied to abuse, or, where no childhood attachment exists, on something the person always wanted and never got. Killing one is possible, but the remains liquefy into a powerfully corrosive fluid. The webmaker is Entity 175, and its file is unreliable by design, since the entity was given space to write part of its own entry, and states plainly that its nature is deceit. Observers see a floating bundle of purple ribbons laced with gold thread. It says this is only a projection and refuses to describe its real form, though the biology section relays a self-description of a lanky humanoid frame built from birch branches with the ribbons streaming out of the gaps between the wood, so that only the ribbons are visible. It is physically present in one place, a metal ring set into the floor of a plain white octagonal room on level 244, filled with dark liquid and rimmed with shifting runes. It does not travel. Instead, it keeps threads everywhere at once and uses them as remote eyes, which it demonstrated by correctly reporting the position of a second research team outside the level. It claims to be the sole reason levels shift and change at all, which the researchers logged as dubious. It is vain and quick to anger, threatening entombment for being called a thing, but cooperative on its own terms, returning documents dropped into the well with its own writing added. The encounter that produced the file involved a researcher found kneeling at the well and wrapped in ribbon, and the entity's closing statement refuses to confirm whether any of what it said was true. Skin Givers are Entity 177, built as the deliberate inverse of the Skin Stealer. Where that entity takes skin off a body, this one puts skin onto one. It reads as a gaunt, skinned-looking humanoid with deep red coloring, white eyes set deep in the sockets, and essentially skeletal arms. The exception is the hands, both of which are wrapped in hundreds of stacked thin layers of loose skin that swell them far out of proportion with the rest of the frame, and those hands are the reservoir it draws from. The attack begins with contact. Anything the entity touches with its fists starts growing new skin, spreading out from the contact point and wrapping around the victim, producing intense itching and rising heat underneath. Having marked someone, it then follows, slowly and without urgency, because it does not need to catch its target so much as outlast them. The layers keep accumulating while the chase continues until the victim overheats and collapses. Its mass is concentrated in the hands, which is given as the reason for its poor mobility, and the file describes it as the methodical opposite of the fast and powerful Skin Stealer. The two species have a commensal relationship, with Skin Stealers peeling layers off a Skin Giver's hands to patch their own damaged hide, and no hostility between them is reported. The documented cure is almond water applied to the affected area, with the excess scratched away before more than 3 layers build up. M is Entity 179, and its file is a format screw in 3 layers: a notice ordering the reader to delete the page, the original clinical write-up preserved underneath, and then the entity's own rewrite, which calls the clinical format dehumanizing. It presents as a tall, shadowy humanoid with ashen dry skin and bandages wound across the face, 8 fleshy tube-like organs wrapping the torso from a dark cavity in the chest, and long spear-like legs that serve as its primary weapon. A shadowy cape hangs from the shoulders. The unmistakable feature is a goggle rig strapped around the head with one lens over the eye, glowing brilliant white even in darkness. It communicates telepathically by forcing thoughts into a person's head, so the listener thinks its words without choosing to, and it feeds on emotion, fear especially, leaving those it drains unnaturally calm while the chest tubes pulse. It is not recorded as hostile. It works as a bounty hunter capturing entities for an unnamed employer, and can teleport itself and others between levels with no known limit. By its own account, it was human once, and was transformed by something it found deep in the Backrooms, most likely the goggle itself, and it can no longer remember its full name. The single documented sighting came when it killed a smiler that was chasing a wanderer on level 59, talked with him at length, and then deposited him on another level when he pressed too hard about who it works for. Barry is Entity 180, and physically he is a cat. A black domestic longhair, apparently an older neutered male, distinguished only by a pair of white whiskers on the left side of his face. Everything anomalous about him is in the eyes. Anyone who makes direct eye contact is, in his followers' term, enlightened, and the result is conversion into a devoted worshipper. He is believed not to control the effect, and he does not act to stop strangers from being caught by it either. He is almost never alone. A ring of 10 to 20 people surrounds him at any given moment, calling themselves visionaries. They are ordinary wanderers in every respect, except that they treat the cat as a deity, feed him constantly, and will physically fight anyone they read as a threat to him, which makes them, rather than the animal, the practical danger. Barry has no speech beyond ordinary cat vocalizations, and communicates by staring into a follower's eyes, after which that person can speak on his behalf. He is docile, and the one thing that reliably annoys him is being held too long. The article's closing material reframes everything. Hidden notes from Entity 140 apologize for the accident that gave him the property, and announce that she has since retrieved him and considers him safer with her than he ever was with his followers. Masked Messengers are Entity 182, and their file is not a database entry at all, but a welcome letter written to a new recruit of the Masked Maidens, with a care pamphlet attached. The bird closely resembles a peacock, with brilliantly colored plumage that varies so much between individuals that the letter compares the patterns to snowflakes. The one constant across every variant is a flowery crest on the head, which is the stated way to distinguish a messenger from any other bright bird. A single feather at the tail tip is not rooted in the body at all, but is a detachable quill pen, preloaded with an invisible ink readable only through the eyes of a mask. Their visibility rule is the mechanism that matters. While a messenger is within a mask wearer's line of sight, it is invisible to everyone else, and the moment it leaves that person's vision, it becomes visible to all, which in a populated area makes a peacock bright bird instantly conspicuous. That is why the letter insists on writing and releasing them well away from inhabited areas. They are completely harmless. Each maiden is assigned one as a lifelong companion and courier, and the exchange is simple. The bird arrives with a letter in its beak, the recipient takes the letter and the quill, writes a reply, and sends it back. The pamphlet covers diet, rest, temperament, and a mating season during which the feathers become bioluminescent and flights are discouraged. Carnies are Entity 183, clowns inhabiting level 283, and they range from ordinary-looking performers to wildly exaggerated caricatures. Their body plans and temperaments vary so widely that the article splits them into 6 named subtypes. Some are genuinely friendly, and some are hostile, and the single diagnostic separating the two is speech. A friendly carny can talk, while a hostile one can only produce laughter. The subtypes cover a wide range. Lankers stand 15 to 20 feet, almost all of it leg, and their oversized shoes double as weapons. Puffers are balloon-shaped and hover, honking when struck, and hostile ones self-destruct with a 10-foot blast radius that showers confetti. Hacklers are almost always hostile and never physically violent, because their laugh is contagious within about 20 feet, compelling anyone inside that zone to laugh until their muscles weaken and they suffocate. Bubbas are heavy-set and drum on themselves, or swing an oversized sledgehammer. Tricksters are small, yellow-eyed, and mischievous rather than hostile, capable of laying flat two-dimensional holes on the floor that teleport whoever steps on one, and of conjuring silent illusions of other entities. Slumpies are marked by a flower on the right side of the torso and spray a strong acid from it. All carnies can spit a fired bullet back with lethal accuracy, which makes firearms counterproductive, and all of them fear fire, business suits, syringes, and green vegetables. The Comedian is Entity 185, and its file is very short and entirely narrative. After the header there is no description, biology or discovery section, no measurements, and no survival guidance. What the article contains is a single transcribed stand-up routine performed at the hotel on level 5, heckled throughout by Entity 18, the proprietor of that hotel. Nothing anatomical is recorded. The photograph shows only the stage. What the piece establishes is presentational. The comedian is a performer, humanoid enough to work a room, speaks in loose modern slang, and is on poor terms with the management. Its routine is a shaggy dog story about a man who arrives at a hotel and talks the owner into hiring him, which the gentleman interrupts to correct, saying nothing of the sort happened and the comedian simply turned up and never left. The comedian's defense is that jokes are not meant to be accurate, only funny, and it points out that deceiving people is the gentleman's own line of work. It then starts a second bit about something its mother used to say, stops because it cannot remember what, and apologizes. The forgotten memory is the article's one serious beat, implying the degraded personal history common among long-term residents. The caption positions it as the least popular of the hotel's acts, tolerated rather than employed. The rock star is Entity 186, known to the rest of the hotel staff as Rochi, and his file is a comedic 4-scene playlet, narrated in his own voice rather than a database entry. Physically, he is a human body topped with a full cockroach head, usually pictured with an electric guitar. He was evidently human once and refers to the roach state as a change rather than an origin, noting that he can still feel thirst. He is employed on level 5 as the resident musician, and his entire threat profile is social. He stages unscheduled concerts at enormous volume, generating thousands of guest complaints, and the opening scene has the proprietor summoning him to demand he reschedule or stop. He refuses, asks for a soda, and promises a performance nobody will forget. The remaining scenes follow him trying and failing to be smooth with another of the hotel's performers, whose fur he compliments and whom he invites to share a stage, and then cornering a silent colleague in a lift to recruit them into a band, receiving only a bell chime in reply. The page closes with a hand-drawn concert invitation emailed to the hotel's customer service address, which the proprietor reads and deletes. Nothing in the file describes him harming anyone, and no biology, discovery record, or M.E.G involvement appears anywhere. Servants are Entity 187, and they are not a species. They are wanderers who have been absorbed into the mental control of an ambassador, and they exist afterwards only to obey it. At a distance, they still read as human. Up close, there are 2 reliable identifiers: skin drained of all color to a flat ash gray, and a faint red cast in the eyes. Subtler tells include an unnervingly perfect stillness and movements that look manufactured rather than lived in. They never operate alone, appearing in groups of at least 3, all linked to each other and to a single controller through instantaneous 2-way communication. That link also allows the ambassador to seize direct hold of a body, during which the eyes go from faint tint to blinding glare, and that is the clearest warning available. Their documented functions are supplying the hands their controller lacks, dispersed reconnaissance, luring, and marching through populated areas purely to be seen. Their minds appear structurally intact, which is what makes them dangerous. They can recall and deploy their old memories to deceive people who knew them, while relatives report the personality entirely erased. Physically, the changes run deep. They have never been observed eating. Wounds glow rather than bleed and close slowly, and an autopsy account reports every internal fluid simply absent with no sign of drainage and no putrefaction after roughly a year. The Scomparsa is Entity 188, a single enormous flying reptile of prehistoric build inhabiting the deepest quarry regions of level 669. The article compares it to a pterodactyl, but settles on Quetzalcoatlus as the closer match on size, posture, and flight style. It stands over 30 feet. The defining anatomical feature is that it has no eyes whatsoever, the skull being entirely eyeless, and its beak is long enough to take a human whole and marked by a large distinctive gash. That scar is why researchers are confident every recorded sighting is the same individual rather than a population. Being blind, it navigates and hunts entirely by echolocation, emitting loud shrieks as it moves through the quarries, and those shrieks are usually the first warning anyone gets. It targets the larger prey animals of the level, but a human making enough noise registers identically, and once it fixes a position, it dives at the source. The article also raises the possibility that it can smell people at close range, so silence alone may not be enough if you are very near it. Its significance goes beyond individual kills, because the deep areas it patrols are thought to possibly contain an exit from the level, and its continuous presence makes searching them impossible. It makes no attempt to breed and builds no nest, and the prevailing theory is that it is the last of a species that has otherwise died out. The Machina are Entity 189, an ancient, partly cybernetic species that died out roughly 2 centuries ago, and the file is archaeology rather than a threat assessment. Almost everything known comes secondhand from the lost. Before humans arrived, they were the most widely dispersed race in the Backrooms, having mastered deliberate no-clipping, and they originated on level 2, where they evolved from an animal species into an advanced sapient one. They made peaceful contact with the lost early and traded goods and knowledge freely. Nobody has seen one. Each individual spent its entire life sealed inside a large ornate metal suit, and they deliberately welded small human-like facial patterns onto their visors so as to look less unsettling to their trading partners. Their culture did not consider an individual alive until it had been placed in a suit, and depicting a dead member was taboo, so the unsuited form is essentially undocumented. Their decline was material. Level 2 began running out of the rare resources the suits required. Population collapsed from a peak of 1 or 2,000 into the hundreds, and roughly every third child died for want of a suit. In their final months, they began speaking of something they called the Great Answer, refusing offered resources from the lost, and producing religious art where they had previously had no religion at all. They vanished entirely shortly afterwards, and what the Great Answer was has never been established. Men in Black are Entity 190, also called Alox, and they operate in both the front rooms and the back rooms while being native to neither. On Earth, they pass as men, appearing in ones or twos and never in groups larger than 3, presenting as officials who intimidate witnesses and confiscate evidence. Descriptions of their faces vary wildly, but the consistent tell is the clothing. Suits that look bought minutes earlier, with shoe soles unmarked by any walking, regardless of weather. They typically arrive before a witness has told anyone, describe the sighting back to them in exact detail, detect omissions, and seize whatever physical evidence exists. Victims describe being unable to think clearly until after the visitors leave. In the back rooms, they are far worse, because the metaphysical suppression that dampens such abilities on Earth does not exist there. They shapeshift freely, appearing as an entity, a friend, or the witness themselves, and can turn invisible and pass through solid matter. Their signature attack cascades through the victim's mind until bodily function fails. One recovered account describes an instance being set on fire, burning convincingly, then laughing and continuing the pursuit without breathing, and revealing beneath the damage no skull or skeleton at all, but crawling filaments that rebuilt the flesh and clothing from nothing. From that, researchers propose the entity is not one creature, but a colonial organism of many fragments acting as one. After 2 engagements cost 60 personnel, the M.E.G adopted a standing order not to engage under any circumstances. The company is Entity 191, and it is not one creature, but a 7-member ecosystem inhabiting pockets of office intraspace. The overwhelming majority are the rank and file, roughly 95% of everything observed, and they are the entry's defining image. Ordinary human bodies of any build in business casual, with the neck cleanly severed and a mundane appliance seated where the head should be. Televisions, monitors, toasters, kettles, rice cookers, many of them operating with nothing plugged in. They perform work that imitates office labor without accomplishing anything, photocopying blank pages and refeeding the copies, brewing coffee and pouring it straight down the sink, holding meetings where the audience applauds regardless of what is presented. They ignore people almost entirely and do not retaliate if attacked, but harming one is precisely what must not happen. Managers, distinguished by jackets and by heads that are anomalous rather than mundane, patrol wherever the rank and file cluster. If a manager notices a person and they have not left within a few minutes, it reaches a telephone, dials, and sounds an alarm. The lights go out and an enforcer arrives, and every recorded instance of that has ended the same way. The remaining members include an unmoving corpse whose monitors update with data arriving through no connection, a 10-meter builder that constructs new cells, and an executive that is the only one of them that speaks. Swindlebirds are Entity 192, and the designation covers a genus rather than a single species. 4 species sit inside it, distinguished by color and grouped together because they share skeletal structure, migration behavior, diet, nesting method, and one core strategy: distracting or deflecting predators rather than fighting or running. They are numerous and comparatively bright, having solved simple puzzles in testing, and that intelligence combined with a high breeding rate and a very tolerant digestive system has let them colonize new environments almost immediately on arrival. Their nesting habit is the most distinctive thing about them. Rather than building high in trees, they nest near the ground, constructing a small tent of sticks draped in scavenged litter so that from a distance it reads as a rock or a heap of leaves with a single squeeze-through entrance. The 4 variants defend themselves differently. The red morph carries a single tall feather on the back of the skull and a leg structure that lets it move without any bobbing gait, so a watching predator cannot read it as an animal at all. The green has an unusually straight beak and forked tongue and emits ultrasonic screeches. The purple has highly reflective eyes that disorient at night at the cost of attracting as many predators as it repels. The blue is rarest, superficially parrot-like, and its outer feathers carry a hallucinogenic compound that causes mild delirium on skin contact. Cindy is Entity 193, a single unique individual and one of the few genuinely friendly entities on record. Out of disguise, it is a tall humanoid around 7 feet, with a pronounced slouch, very long thin limbs, and legs shaped like a dog's rather than a person's. The whole body is sheathed in a smooth white plastic-looking material with black coloring at every joint, and the face carries no features at all except 2 small sunken black eyes above sharp cheekbones. The overall impression is robotic. What makes it valuable to the M.E.G is that it no-clips cleanly between levels at will with perfect control, and several operatives are studying how in the hope of making level-to-level travel routine. It is docile and reserved, will not initiate contact, and only becomes violent if it feels attacked, in which case its first response is to leave rather than fight. Its signature behavior is disguise. It takes the appearance of someone the Wanderer loves, which the article reads as learned, an adaptation after enough people reacted with terror to its true shape. It cannot speak at all, though it understands many languages, and communicates by pointing and gesturing. It will ferry wanderers between levels in exchange for goods of almost any kind, apparently collecting them out of curiosity since it cannot eat. The first confirmed sighting involved a newly arrived wanderer who followed what he believed was an old school friend for several hours before she reverted and waved goodbye. The Crystal Sisters are Entity 194, 3 sapient entities each inhabiting one colored zone of level 197 and each formed from that zone's crystal. All 3 are dead and the file is closed. They were humanoid figures built from faceted polygonal crystal, differing mainly in build, and each wore a crown whose set stone is the identifying feature and the source of its effect. Their temperaments matched their zones. Vivian, the turquoise sister, is described by consensus as one of the kindest entities in the archive. She introduced herself by name, offered water and rest to anyone entering, told stories about her family at length, and habitually embraced people who were struggling, with her crown able to settle the exhausted into sleep. Ida, the amethyst sister, was permanently and severely ill and contagious enough that anyone approaching fell sick almost at once regardless of protection, and her crown induced nausea and sudden depression in anyone who looked at it. She kept people away and almost nothing else about her was documented. Killian, the ruby sister, was constantly enraged and lethal on sight, reshaping her zone violently and driving wanderers out, with a crown that provoked rage in anyone its glow fell on. Interleaved through the article are hidden passages from a grieving fourth sibling who was never found, stating an intention to bring the three of them back. Endless/nameless is entity 195, and it is defined by instability rather than by form. Both its existence and every fact recorded about it are in permanent flux, and it appears unable to break the cycle. Very little can be observed directly because instances dissipate quickly. What is glimpsed is a gray humanoid with no recognizable features at all, whose mass fluctuates with atmospheric pressure and whose color shifts with the gases in the surrounding air, so no two sightings match. The one constant across every report is a strong smell of rotting vegetables, which is also the leading explanation for why most other entities avoid it. It functions as a watcher, observing from forbidden territory and spectating the Backrooms' other reality benders for reasons nobody has determined. For wanderers, it is treated as an omen, particularly on level 11, where an instance appearing shortly after someone arrives is a signal to leave immediately, and those who stay die in improbable ways suited to wherever they happen to be. Instances actively resist being studied, deflecting attention with meaningless trivia and hazards that interfere with reasoning, and the article warns that a momentary lapse can be fatal. It also produces contaminated agents who mimic normal behavior, and the stated tell is the eyes. Levels it has left behind retain traces embedded in the surfaces it touched, which the M.E.G is monitoring because they have been observed growing. Jazzheads are Entity 197, a band of humanoid entities in tailored suits, each with a musical instrument in place of a head. The article is written entirely as an interview transcript, so the facts come out of dialogue rather than sections. The bodies below the neck are ordinary and human-shaped, and the members are openly vain about the suits. The instrument heads are functional. They play their own heads, most of them needing to physically hold the instrument to do it, and one of them, a drum kit, can play without touching it at all. They see, hear, and talk normally, despite having no faces, and they refer to each other by number. They were a real touring band for roughly 47 years before dying together in a bus accident. After some years causing minor trouble elsewhere, they arrived at the hotel, which one of them notes resembles a venue they used to play, and were recruited on the spot. The instrument heads appeared on their first day of work, along with instant unexplained mastery. Their assigned job was soul harvesting, play compellingly enough that the audience never wants to leave, then absorb them. They tried it once. Seeing an audience moved to tears changed their minds, and they have killed nobody since, which puts them in breach of contract, and their leader maintains some form of deception to keep management's surveillance satisfied. The danger is real on paper and dormant in practice. The plush dino is Entity 198, a stuffed toy dinosaur that moves under its own power, and the only entity known to live on level 18. Most of the time it sits dormant and inert, indistinguishable from an abandoned plush, giving no sign of awareness at all. What wakes it is emotional rather than physical. It senses when someone on the level is in distress, and only then activates. The transformation takes about 20 seconds, during which the fabric turns pink, and a pair of legs made of the same textile material grows out of the body. Once active, it goes looking for the specific person whose distress it detected, and its function is guidance. Its manner while leading is deliberately unhurried, described as joyful, with frequent stops for breaks, and it sometimes asks by gesture to be picked up or held. It cannot speak at all and communicates entirely through body language. It requires no food, but will accept and eat what is offered, and it reacts to any gift with obvious gratitude. The entire documented discovery history is a single encounter. An overseer stumbled into level 18 from level 4, found nothing promising, and was about to turn back when he met it. He chose to follow, and it led him to the hub, which happened to be exactly where he had been trying to reach. That one incident is the basis for the article's insistence that suspicion is the wrong response. The game player is Entity 199, and the file is a first-person journal rather than a database entry. He is a jester doll roughly person-sized, built from fabric and wood with mismatched cloth patches sewn over parts of the body, wooden hands, and a screen for a face that displays simple line-drawn expressions with two mismatched eyes. He wears a pair of human eyeglasses and carries a leather satchel, both taken from his own former body. The journal covers how that happened. He was a man named Victor, schizophrenic, describing constant auditory hallucinations and an inability to tell real people from hallucinated ones. Backtracking through level 1, he entered a dark section, was attacked by a smiler, and made it to a lit area the entity would not cross, then found a checkerboard patterned door and died inside the room beyond it. He describes waking as a translucent presence above his own body, watching a jester on glowing strings read his journal, leave, and return, carrying a second doll, which it laid beside the corpse before drawing his soul into it. The entity that did this introduced herself as the level's game master, explained the doll had been a failed attempt at an artificial companion she could not make autonomous, and told him to treat it as a second chance because she wanted a friend. He now serves as her playtester, is called by his real name in private and by his title in front of visitors, and the journal ends with him saying he is happy. My Friends is Entity 200, and the file opens with an archivist's notice stating that the entry was not written by any approved member, that the terminal it came from cannot be identified, and that the entities described were never recovered. What follows is written by a lost child in a child's spelling, filling out the standard entity template. The entities are a collection of homemade toy figures he calls his robot friends, built by hand from scavenged foam, buttons, wood, and cotton balls. He ran short of materials, so not all of them have arms or ears. One has wheels instead of feet. One is dog-shaped with a cotton ball body and a small red nose, named after the dog he had at home. He names several others and indicates there are many more. He describes each as having its own personality, some kind to him and some rude, and several reminding him of people from school. He plays the same imaginative games he used to play in class, and he has sworn off one of them because a toy's arm came off and another's spring was bent. Nothing in the entry evidences that the figures move or act on their own. The horror sits entirely in the frame. A child alone in an office level animating scavenged junk into a social world, noting he cannot find his mother, while the organization reading it cannot locate him. The page ends on an unanswered reply asking him where he is. Blue-ringed deerlings are Entity 201, small, gaunt, deer-like quadrupeds with translucent bodies that read pale gray or white in sunlight and glow blue-green under fluorescent light. Faint circular ring markings sit on the skin while the animal is calm and brighten sharply when it is hunting or threatened, following the same warning logic as the octopus they are named after. The head carries two upright rabbit-like ears, and when prey is in range, white web-like growths extend from inside them. The limbs are twig-thin, and unlike true deer, they carry claws on all four. The toxin is the primary hazard, and it is acquired through diet, concentrated from the venomous entities they eat. Any physical contact risks envenomation, and the neurotoxin shuts down the human nervous system over roughly half an hour, producing paralysis and then death, with no cure available. The webbing is the second weapon. It springs from the ears and rings the victim's head, immobilizing non-human prey so the venom can work. In humans, it instead induces a trance of vivid looping hallucinations experienced from someone else's point of view, and the identities recovered from survivors have matched wanderers known to have died of deerling venom. Despite all this, they rate low on the threat scale. They are extremely skittish, most bolt the moment they realize they are being watched, and none has ever been documented chasing down an adult. Bident is Entity 202, filed after a single encounter and presumed extinct, since only one instance was ever seen and it did not survive it. It was a two-headed humanoid standing about 7'4", heavily muscled, with dark red skin and no hair anywhere. It had no nails, no sexual characteristics, and both heads were featureless, apart from a mouth on the right one with dentition resembling a primate's. Several digits were fused, leaving 2 fingers and a thumb on each hand. It navigated and located targets with no recognizable sense organs at all. It carried the 2-pronged spear it is named for, which analysis found entirely mundane. Dissection showed a body plan resembling human conjoined twins, with duplicated sets of most major organs, plus one structure with no human counterpart, an additional organ that secreted a fluid pumped directly into the left brain, What that was for is unknown. The recorded encounter has it smashing through an interior wall of a coalition base, its arms burning where they touched exposed rebar. Gunfire did nothing, with bullet wounds sealing almost immediately, while a makeshift flaming sword cut deep and made it drop the spear. It was finally killed when an operative drove its own weapon through it. A security camera caught its dying speech, in a Creole believed to have been spoken centuries earlier, which translated to a plea and a claim that it had come to destroy something inside the building before it was too late. Tagalongs are Entity 204, humanoid parasites that pass for people at a distance or in peripheral vision. Close inspection breaks it. The face is structured wrongly and the movements are unnatural. Each one retains recognizable features of the human it was made from, so it looks like a specific person rather than a generic figure. But it keeps none of that person's memory, intelligence, or personality, so its behavior will not match whoever it resembles. Dissection finds no organs at all, only a body cavity packed with clotted material. The infection begins the moment a human interacts with one. The victim starts suffering selective memory loss and becomes convinced the entity is a real person, usually a friend or relative, with the mind either misassigning an existing relationship or fabricating memories to fit the face. From that point, the M.E.G classes the person as lost and prohibits further contact. The progression is documented in stages. The entity attaches itself and maintains constant physical contact, going dormant while the host keeps up a one-sided conversation and standing over them while they sleep. Over the following days, the host develops severe headaches, loses hearing and sight, and many come to believe they are back home. Around a week in, they can no longer walk or respond. Shortly after that, the entity merges with the host and converts them into a second tagalong. Will-O waves are Entity 207, small bioluminescent creatures built on a shrimp's body plan that drift through the unlit flooded sections of the backrooms. The article frames them as ugly but harmless, and wanderers widely regard them as a lucky sign, on the understanding that their moving lights lead travelers towards safety and away from whatever else is in the water. They measure 13 to 15 centimeters. The exoskeleton is fully transparent, and nothing is visible inside it. They have long, sharp teeth and a flexible jaw, and nobody has ever seen one hunt or feed. They gather in shoals of roughly 50 to 300 and swim nose to tail in single file, generally riding the current. Artificial light repels them outright, and a beam pointed at a shoal makes it vanish on the spot. Left alone, they ignore people entirely, and the documented way to draw a response is to approach slowly and introduce a few drops of blood to the water, at which the shoal answers with a soft harmonic hum and a wave of synchronized flashes running from the back of the column to the front. Following a shoal in that state reportedly leads to areas with few entities, supply caches, or hard-to-find exits. Two anomalous traits have prevented any specimen ever being captured. They are partly intangible, and startling one causes it to dissolve into the water and leave a cloud of glowing particles that adhere to whatever they touch and mark it for every entity in the area. Imposters are Entity 210, and the file is not a documentation page but the record of one failing to be published. The whole article is an email chain, 2 rejected drafts, an interview transcript, and a hospital intake form, and the entity data exists only inside the drafts, which are never approved. What the drafts describe are shapeshifters that have quietly embedded themselves in human settlements. No baseline form is known, because a dead instance retains whatever shape it was wearing. Human forms are the norm, though the drafts note they can present as animals or objects, and behaviorally they pass as ordinary people. 2 tells are offered. They carry no scent at all, and people near them report a vague sense that something is wrong. Their goals are never established. A researcher at one base submitted the write-up after a wanderer was seen changing form in a bathroom and fled, dying on another level during the pursuit. His reviewer rejected the first draft as thin, then responded oddly to the second, forwarding it upward despite holding approval rights herself, and simultaneously wrote to a colleague requesting the author be detained for psychiatric evaluation. The final document is his involuntary committal form, which records his insistence that the reviewer is one of them and instructs staff to disregard it. The horror is structural. The reader watches the countermeasure work. Womb is Entity 212, and an instance looks exactly like a plush toy. A chubby, rainbow-colored axolotl in mint condition, never worn or dirty. They are rare and hard to find, with only 7 confirmed sightings across 3 levels, and they are classed passive to semi-hazardous because the risk they pose is a side effect of how they move rather than any aggression. They can barely move on their own, so they travel by shockwave. The entity squeezes its own body inward like an accordion, compressing everything within about a meter, then releases, producing a shockwave roughly 3 meters across, along with the loud noise that gives the species its name, which throws it forward. The wave does no direct physical damage, but anyone caught in it suffers headache, muscle soreness, nausea, and both auditory and visual hallucinations for anywhere from 30 seconds to 10 minutes. The buildup is slow enough that a person has time to notice and back away. They fire off fewer shockwaves when people are nearby, which has produced 2 competing readings: that the docility is deliberate and they are using humans as transport, or simply that they want company. They ignore gravity, weigh almost nothing, and are effectively indestructible. One recorded encounter has a wanderer throwing a mid-buildup instance at a pack of hounds, using the shockwave to escape, and keeping the entity afterwards. The bronze builders are Entity 215, humanoid figures about 20 centimeters tall, made entirely of bronze-looking metal, with bodies built from simple geometric solids, oversized hands and feet, and faces at roughly the level of a child's stick figure drawing. 3 body shapes exist and correspond to cast. Their tools are the same material as their bodies, and autopsies find them solid metal throughout. They speak in squeaky mumbles and understand neither human speech nor writing, though they register that speech is happening. They occupy levels resembling outdoor spaces because they need room to build. The researcher who documented them found a clearing where the ground within about 30 meters had been converted to ordinary-seeming concrete and red brick, riddled with clean-cut burrows, with a tall building at the center. Over several days, he watched them expand it. A builder strikes bare ground with a hammer, and it converts instantly, by a mechanism nobody has explained. He recorded garden plots, concrete pillars, and builders carving statues of themselves, and he witnessed reproduction, in which one carves a new builder out of a block of the same material, and it becomes sentient the moment it is finished. The leading theory is that they are refugees, since their architecture matches what stood on a level that collapsed, making the whole site an attempt to rebuild it elsewhere. They are never hostile, and settlements now pay them to build elsewhere. The Catmaster is Entity 220, a black house cat documented as bearing strong similarities to the Keymaster. It behaves like an ordinary cat in almost every respect, with one consistent exception. It becomes highly irritable when its own nature is discussed within earshot. It understands spoken English, and the file attributes its inability to write to a lack of dexterity rather than a lack of comprehension. Physically, it is a black domestic cat with white eyes glowing at roughly 40 to 45 lumens, and a black fluid resembling abyssal ooze runs from both ears at about 1/5 of an ounce per hour, roughly doubling while it sleeps. The substance is tacky, strongly caustic and painful on contact, and its origin has never been located. The glow shows through the eyelids when the cat blinks and stops entirely once it is asleep. It came into M.E.G custody at Outpost Doorstep Carpet when the Keymaster arrived carrying it in a cage, visibly disheveled, with claw marks on his face and a piece missing from his cloak. He insisted the M.E.G take it and left before anyone could refuse. Testing produced the entry as written, and on the second day the cat coughed up a level key, which suggested it may hold the full range of the Keymaster's abilities. On the 4th day, its cage was found open and empty, and it has been cited across numerous levels since. The article opens with a framing story in which a lost cat encounters a tall cloaked man in level 1, and recovers a flood of memories of having been a gatekeeper god, one who guided people between realms and took offerings until his followers handed him a bowl of something coppery and his body was rearranged. The documentation never confirms that account, and the 2 halves of the page do not fully agree with each other. Soul Suckers are Entity 222, bipedal androids built to a manufactured height of 7 feet and found almost universally in disrepair, ranging from surface damage to missing limbs. Their mechanical systems are exposed and only partly covered by translucent plastic shaped into a human form, and some units are lit from inside by LEDs that make them visible at distance in the dark, though dilapidation means this cannot be relied on. No component has ever been recovered in working order, so their control system is understood only through observation of a 4-phase pattern. In standby, they move without apparent purpose, swiveling the head to hold a field of view up to 270 degrees out to 30 meters, unaffected by light levels and presumed infrared. Detecting a person triggers alarm, about 90 seconds of siren-like wailing that draws in every other unit in the area while the entity pursues at speeds exceeding 30 miles per hour. A failed capture moves it to canvassing, another 90 seconds of methodical searching through hiding places and exits within about 50 yards, and then to Standby Plus, an indefinite state in which it takes different routes, inspects harmless traces of human activity, responds more sharply to sound, and repairs itself. The capture outcome is designated a SEE event for soul extraction. The servos in the hands can hold a grown man, and the unit turns the victim to face it, extends cables from its nostrils to force the eyelids open, and emits an unidentified pattern of light from its pupils. The effect removes personality, memory, and individuality, and it is not confined to the victim. Collective memory of who that person was is edited out, and text describing them goes missing regardless of medium, while video recordings remain intact. What is left wanders the level without intent until someone recovers it, which is how the loss usually surfaces. A respected member of an outpost leaves, is forgotten abruptly and unanimously, and turns up weeks later as an empty shell. The documented weakness is the eye units. Damaging one causes the SEE event to fail, after which the unit resorts to ordinary physical violence, and that combined with disabling the walking system is the recommended way to break contact. Law Crows are Entity 226, and the file is not a neutral database record. It is written from inside the eyes and watchers of Argos, and reads as scripture, which shapes every claim in it. By that document, Law Crows are benign beings made from the essence of the lawful Lord Argos and his justice. They are bred only at the headquarters, and travel with any member of the Eyes who chooses to carry one. Their listed abilities are sight that distinguishes lies from truths, hearing that carries through walls, and a silent voice for speaking with anyone. Classification is zoophoid, with the properties SSV and BNV, and habitat is given as the headquarters alone. Behaviorally, they imitate their owners, picking up habits and latching onto individual words they repeat at length. Operatives compare their intelligence to a 9-year-old child, capable of human speech, but consistently ungrammatical and unable to manage complicated words. They are described as docile except when they detect a sinful person, at which point they caw aggressively and claw at that individual unless the handler restrains them. Anatomically, they remain common crows, with feathers, talons, and external features proven to withstand greater physical force, and post-mortem work reports the eyes of Argos and his true vision present within the retinas. The article also claims they accompany Argos on killings, concealed in his shadow, while noting in the same breath that nobody has ever seen this. It closes with an instruction rather than a warning. Caring for a law crow is encouraged even for non-members, and will be repaid in kind. Harming one is classed as animal abuse that the organization is obliged to hunt down and interrogate, and the reader is reminded that they are always being watched. Model Fighter Squadron is Entity 227, a group of sentient miniature aircraft. Captured specimens are almost all P-51D Mustangs of the American Army Air Force pattern, measuring 12 by 14 by 4 inches. They fly in groups of 30, always in Vic formation, normally arranged as 3 Vs with any surplus aircraft forming a further V at the rear. Every recorded appearance includes at least 3 airframes damaged by weapons fire. Other model types have been found, including BF-109s, B-25s, and a single HE-111, which supports the assumption that opposing squadrons fight each other when nobody is watching. On sighting a person, the squadron opens fire immediately using wing cannons, bombs, and rockets, and the damage they inflict matches what a full-sized aircraft would do. Nothing about their internals is ordinary. No crew is visible, and no pilot has ever been seen leaving a damaged instance. Disassembly reveals fuel, ammunition, hydraulics, and structure laid out exactly as in a real P-51D, but built from the wrong materials. The hydraulic system is made of bone and liquid pain, which lacks any property that would let it drive flaps or landing gear. Ammunition is replenished by an unknown process, and the recovered rounds are the strangest part of the file. Orange tracers are hollow. Black armor-piercing rounds hold an onyx crystal shard. Red rounds contain fire salt and fragments of Leviathan's teeth, and one blue high-explosive round detonated on being opened and killed 4 operatives. The bombs follow the same logic. Blue casings carry almond water infected with the disease. Black casings release lightning when breached, and yellow-striped rockets are packed with miniature Nguithrixeurs. Discovery came through a wanderer named Tommy Price, who found a squadron on a table on level 277 apparently being repaired and restocked, was allowed to pick them up, and reported that they flew escort for him and shot down entities that approached. He attributed the tolerance to his own military service, and the guidance still recommends carrying rank insignia into levels where the squadron has been reported. Baggers are Entity 230, humanoid entities that make their living by being mistaken for someone else. They frequent most sectors of level 230 and turn up on any occupied level where trade happens, and they resemble the merchants of the free traders of the Backrooms closely enough to impersonate them successfully. Each one wears a hoodie or cloak, and the file cannot say whether that covering is clothing or anatomy. Beneath it, they are anthropomorphic with 4 limbs and a head, the face concealed if it exists at all, and they are usually seen carrying an oversized bag on the right shoulder and moving with a shuffling gait. Unaccompanied, they are not aggressive. Their documented motive is profit through deception. They will trade for anything they judge valuable and sell wares that are typically false or defective, with the recorded example being liquid pain passed off as almond water. The more serious outcome is the invitation to view more merchandise elsewhere, which the file states is almost certainly an ambush by other hostile entities. Their conduct changes with circumstance across 3 catalogued states. Observed, a bagger performs, haggling enthusiastically with an exaggerated salesman's manner. Faced with a confused buyer, it drops the act, speaks in hushed tones, glances around and pushes worse deals. Alone with an isolated wanderer in a deserted area, it enters what the file calls the sales shark phase, its most aggressive and deceptive. The proposed biology is straightforward mimicry evolved to isolate people, and what happens after that is unknown because no one who followed a bagger has been documented returning. The practical countermeasure came from the free traders themselves, who publicly disowned the entity and ordered every genuine merchant to lower their hood on request. Baggers will not, and every attempt to remove one by force has failed. Porters are Entity 231, and they are confined to the docks of level 230. They are unusually easy to tell apart for a hostile entity, since each one can be identified by its individual coat and mask, and 50 distinct porters have been catalogued so far with the assumption that more exist. Away from the ships they move alone, which the file explicitly warns should not be read as an opportunity, because one porter has the strength to overwhelm and kill as many as 5 well-armed people. They appear to work. They board and leave a number of ships, offloading boxes and containers and carrying them somewhere that has never been established, and the contents have never been examined. Physically, they are bipedal and human in proportion, averaging 6 feet, heavily built. The coat is dark blue with a fur lining and carries a distinct smell of oil and sawdust. The mask is dark green and covers the face entirely. The trousers are tan cargo pants marked with a black tar-like substance, and the boots are worn steel-toed. They are intelligent and situationally aware, and they pursue and attack anyone they detect without provocation, using the hooks they carry. No specimen has been recovered, because no operative who got close enough to unmask one has survived to report it. The formal record began after the bagger's write-up, when a squad from M.E.G. Base Delta entered the docks to survey conditions there. The attached transcript ends with Operative Stanley Tranton pulling the mask off a porter, recognizing the face underneath, saying a name, and being killed with the hook before he could say anything else. The file confirms porters have human faces and leaves the rest of that moment undocumented. Drowners are Entity 232, and they are found wherever there is standing water, with levels 34, 43, and 230 named specifically. The identifying feature is a weathered yellow raincoat with the hood always up, which no instance has ever been seen without, worn over work trousers and black rubber boots in varying states of wear. Some coats are stained with what appears to be blood, some trousers are torn, and some individuals are missing a boot. They spend almost all their time submerged, waiting, and will remain there indefinitely if undisturbed. When someone comes within reach, a drowner grabs whatever limb is exposed. Skin-to-skin contact is the delivery mechanism. Within a few seconds, the victim's lungs begin filling with water and they asphyxiate. A failed grab turns into a pursuit. On land, they are slower than a running person and shamble, but in water they move unimpeded by any anomalous means, so an escape attempt through water is where most people are caught. They are persistent enough to follow prey out of the water entirely, which makes enclosed spaces the real hazard, since a cornered person has to fight. The M.E.G recommends ranged weapons for that, as drowners are strong and resilient, though sufficient damage does put one down. A kill is followed by the body being dragged out of sight and vanishing, and a drowner that kills on land will first carry the body to the nearest water. The autopsy conducted at Base Delta explains the raincoat better than anything else in the file. The anomalous effect survives death, and an operative began asphyxiating after touching the corpse. Dropped in a pool, the body sank straight to the bottom as though the water were not there. Under the leathery skin, there are no organs, no bones, and no muscle, only a brackish liquid filling every cavity, possibly the same liquid that makes up the water of level 230. Meaningless oppositions are Entity 234, tentatively classed 4A, and they appear only on levels that hold an M.E.G or UEC base. Two variants exist. Both stand around 2 meters, both are physically enhanced, highly durable, and aggressive, and their biology is identical. Everything that distinguishes them is a matter of presentation. Entity 234-A appears on levels with UEC bases dressed as armed M.E.G personnel from the Wild Warriors Regiment, carrying a firearm loaded with a round that penetrates the target and then detonates internally, driving a triangular blade outward. Survivors are left with permanent organ damage and many die on the spot. Small arms fire ricochets off it, and it closes to melee at speed. Entity 234-B appears on levels with M.E.G bases in the likeness of the partisans of Arete, distinguishable only by headgear that leaves the eyes exposed, and fights primarily with a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher that never runs dry. It regenerates and registers no pain, and within 35 meters it kills every communication device, leaving screens flashing the UEC logo. The trap is in the last line of each variant's description. Entity 234-A will not attack M.E.G personnel and cannot defend itself against them. Entity 234-B will not attack UEC personnel and cannot defend itself against them. Each one can only be killed by the organization it is impersonating, so the sole workable response is to call in the people your own side is least inclined to trust. A 2022 treaty between M.E.G Team Overseers and UEC Team Hands of Athena formalizes exactly that. Notify the other party, let them deploy for long-range strikes, cordon off the area, and do not fire on the responding force. Both organizations acknowledge the arrangement produces armed foreign units inside their own bases on a regular basis, and that ground-level personnel on both sides frequently fail to cooperate and sometimes attack each other during the response. Sightings scale with how tense the relationship between the two organizations is, so every incident makes the next one more likely. The file's own pessimistic estimate is that the cycle ends in a full-scale war. Overseer Andrew's corpse is Entity 246, formerly Andrew Donovan, 29 years old, and the entity is inseparable from the pool it occupies. That pool is a closed-off heart-shaped feature in the bunker springs known as the Heart, and the corpse has been floating in it for roughly 4 months. The prevailing theory is cardiac arrest in the water followed by drowning, though nothing about how he ended up there is established. The Heart sits between 80 and 90 degrees Celsius, far hotter than the surrounding springs, and the body shows no decomposition or damage of any kind despite that. Recovery has never been attempted successfully because the water destroys tissue on contact. Standing too close produces third-degree burns. Entering the pool causes body parts to disintegrate within seconds, and blood loss kills within minutes. Some who went in were never seen again. The corpse appears to control the water. It glides across the surface by directing the current, and it will push itself toward the shore to draw attention before drifting back out once someone approaches. It moves its limbs and calls for help, and neither behavior has ever been captured on a recording device, which is why the file treats them as hallucination and instructs readers to ignore the pleas outright. Touching the body carries the same effect as touching the water, and several people who attempted resuscitation lost their hands to burns and the infections that followed. The attached log covers a 10-person retrieval team led by the siblings Justin and Catherine Zimmals. Justin was burned reaching for the corpse, could not pull free, and was taken into the pool. What surfaced afterwards had his voice, argued for rescue on the strength of their relationship, and went back into the water when Catherine ordered the team to walk away. Andrew's corpse resurfaced in its usual position. The article repeats one line after every section, in the manner of an instruction rather than a fact. Andrew is dead. Wheelfolk are Entity 250, a general class of entity that takes the form of wheelchairs varying in age, size, and quality. They are helpful, they are regarded as a good omen, and the file classes them as benign without qualification. They are also solitary, elusive, and nomadic, usually moving without apparent destination, and only rarely traveling in groups of up to 3. Their first response to being noticed is to hide or break line of sight, which the documentation attributes not to fear of people, but to the fact that hostile entities go out of their way to destroy them. Researchers at the Charles Darwin Center for Biological Research assume other predators treat them as prey. There are 3 recorded ways to end up near one: chase it down after it hides, approach while it is unaware, or be part of a group in which someone takes a disabling injury. In that last case, a wheelfolk will come to the injured person on its own, lift them by some form of telekinesis, and carry them to a safer level. Given enough contact, they become attached to specific people and specific objects, and some medical institutions now keep befriended wheelfolk as mobility assistants. They hold territories called ranges, within which several may interact, and each maintains a separate den decorated with objects it has grown fond of, which they trade among themselves and occasionally with humans to make those dens more comfortable. A threatened den is stripped and abandoned. Remains examined on level 9 show nothing capable of supporting life, and no explanation exists for how they sense their surroundings or lift anything. They communicate through the squeaking and movement of their wheels, which nobody has decoded, and they understand human speech regardless of language. They can be injured, and they age in the way their material allows, rusting, splintering, wearing and tearing, with their abilities fading as they go. The sun over the void is Entity 257, catalogued internally as Entity Sigma, and classified enigmatic at IETS-4A. It is a sentient white dwarf star, and the tree that constitutes level megaflora orbits it, tidally locked, at roughly 2 billion miles. Alongside visible light, it emits what M.E.G researchers named Sigma radiation, an ultra-high energy gamma band that accounts for more than 65% of its output and exceeds anything ever detected in the front rooms. Any matter not native to megaflora begins disintegrating on contact with direct sunlight there, and momentary exposure kills an adult outright. Every protective suit the M.E.G built ignited during testing. Material grown on the tree itself is somehow immune and absorbs the radiation instead, which is why the level is survivable at all. The tree functions as a shield, and everything happens in its shade. Coded equipment made remote study possible, and drone footage of the surrounding void revealed translucent bubbles in fast, stable orbits, massless, each holding an unchanging image of a different level and tethered to the star by a beam of light that appears to travel toward it rather than from it. Returning explorers had described the sun as alive, hostile, and capable of speech, and recording devices picked up nothing but ambient forest noise, so the claims were logged as hallucination. Later evidence confirmed sapience, and the file describes an intellect bordering on omniscience paired with a hostility the researchers do not attempt to explain. Its instruction on the point is unambiguous. Communication is to be avoided at all costs. In January 2020, the star ejected several thousand luminous bodies at close to light speed, and one of the last survivors was filmed entering a bubble portal, appearing humanoid in frame-by-frame analysis. In 2021, it began transmitting by radio, and the final exchange ended in what the file records as an explosion. Abnormal solar flares followed, then a coronal mass ejection that struck Megaflora 8 days later with force compared to several hundred thermonuclear detonations. 58 of the 72 people at Outpost Biosphere were involuntarily relocated to Level 4 by something never identified. The 14 left behind were the project's entire senior leadership, and none survived. The level's ecosystem regrew within 10 hours. The star has been dormant and visibly smaller since, and Project Sigma 257 was terminated by emergency directive, with all manned exploration of Megaflora prohibited. Valaris are Entity 283, sharks that spend most of their lives airborne, native to level 436, and recorded wandering into levels with no obvious connection to it. The file was written by Rue Ackles, first mate of the captain's crew, and it treats them as people rather than fauna. Their sentience is described as comparable to a human's, with general reason intact, and their well-documented hostility is classed as learned behavior picked up from bad encounters rather than anything inherent. They speak without any anatomy that should permit it, since the sound projects from the animal as a whole rather than from the mouth, and the working theory of an internal voice box remains untested because Volare social practice makes obtaining a body almost impossible. They acquire languages far faster than a person, provided they spend time somewhere the language is used, and those attached to the captain's crew are reported fluent in English, Portuguese, Italian, and Spanish, among others. Flight is the part nobody has explained. They move through air exactly as if swimming through water, and the leading proposal is that they secrete an oil comparable to human skin oil, which actively repels air molecules. Samples have been collected, the compound does appear to do this, and it also makes them extraordinarily fast in water, but it does not account for how their body weight stops mattering. Physically, they resemble nurse sharks, flat with rounded broad heads, two-toned sand brown over pale blue, weighing 90 to 150 kilograms at 2 to 2.5 meters. Both the mouth and the gills draw oxygen, and the gills seal completely out of water so they cannot be used as a weak point. The small mouth restricts them to scavenging or swarming small prey, and the same limitation is why they are harmless to people despite their attitude. What they are actually known for is theft. Crew-affiliated Valares work well-funded targets like the BNTG, while unaffiliated ones will take an object straight out of a wanderer's hand. The recommended countermeasures are to keep valuables secured, carry spare food as a distraction, and avoid starting arguments you cannot win. Two Stupid Ducks are Entity 288, filed under the full title An Operative's Encounter with Two Stupid Ducks, and the article is not a database record. It is a first-person account written as a competition entry, and everything known about the entity comes from a single evening at M.E.G Base Omega on Level 4. A recently employed operative finished a shift report, heard knocking, opened his door, and found two duck plush toys on the floor. One is large and yellow and wears a bow, resembling a rubber duck. The other is smaller and marked like a male mallard. Both speak in high-pitched voices, both move as though alive, and both give their name as Quacker, which they then argue about at length. They had come looking for an overseer named Robert, admitted after some prompting that they had knocked on the wrong door entirely, and handed over a badly written invitation to somewhere called the Backrooms. Their explanation of that place is that a group of ducks once swapped 2 letters in the word Backrooms and found it spelled something better. The operative called the invitation poorly made, at which both ducks took visible offense and quacked at him until he promised to pass it on. They left without closing the door or saying goodbye, and he overheard the rest of their conversation from the corridor. They were annoyed at the insult, annoyed at each other for the wrong room number, and one of them objected specifically to the invitation having been handed over at all, on the grounds that he did not want the operative walking out of the door. Then both vanished, presumed to have no clipped. Reading the reverse of the invitation afterwards, he found a second line of instructions telling the reader to enter the nearest door and make sure it was shut behind them. He judged the whole thing too ridiculous to be dangerous, decided he was an M.E.G operative and had nothing to fear from a place about ducks, and stepped out. The account ends there, with a single line noting that a year had passed. The Dark Sovereign is Entity 297, and most of its file no longer exists. The page opens with a notice stating that the M.E.G database was corrupted by an unknown party, that information was altered and leaked, and that this entry has been locked in its damaged revision because it cannot be restored. What survives is the classification block and roughly 2 paragraphs. The behavior and discovery sections have been replaced entirely by error codes, and the biology section is reduced to 2 sentences with the substance cut out of both. The description that remains is fragmentary but consistent. Its appearance is largely unrecorded, the entity is composed mostly of smoke, and its body cannot be solidified. 2 orbs follow it, presumed to be its eyes, and an object hangs above its head that the few witnesses describe as a crown, which the file reads as a mark of royalty or power. It is said to carry a weapon, and the description of that weapon is one of the redacted passages. Its documented behavior is what wanderers have called a respect basis. It returns whatever regard it is given. Those who treated it with respect left Zone 4 alive, and reported that the rest of their exploration parties did not. Nobody the Sovereign has taken has been seen since. The article closes in character, with an unnamed staff member attempting to reload the file, receiving a server error, and complaining that someone appears to be interfering with entity records. This video has concluded. Like and subscribe for more videos like this.